Hello everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. I hope you're doing well tonight. Before we begin, if you have an unexplained paranormal experience of your own, you can send it to me. And if you enjoy the stories in this video, please give it a like. Tonight's first story is about someone who started noticing strange things after moving in with their grandmother as a child. Some of it could maybe be explained, but some of it stayed with them for years. I hope you enjoy the video and sleep well tonight. I was raised by my grandmother from the time I was about 9 years old. My parents were still alive and they loved me in their own way, but at that point in life, they just couldn't take care of me the way I needed. My grandmother was very religious. The faith she followed didn't really believe in ghosts or spirits of the dead. There was no idea of people coming back after they passed. Anything supernatural was usually explained as either angels or demons, and that was the world I grew up in. When I first moved in with her, we lived in this big old house that belonged to the church she was part of. It had an upstairs with several bedrooms, and I hated being up there alone. I hated it. There was this heavy, uneasy feeling in those rooms, like the air had weight to it. A lot of nights, I ended up sleeping with my grandmother because I just didn't feel safe by myself. I remember one night, I had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. When I woke up, I saw an elderly woman sitting in a chair near the front window. She was facing the window, just staring outside. She looked completely pale, almost white, like there was no color in her at all. I'll be honest, I don't know how much I trust that memory. I was young, I had just woken up, and even now, when I think about it, it feels foggy and unreal. But I still remember seeing her there. Later on, when I started sleeping in my own room downstairs, I would lie in bed and look out the window. Across the street, under the streetlight, I kept seeing what looked like a tall, shadowy figure. It looked like a person, probably a man, just standing there. And the worst part was that it felt like he was watching me. I would get so uncomfortable that I'd grab my pillow and block the window so I couldn't see him anymore. During the day, I'd look at that exact same spot, trying to convince myself it had been a tree or a sign or something shaped strangely in the dark. But there was nothing there. Nothing that should have looked like a person. After a while, my grandmother and I moved into a small in-law apartment attached to one of her friends' houses. That was when things got worse. My room there never felt right. I could be playing by myself, completely calm, and then out of nowhere this intense fear would come over me. It wasn't normal fear either. It felt urgent, like something inside me was screaming, "Get out, leave now." That happened more than once. I never felt truly comfortable in that room. One night, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. I've always hated the feeling of my hair trapped under my neck, so I used to spread it out over my pillow to keep my neck cool. That night, after I did that, I felt something tug at my hair. Not hard, just a small pull. Like someone had taken a few strands between their fingers and gently yanked. I moved immediately and looked behind me, but there was nothing there. Just the wall. So I laid back down, tried to calm myself, and then it happened again. That second time scared me so badly. I tucked all my hair under my head and stayed that way. After that, it stopped. But even now, thinking about it gives me chills, because whatever it was, it felt like it touched me. I hadn't told my grandmother about any of this. I didn't want her to think something was wrong with me, and I honestly didn't know how she would react. But looking back, I think she knew something was going on. I was obviously uneasy, especially in that room. The final thing that happened was when I was in the shower. I was finishing up when I heard this loud static noise coming from my bedroom. It sounded like a radio, but that didn't make sense because I had this little portable radio that I almost never used. When I got out and went to my room, my grandmother was standing there holding it. The radio was on full volume, blasting static. She turned it off, looked at me, and didn't say much. Then she went into her room and came back with her mother's Bible. She opened it to a passage, placed it on my nightstand, and left it there. After that, the worst of it stopped. I still felt uneasy in that room sometimes, but the extra things, the tugging, the sudden fear, the strange activity, they didn't happen again. We moved a few more times after that, and every single time, I was afraid whatever had been in those places would follow me. Thankfully, it never did. I still don't know what it was. A demon, a ghost, something else entirely, I really can't say. I've talked about it with a few people who don't believe in this kind of thing, and some of them just laughed or brushed it off. But unless you felt something like that yourself, it's hard to explain. It wasn't just seeing or hearing things, it was the feeling. That deep, awful certainty that you're not alone, and that whatever is near you does not belong there. When I've told other people who believe in this kind of thing, they understand right away. My siblings and other relatives have shared their own experiences too, so sometimes I wonder if it's something that runs in my family. Whatever it was, I'm just grateful it stopped. I used to avoid talking about the strange things that happened to me when I was younger. For a long time, I wanted people to see me as calm, logical, and hard to scare. But honestly, when I was a kid, I was nothing like that. I was 14 when this happened. Back then, I didn't really like paranormal stories. I was skeptical about most of them, even though I'd had a few odd experiences before. Nothing too extreme, just little things. A shadow in the corner of my eye. Something shifting when no one was near it. Small things you could almost explain away. But this one night was different. This is the one I've never been able to shake. At the time, I shared a bunk bed with my brother. He slept on the bottom bunk, and I had the top. I never complained about it because my bed was right next to the window, and I liked being able to look outside at night. We had curtains, but I would arrange them so the window frame held them open just enough for me to see out. It was around 10 at night. I was tired, but for some reason, I didn't feel comfortable falling asleep. I just lay there, staring outside, feeling my eyelids get heavier. I could tell I was starting to drift off, so I shifted around to get comfortable, and that woke me up a little more. I want to be clear about that. I was tired, yes, but I wasn't asleep. After a while, I settled back down and stared out the window again. That's when I saw something move. A shadow passed by outside. At first, I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the curtain moving. But then curiosity got the better of me, and I looked directly toward the spot where I had seen it. There was nothing there. From my window, I could see part of the front yard. There was a small path that led along the side of the house toward the backyard. We had a gate there because our dogs stayed out back, and we didn't want them getting around to the front. Off to the side, there was a bird bath, and near it was a holiday decoration we had recently put up. A large tree stood nearby, partly out of view. I kept staring toward the bird bath because that was where the shadow seemed to vanish. Then something stepped into view. It was tall, too tall. A black figure, but not black like a person standing in darkness. It was black like the color itself had been pulled out of the world and poured into the shape of a body. Somehow, it also looked almost see-through, like the things behind it were being swallowed into it. I know that sounds like it doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me either. If it had reached its arms up, I honestly think it could have climbed onto the roof of our one-story house without trying very hard. But the part that scared me most wasn't even seeing it. It was the silence. The moment I noticed it, every sound disappeared. The ceiling fan above me, which usually rattled when it spun too fast, the air conditioner pushing cold air through the room, even the small sounds of the house at night. Gone. All I could hear was that sharp, ringing kind of silence that feels like it's pressing straight into your ears. I stared at it. I don't know how long, maybe a few minutes, maybe less. Then it looked at me. It didn't slowly turn its head. It didn't search around like it was trying to find me. Its head snapped straight toward my window, like it had known exactly where I was the whole time. It had dull yellow eyes. And then it smiled. Its teeth were bright, almost glowing against the darkness of its face. They looked unnaturally white, like they didn't belong to the rest of it. There's one part of this story I used to leave out whenever I told people. Not because I forgot it, but because it sounded too impossible. I thought the second I said it, people would decide I was making everything up. But after it smiled, it turned away. And then wings came out of its back. Not feathered wings, not anything beautiful or clean like you'd see in a movie. Its back seemed to twist and reshape itself, like its own body was forcing the wings out. They looked like flesh, raw and wrong. I don't know how something like that could fly. I don't know how any of it could exist. But I watched it crouch, leap into the moonlight, and lift off the ground. As it moved farther away, it started to look smaller, almost like a bird disappearing into the dark. I couldn't move. I couldn't call out. I just lay there, frozen. Then, the moment it was gone, the sound came back. The fan. The air conditioner. My brother snoring below me. Everything returned at once. Somehow, after all of that, I eventually fell asleep. I still don't know how. The next day, I told my family what happened. They laughed it off and said I probably dreamed it, or that I must have already been half asleep. And I get why they said that. At school, I had a bad habit of making up scary stories just to fit in when other kids were talking about strange things that had happened to them. So when I finally told the truth, no one really believed me. I don't blame them. And honestly, I don't expect everyone listening to believe me either. But I know what I saw. Dream or not, explainable or not, that night happened. I was spending the night at my friend's apartment, in this old complex our families had both lived in at one point. I must have been around 12, maybe 13, so a lot of the little details from that night are blurry now. But the experience itself, that part stayed sharp. Too sharp, honestly. I remember lying down on the couch in the living room and closing my eyes, and it felt like only a second passed before my eyes opened again. At first, everything looked normal. Same couch, same room, same quiet apartment. But somehow I could see everything clearly, even though it had already been dark when I fell asleep. The whole room had this strange gray cast over it, almost like all the color had been drained out of the world. I tried to sit up, and that's when I realized something was wrong. I couldn't move. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my shoulders. The only thing I could move was my head, just enough to turn and look around. I started to panic and tried calling out for help, but even though it felt like I was yelling with everything I had, no sound came out. Then I noticed movement near the hallway. One by one, these figures started coming out from the dark. They were wearing long robes, and every single one of them had a mask on. Some of the masks looked like animals. Some looked almost angelic or demonic. A few were completely plain, just blank faces staring out from under the hoods. And the masks were the only things in the room that had any color. I wish I could remember what those colors were, but I can't. I only remember how wrong it felt. In that gray, silent room, those colored masks were somehow the most terrifying part. They moved slowly around the back of the couch, slipping out of my sight, and then they circled around until I could feel them surrounding me. one of them reached into a small pouch inside his robe, took out a pinch of powder, and sprinkled it over my forehead. The moment it touched me, my head was forced back toward the ceiling. After that, I couldn't move anything except my eyes. Then they began chanting. At least, I think it was chanting. I couldn't actually hear the words. There was no real sound, not in the normal way, but I could feel it. The vibration moved through my chest, my ribs, my whole body, like their voices were passing through me instead of around me. They kept going like that for a while, gathered around me, performing whatever that was. And then, eventually, it would stop. They would shuffle back down the hallway, one after another, and I would just drift back into sleep. The strangest part is that it didn't only happen that one time. It happened again in other places too. Different homes, different towns, even different parts of the state. Over the next few years, those visits kept happening, and for a while, I just accepted it as something that came with my life, as strange as that sounds. Then, one day, it stopped. I've never really understood what happened to me. I've never been able to explain who those figures were, what they wanted, or what they thought they were doing. But those encounters are the reason I first started believing there might be more to this world than we can see. And even now, after all these years, I still wonder what they did to me. I'm 35 now, and I live by myself. For as long as I can remember, strange experiences have sort of followed the edges of my life. I don't say that dramatically. It has just always been there, like static in the background. When I was little, I had sleep paralysis a lot. Then, when I was around 19, I had one really vivid out-of-body experience that shook me pretty deeply. After that, the sleep paralysis slowly faded. I've always been curious and open-minded, but I want to be clear. I don't go looking for frightening experiences. I don't try to invite anything in. I'm just the kind of person who notices things, maybe too much sometimes. When I was 26, after a painful loss in my life, I moved to a different state on my own. I was not in a good place then. I was depressed, drinking too much, and trying to outrun a version of myself I didn't know how to sit with. I found a room in a shared house through a rental ad. That was where the genuinely unsettling things started. At night, we'd hear footsteps moving down the hallway when everyone was accounted for. A trash bin tipped over by itself. Kitchen drawers opened and shut. Small personal things would vanish, then show up somewhere ridiculous days later. Once, one of my housemates heard what sounded like someone sprinting across the upstairs floor, but nobody was up there. It scared all of us, not just me. That part mattered because it made me feel less like I was losing my grip. Eventually, I moved into another place, hoping that would be the end of it. But the oddness seemed to continue. On one of my first nights there, my roommate's ceramic bowls somehow shattered in the cupboard while we were asleep. The doorbell would ring even though it had been disconnected. A favorite hoodie of mine disappeared from my closet and turned up weeks later folded on a chair in the laundry room. My roommate, Daniel, lost a pair of socks he wore constantly, and months later they appeared right beside the front door, clean and neatly paired. I was frightened enough at that point that I went to see a psychic. I know some people will roll their eyes at that, and I understand. But at the time, I needed someone to tell me I wasn't doomed. She said she didn't believe anything was attached to me. She thought I was just sensitive to certain places, and that I had happened to move into 2 homes with activity. Whether that was true or not, it gave me room to breathe. Over the next year, I changed a lot. I leaned back into faith, started going to church, went to counseling, and quit a few habits that had been slowly hollowing me out. I moved again too. Little by little, the activity faded, It didn't stop all at once. It was more like a storm moving away until you realize you can't hear the thunder anymore. After that, I moved closer to family and people who loved me. Life became steadier. I've still had strange moments here and there, but nothing as intense as those years. That brings me to now. In my current home, on the third night after I moved in, I woke up to the sound of glass breaking loudly in the kitchen. I got up expecting to find a shattered cup or a fallen picture frame, but everything was exactly where it should have been. Nothing broken, nothing out of place. Sometimes I catch hazy shapes or little distortions moving at the edge of my vision. That could be a health thing, and I'm not ruling that out. A few times, chess pieces on a side table have fallen over during the night. Once, my bed shook lightly around 4 a.m., though again, maybe there's a physical explanation. Another time, the fuse box door was shut before I went to sleep and wide open by morning. The strange thing is, I'm not really afraid now. I like this home. It feels peaceful to me. Whatever is happening, I don't feel threatened by it. These things are also spread out over years. They aren't constant. I have noticed they seem to happen more when I'm anxious. Weirdly, they also seem to increase when I meditate more often, even though I meditate to calm myself down. So I guess what I'm asking is this: why do these things keep happening? Do some people just notice odd things more than others? Are most people having strange experiences and simply brushing them off? Am I giving too much attention to random noises, shadows, and coincidences? And maybe most importantly, is there a way to make it stop? I live up in northern Minnesota, pretty far out from everything. Not completely off the map, but close enough that we don't have neighbors nearby, and most of what surrounds the house is just woods. Thick woods, too. The kind where, once the sun goes down, everything past the tree line turns into one dark wall. I've lived out here most of my life, so I'm used to hearing animals at night. Deer moving through brush, foxes, owls, branches snapping in the cold. After a while, you learn what belongs out there. But lately, I've been hearing something that doesn't sound like an animal. It walks like a person. And I know that might sound strange, but you can tell. There's a difference between something moving on 4 legs and something moving on 2. This thing, or whoever it is definitely on 2 feet. And 3 different times now, it's been close enough to the house that I felt like it was right there, just watching. The first time wasn't even the worst. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was outside with a couple friends, just talking and messing around. Nothing serious. Then we heard footsteps in the woods. Not running, not crashing around like an animal. Walking. Slow, steady steps. We all stopped talking at the same time. I called out something like, "Hey, who's there?" But nobody answered. The footsteps just kept moving, deeper into the woods, at the same calm pace. That alone was creepy, because honestly, who would be walking around my property at 1 in the morning? The woods here are dense and dark. You don't just wander through them unless you know exactly where you're going. The second time was when it got a lot harder to explain. My friend Evan and I were sitting out in my shed one evening. We'd smoked a little, but I want to be clear, weed doesn't make 2 people hear the same loud, physical noise at the same time. We were laughing about something dumb, I don't even remember what, when suddenly there was this heavy thud on the roof. We both went quiet instantly. Then it happened again. Thud. Then again. Thud. And then we realized it sounded like footsteps, but not normal footsteps. Each step had this dragging sound behind it, like whatever was up there was pulling something heavy after every stomp. It went on for maybe 6 or 7 steps across the roof, this awful stomp, drag sound. Then it stopped. Evan and I just sat there frozen. I remember letting out this nervous little laugh, not because it was funny, but because my brain had no idea what else to do with the fear. Eventually, we got enough courage to run outside and look. It had only just gotten dark, so there was still a little bit of light left. We checked the roof as best as we could from the ground. Nothing. No animal, no branch, no marks, nothing that made sense. The third time, I was alone. It was around 11 at night, and I was home by myself. I was inside my room, and I opened the first floor window that leads out to this small brick patio beside the house. I was about to smoke a little when I heard shuffling in the grass outside. It was pitch black out there. The second I heard it, my whole body tensed up. I don't know why, but something in me said, "Turn off the light and move away from the window." So I did. I switched off the lamp and backed up toward the door. Then the sound moved from the grass onto the patio, and I swear it sounded exactly like dress shoes. That sharp little click against brick. Almost like dress shoes or even heels, slow and deliberate. Click, click, click. The steps came closer and closer to my open window. I stood there completely still, just waiting for someone's face to appear. I was sure some creep was about to lean in and look straight at me. But nothing happened. The clicking stopped right outside the window. For maybe 15 seconds, there was only silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just stood by the door, ready to bolt if something came in. Then I heard the shoes turn around. Slowly, they clicked back across the patio, into the grass, and away from the house. And the direction they went? Straight back toward the woods. I've always been a little skeptical when people talk about strange things that happen while they're asleep, or just waking up, or stuck somewhere in between. Not because I don't believe them exactly. It's just that I've had my own experiences like that, and even now, I honestly don't know what was real and what my mind might have been doing. The first one happened when I was really young. I couldn't have been older than 5. I think it was around the time my grandmother passed away, though I'm not completely sure because I was so little. I remember waking up because I felt a hand resting on my forehead. And it wasn't scary at first. That's the strange part. It felt calm, gentle, almost comforting, like whoever it was meant no harm at all. But when I opened my eyes, there was no one there. I think I was scared after that, or at least confused. I still don't really understand how I remember it so clearly, but I do. That feeling stayed with me. There were other things in that same house, too. One night, when I was older, I was lying in a different room, not quite asleep yet. It was dark, and everyone else seemed to have already gone to bed. My room had this wooden door with slats in it, the kind where you can see through if you look at the right angle. Then I heard a ball bouncing right outside my door. It sounded heavy, not like one of those little rubber balls, more like a basketball hitting the floor. It bounced maybe 8 or 10 times, steady, like someone was actually dribbling it. But I didn't hear footsteps, no voices, no movement at all except that ball. Eventually, I got brave enough to open the door and check. Nothing. No person, no ball, nothing in the hallway. And I don't even think we owned a ball big enough to make that kind of sound. The noise stopped the moment I opened the door, which made it feel even stranger. I've had other experiences in other houses too, mostly hearing things. One happened in broad daylight, and another happened at night when I definitely wasn't trying to sleep yet. But I was only ever touched that one time, as a kid. I've never had sleep paralysis, at least not the kind where you can't move. but I have had moments where I was caught in that weird, half-awake state. I could move around and interact with things, but something about reality felt shifted, like the world had been quietly rewritten while I wasn't looking. The scariest time was one night when I woke up around 10 p.m. I think I had fallen asleep early. I went upstairs, maybe because I heard someone in the kitchen. I'm pretty sure it was my dad. The lights were mostly off, except for the kitchen and my parents' room. My dad greeted me, though I don't remember what he said. I think he noticed right away that something was off with me. I leaned against the counter, and then suddenly, everything changed. I didn't recognize him as my dad anymore. I didn't hear a voice telling me anything, but I just knew, somehow, that he had kidnapped me. In my mind, he wasn't my father. He was my kidnapper. He asked if I wanted water, and I said yes, but the whole time I was planning how to escape. Our kitchen had a door leading out to a deck above the driveway. The driveway was below, concrete, probably around 20 feet down. When he turned around to fill the glass, I ran for the deck door, opened it, and started climbing over the railing. I had one leg over. I really believe I would have jumped. Then my dad screamed my full name. Not my nickname, my full name. And that snapped me out of it instantly. It was like I got pulled back into my body. Suddenly he was my dad again, and the world was normal. I remember feeling embarrassed because he had yelled so loudly that the neighbors probably heard. But honestly, he saved my life that night. I still don't know what that was. Sleepwalking, maybe? Some kind of half-dream state? I remember everything, which is what makes it so unsettling. The only time I ever saw something physically move was when I was in bed watching Netflix. I wasn't falling asleep. I was just awake, lying there. I had a plant on my windowsill, and suddenly it flew off like someone had smacked it hard. Dirt went everywhere. That one I can maybe explain. My phone was plugged in, and it's possible the charger cord somehow caught behind the pot and pulled it down. But I don't remember moving at all when it happened, so I'm still not completely sure. I also used to see things out of the corner of my eye a lot in that room. And then, around the time I turned 17, it all just stopped. I'm 20 now, and nothing like that has happened in years. Part of me is still skeptical. Part of me thinks there were explanations I just never found. But another part of me remembers that hand on my forehead, that ball outside the door, and my dad screaming my full name before I almost jumped. And I still don't really know what to make of any of it. I'm 27 now, and there's one memory from when I was little that has stayed with me so clearly. It almost feels like I could step back into it. I must have been around 5 years old. I know I was younger than 6, because this happened before one of the many times we moved. My dad was in the army, so moving was a regular part of life back then. Different houses, different rooms, different schools. But this one room, for some reason, is still sharp in my mind. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night. And I know how that sounds. I know memories from childhood can twist themselves over time. They can soften at the edges or grow strange details they never had. But even now, after all these years, I still have the same feeling about it. I was awake. I wasn't dreaming. My room was completely dark, the kind of dark where everything feels flat and silent. And standing in the middle of the room, facing my bed, was my mother. At least, I thought it was my mother. I sat up, confused, and said, "Mom?" She didn't answer. Now, if this happened to me today, I think my blood would turn to ice. But I was just a little kid, and to me, it was simple. My mom was in my room. So I wasn't afraid at first. I climbed out of bed and walked toward her. I kept saying, "Mom?" softer each time. waiting for her to look at me or say something. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. She wasn't standing on the floor. She was floating a little above it, facing my bed, completely still. Her eyes weren't on me. They seemed fixed on the spot where I had been lying, almost like she was looking through the bed rather than at it. Her arms were slightly out from her sides, not stiff exactly, but open, in a way that reminded me later of paintings of saints or angels. Her feet didn't touch the carpet at all. And the strangest part was that she looked faintly transparent, with this pale blue glow around her, like moonlight passing through glass. I remember walking around her, slowly, trying to understand what I was seeing. I kept asking, "Mom, what are you doing?" But she never moved. She never blinked. She never turned her head. After a while, the feeling in the room changed for me. I still wasn't exactly scared, not in the way I would be now, but I knew something was off. Something about it felt too quiet, too still, too strange for a child's room in the middle of the night. So I went back to bed. That's the part that almost makes me laugh now, honestly. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just decided I didn't like it anymore, climbed back under the covers, and went to sleep. The next morning, I asked my mom why she had come into my room during the night. She looked completely confused and told me she hadn't. So I told her what I saw. She still remembers me asking her about it even now, and she still says the same thing. She never came into my room that night. I don't know what I saw. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe my little brain created something so vivid that it became a memory. I understand all of that. But the memory has never faded, and it has never felt like a dream. It still feels like something I actually saw. I still think about that old brewery in Salt Lake City. I used to go to Utah every summer, almost like a little ritual. Same mountain air, same bright city streets, same feeling that I'd stepped into a place that knew how to keep its secrets. One year, though, I decided to do something a little different. I'd heard about this aging brick brewery on the edge of town. People said it had been around since the late 1800s, and depending on who you asked, it was either full of history or full of ghosts. Now, I've always loved a good stout, and I've always had a soft spot for strange stories, so honestly, I didn't need much convincing. I went there one evening just before sunset. The place had this warm amber glow inside, all polished wood and old photographs on the walls. But underneath that cozy feeling, there was something heavier in the air, like the building was breathing very slowly. I ordered a dark porter and sat near the back. That's when I heard it. A soft clinking sound from below. Not loud, not dramatic, just the faint sound of glass bottles touching each other somewhere under the floor. I asked the bartender, a man named Brenner, if someone was working downstairs. He looked at me for a moment, then said, "Not tonight." Of course, that was exactly the sort of answer that sends a foolish person straight toward a cellar door. And I was that foolish person. I went down slowly. The steps were narrow, the air damp and cold. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see rows of old barrels resting in the shadows. Then I heard humming. It sounded like a song, but an old one. The kind of tune you feel more than recognize. And then I saw him. A tall, dim figure standing between the barrels. He wasn't solid, not exactly. More like smoke trying to remember the shape of a man. I froze. He turned slightly, just enough for me to feel like he knew I was there. Then the humming stopped. A second later, he was gone. I nearly tripped over my own feet getting back upstairs. Brenner didn't look surprised at all. He just poured me another drink and said, "You met Elias. Used to brew here, long before any of us were born." After that, I came back every summer. Not just for the beer, though I won't pretend that didn't help, I came back because somewhere along the way, that strange little haunting started to feel familiar, almost friendly. The next year, I brought my son Nolan. He was old enough to love ghost stories, but young enough to still believe the world had hidden doors in it. I told him a little about the brewery, not too much, just enough to make his eyes go wide. That night, we sat in the same dim corner. We had our drinks, mine a porter, his just a root beer in a glass bottle, and we waited. Sure enough, when the room got quiet, the clinking started again. Nolan looked at me and whispered, "Is that him?" I nodded. We went down together, his hand wrapped tightly around mine. The cellar was colder than I remembered. The kind of cold that touches the back of your neck first. And there, among the barrels, Elias appeared again. This time, he didn't vanish. He stood still. Then slowly, he lifted one pale hand. Nolan, trembling a little, lifted his hand and waved back. And I swear to you, the humming changed. It became softer, warmer, almost happy. For years after that, the brewery became our place. Every summer, Nolan and I would visit. We'd sit upstairs, wait for the cellar song, then go down and listen. It became one of those family stories people ask you to retell, even though they already know every part. But one summer, everything felt wrong. The brewery was quiet when we arrived. Too quiet. Even Brenner, who usually greeted us with some dry little joke, barely said a word. When we went downstairs, the cold was sharper than usual. Elias was there, but he didn't look the same. His shape flickered badly, like a lantern about to go out. And instead of humming, he made this low, rough sound. A growl. Then the lights went out. Nolan grabbed my arm. I could hear him breathing in the dark. The growling moved around us, circling closer and closer. Something brushed past my shoulder, cold as river stone. Then, all at once, the lights came back. The cellar was empty. We left without speaking. That night, Nolan got sick. At first, I thought it was just exhaustion, maybe a fever. But then he became pale and weak. He stopped eating. He slept too much, and when he woke, he looked frightened, though he couldn't explain why. Doctors ran tests. Nobody had an answer. A few nights later, I woke from a dream so vivid, it felt less like sleep and more like being summoned. Elias was standing at the foot of my bed. He pointed toward the brewery. Then he disappeared. I went back alone before dawn. The building was locked, but the cellar door inside was open. I know how that sounds, but it was. Waiting for me. Downstairs, Elias stood in the corner near an old barrel I'd never noticed before. He pointed to it. Inside, beneath a layer of dust and splintered wood, I found a small iron amulet on a broken chain. The moment I picked it up, my whole arm went numb. I understood then that whatever had followed us home, whatever had wrapped itself around my son, was tied to that thing. Elias wasn't warning me away. He was asking me to end it. I held the amulet up, and the cellar seemed to bend around me. Elias recoiled, his shadowy form twisting and tearing at the edges. I threw the amulet as hard as I could against the stone wall. It shattered. The sound that came after was awful. Not loud exactly, but deep, like the building itself had cried out. Then Elias vanished. When I got home, Nolan was sleeping peacefully for the first time in days. By morning, his fever had broken. Within a week, he was himself again. The strangest part was that he didn't remember the last visit to the brewery. Not the cellar, not the growling, not Elias. And I decided not to remind him. I still go back to Salt Lake City now and then. The brewery is quieter these days. Brenner retired. The cellar is closed to visitors. No one hears the clinking bottles anymore, or at least, no one admits they do. But whenever I pass that old place, I feel a cold little tug in the air. Not threatening, not friendly either. just present. And sometimes, if the street is empty and the evening is still, I think I hear the faintest trace of a song rising from below the floorboards. I don't go looking for it anymore. Some doors, once opened, are better left standing quietly in the dark. I want to tell you about something that happened to my husband, Daniel, and me a few years back, because honestly, we still talk about it. We had taken a trip through Napa Valley, the kind where you rent a car, start up near the top of the valley, and slowly make your way down over a few days. We stayed in different little towns, bouncing between B&Bs and rental cottages, just enjoying the whole rhythm of it. One night, we stayed in this beautiful old house. It was one of the original homes in that town, and it had so much character. The hosts were lovely, genuinely warm people, and that evening we sat out on the porch with them for a while, talking and laughing. It felt peaceful. Nothing about the place felt strange at all. We went to bed around midnight. Our room was on the ground floor. When you walked in, there was a little sitting area to the left with a fireplace, a couple of old chairs, and some antique music stands with instruments nearby. To the right was the bed, and past the bed was the bathroom, with a dresser tucked into the corner near the door. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not fully, at first. I was lying on my right side, facing the bathroom, in that foggy space between sleeping and waking. I had that feeling that something had disturbed me, but I couldn't figure out what. I opened my eyes for a moment, and I saw a woman standing in the corner near the dresser. She was just a shape at first, but I could make out what looked like an old-fashioned dress, the kind with a fuller skirt. I remember feeling this little flicker of fear, but because I was still half asleep, I told myself I must be dreaming. So I drifted again. Then I opened my eyes a second time. This time, I saw the clock on the table beside me. I noticed the time, and right after that, I realized there was a woman's hand resting against her skirt right next to the bed. That is the part I can still see clearly. It wasn't vague or blurry. It was thin, bony, veiny, almost delicate in this unsettling way. I blinked a few times, trying to understand what I was looking at. And then I snapped fully awake. I scooted hard toward the middle of the bed, my heart just pounding. I lifted my head and looked around the room, but there was nothing there. No woman, no hand, nothing by the dresser. I realized I needed to use the bathroom, and after a few minutes of lying there trying to calm myself down, I convinced myself it had just been a wine dream. We had been in Napa, after all. It was easy enough to blame the wine and my half-asleep brain. But I still couldn't make myself get out of bed right away. When I finally did, I practically launched myself from the mattress to the bathroom door, flipped the light on, and shut the door behind me. I stayed in there for several minutes just breathing, telling myself I was fine. When I got back into bed, though, I moved closer to Daniel and pulled the covers up like I was 5 years old again. The next morning, we were lying there with coffee, slowly waking up and getting ready to go down to breakfast. Daniel looked over at me and said, "I had the weirdest dream last night." I asked him what happened. He said, "I thought I saw a woman in an old dress with a big skirt standing over by the fireplace. I watched her for a second, and then she came around the chair and started walking toward me. I sat up, and she was gone." I just stared at him. Then I said, "You are not going to believe what I'm about to tell you." And I told him what I had seen. The thing is, Daniel is not dramatic. Neither of us is. We're both pretty skeptical about ghost stories and things like that. And honestly, the whole thing almost sounds too perfect, too cliché, which is part of what bothers me. I've even wondered whether someone could have somehow gotten into the room. But that doesn't explain how she vanished. Before we left, we asked the owners, gently, if anyone had ever mentioned anything unusual about the house, any ghost stories, anything like that. They shut it down pretty quickly and said no, but I couldn't let it go. Over the years, I've researched that house more times than I can count. I've looked into the family who built it, old records, old newspaper articles, even paid for archived pieces just trying to find something that might explain what we saw. I know it sounds strange, maybe even silly, but it has stayed with us. We still bring it up now and then, and every time we do, we both get that same chill. Because whatever happened in that room, whether it was a dream, a trick of the mind, or something else entirely, we both saw her. So I grew up graduating from this tiny little town in upstate New York, right around the Thousand Islands region. And yes, before anyone asks, like the salad dressing, it was invented around there. It's the kind of place where there's more field, forest, and river than there are actual people. If you stand in the right spot and look across the St. Lawrence River, you can see Canada sitting there like it's just part of the neighborhood. I moved there during my junior year of high school, and it didn't take long to learn where everyone went in the summer. The spot was Barker's Cove Beach, out near Cape Vincent. That was where people had bonfires, drank cheap beer, told stories, and generally did the kind of small-town things you do when there isn't much else around. There was this older woman who used to come by and collect all the empty cans after parties. Over the years, she supposedly made enough money from everybody's beer cans to buy herself an old pickup truck. That part was strange enough, honestly. But then there was the other local story. People called it the fox monkey. It was supposed to be some animal that looked kind of like a fox or a wild dog, but moved wrong. People said it could walk on two legs. Some claimed they had heard it out by the beach at night, rustling around or making noises that didn't sound like anything normal. Back then, I thought it was ridiculous. My high school boyfriend, Connor, who I really should have broken up with much sooner, was the first person who told me about it. He swore he'd heard strange sounds out there late at night. There was also a man who camped around that area for a while, and he supposedly said he had seen odd things near the tree line after dark. I didn't buy any of it. Not really. I mean, small towns run on rumors, boredom, and somebody's cousin claiming they saw something weird behind a barn. A few years later, though, I was in my early 20s, driving around with my two best friends. We had met a couple of guys from out of town, and we were showing them the area. Somehow, as those drives always do, we ended up out by the beach after dark, then taking the back roads away from it. Everyone in the car was laughing and talking. Nothing felt strange. It was just one of those late-night drives where the road is empty, the woods are pressed right up against you, and the headlights feel like the only thing keeping the dark from swallowing the car. Then we saw eyes on the side of the road. That familiar flash, that little glint animals get when your headlights catch them. And when you live somewhere rural, your body reacts before your brain does. You slow down, because everybody has either hit a deer, almost hit a deer, or knows someone with a dented hood because of one. So I slowed down. At first, I thought it was a small coyote, maybe a strange-looking dog. It was low to the ground, about that size, with dark, thick fur that looked longer than normal. It moved across the road in front of us, and nobody really said anything because there was nothing too unusual about it. Not at first. But when it reached the other side of the road, it stopped. Just stopped. And then it stood up. Not rearing back like an animal startled by headlights, not hopping or scrambling. It stood up on two legs and walked away into the dark like a person. The whole car went dead silent. For a few seconds, nobody breathed. Nobody laughed. Nobody tried to explain it. Finally, I said, "Did anyone else just see that?" And every single person in the car answered at once, all in different versions of, "Yeah, what the hell was that?" We drove off pretty fast after that. Nobody wanted to get out. Nobody wanted to investigate. There was no brave movie moment where somebody grabbed a flashlight and went into the trees. Absolutely not. We were done. My two best friends and I still talk about it to this day. And the strange part is, our memories have never really changed. We all remember the same thing. An animal-shaped thing crossing the road, stopping, standing upright, and walking off on two legs. We still call it the fox monkey, mostly because that was the only name we ever had for whatever it was. I don't know what we saw that night. I really don't. It never came toward us. It never made a sound. It didn't threaten us in any obvious way. But somehow, that almost made it worse. Because it just walked away like that was normal. And all these years later, I can still see it in the headlights. I've carried this story around for a long time, and I don't think I've ever really known how to tell it. My father passed away almost 2 years ago. It happened after a short, brutal fight with anaplastic thyroid cancer. He was diagnosed in late summer of 2020, and everything after that moved so fast, it still feels unreal sometimes. At the time, I was working in virology at a major research institute that studied coronaviruses. When the pandemic started unfolding, my colleagues and I were watching it closely, not from a distance, but right in the middle of the scientific machinery trying to understand it. Our lab was analyzing early viral sequences and studying how the virus behaved, how it spread, and how it could jump between species. I only mention that because my father still thought he knew better than I did. Back in January and February of 2020, before everything shut down, I went to visit my family. There was still a lot of public debate about whether the virus was really dangerous or whether everyone was overreacting. During that visit, I remember hearing my father, along with my aunt and uncle, say things like, "It's not going to be that bad here. We're cleaner. We're more advanced. This is just politics. They're trying to scare people and wreck the economy." I was younger then, and honestly, less patient. Today I might have let it go, but back then I pushed back hard. I told them the early data looked serious. I told them the few confirmed cases in the US probably meant it was already spreading. I told them that kind of overconfidence could cost people their lives. They laughed at me. Not cruelly at first, but enough that it stung. Enough that I remember it. Later that night, after drinks had been poured and everyone had drifted into their own conversations, I ended up alone with my dad in the heated pool. It was late, maybe around 1 in the morning. We were both floating there, drinking scotch, talking about the world, the news, politics, the virus, all of it. My father and I had already grown apart by then. After college, our views had split sharply. He had moved deeper into conspiracy thinking, and conversations with him had become harder. He could be charming and funny 1 minute, then angry and cutting the next. That night, I repeated some of what I had said earlier. I probably shouldn't have. He got louder, then sharper, then cruel. He started saying things about me, about my wife, about the way I lived my life. His voice rose until he was shouting, even though I was only a few feet away. I remember thinking, the neighbors are going to hear this. Then I remember thinking something worse. He might actually hit me. And then something changed. I was looking right at him, and suddenly he didn't look like my father anymore. The first thing I noticed was his mouth. My dad had been a dentist. He cared about teeth. His were always straight, white, perfect. But in that moment, they looked dark, almost black. His lower teeth seemed jagged, uneven, wrong. His gums looked pale, like the color had drained out of them. Then his whole face seemed to shift. His eyes looked sunken. The skin under them sagged into deep, heavy shadows. Every line in his face became exaggerated, like age had rushed into him all at once. His expression twisted while he kept yelling, and I stopped really hearing the words. I was just watching him. Then I looked down at his neck and chest. They looked dark too, nearly black in places, and not in a way that made sense with the pool lights or the shadows from the deck. The water suddenly felt colder. His voice dropped lower. It got louder too, but not in a normal way. It had this heavy, gravelly sound that made my stomach tighten. He kept talking, but what he was saying stopped making sense. It was like anger had taken the wheel, and whatever was speaking through him was just pouring out poison. The whole pool area seemed to dim. Finally, I interrupted him. I think I said, "Wait, what?" And just like that, he stopped. He smiled. Then he said something casual, something like, "Well, that's probably what people are going to argue with you about anyway." The darkness lifted. His face looked normal again. The pool lights seemed brighter. His voice went back to being his voice. He started joking, easing the tension, acting like the last few minutes had never happened. But they had happened. I sat there trying to understand what I had just seen. Maybe it was alcohol. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I was finally seeing a part of him clearly that I had avoided looking at for years. But the physical details were so vivid. The teeth, the face, the cold water, the voice. I can still feel it when I think about it. Part of me wondered if the hate coming out of him had opened some kind of door, like something dark had found a way in. 4 months later, he started having strange symptoms in his throat. He blamed it on wearing N95 masks at work. A month after that, his voice began to go. Not long after, we found out he had an aggressive thyroid cancer. There was a large tumor on his thyroid, and it had already spread to his lungs and spine. For a while, after treatment, they said there was no new cancer detected. But with that kind of cancer, clear never really means cured. The radiation damaged his throat badly. He developed an infection in his neck and went septic. Then a feeding tube placement went wrong and injured his bowel, which led to emergency surgery. After that, a clot in his neck broke loose. He had a massive stroke and couldn't breathe on his own. Less than 2 years after that night in the pool, my father was gone. I don't know what I believe. I'm a scientist. I don't naturally reach for supernatural explanations. But I also know what I saw, and I know how it felt. There was one other time when I heard that same voice. It was after his diagnosis, before chemo and radiation. He was at home, talking with family, reflecting on his life. He was saying he was proud of what he had accomplished. Then, out of nowhere, he turned to me, and in that same deep, rough voice from the pool, he said, "And screw you for thinking I don't deserve everything I earned." Everyone froze. No one knew where it came from. I got up and left the room. The next day, he apologized. He said he didn't remember saying it. He said he didn't believe it. Then he started crying, and for the first time in a long time, he looked scared. Not angry, not proud, just scared. And I believed him, because I don't think that was really my dad speaking. I'm 30 now, and the first time this happened was back in 2012, during my first year of college. I was stuck on campus over a long holiday weekend because I was on academic probation and had a mountain of work to catch up on. My roommates had all gone home, so the dorm was unusually quiet. That kind of quiet that feels bigger than the room itself. That night, I finished my assignments, scrolled through my phone for a while, and then got hit with this strange, heavy tiredness. It was only around 8:30, but I fell asleep with the lights still on. Maybe 20 or 30 minutes later, I snapped awake. I don't know how else to describe it, but I knew I wasn't alone. My bed was lofted above my desk, so when I rolled over and looked down into the middle of the room, I saw something curled up on the floor. At first, my brain refused to accept it. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and kept telling myself, "Wake up, wake up." But I was awake. There was a figure down there, curled into itself like a person in the fetal position. After a few seconds, it seemed to realize I was looking at it. Then it slowly stood up. I froze. It looked human, but only in shape. No face, no hair, no clothes, no details at all. Just this cloudy, opaque human form. I couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was maybe 5'10", and it started moving toward me. I didn't feel hatred from it exactly. I didn't feel some obvious evil pouring off it. But I also had no interest in finding out what it wanted. The worst part was that it was between me and the door. I yelled at it to stop. It kept coming. When it was only a few feet from me, something in my body finally kicked in. I jumped down from the loft, hit the floor hard, and ran past it as fast as I could. It didn't grab me. It didn't block me. It just let me go. I ended up in the hallway, shaking, breathing like I'd just run for my life, because honestly, that's what it felt like. The dorm was mostly empty because of the weekend, but eventually I found a friend still hanging around down the hall. I didn't tell him what had happened. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to sound unstable or dramatic, so I convinced myself I was exhausted and stressed. A few hours later, I forced myself to go back to my room. Nothing was there. Still, I kept every light on and stayed awake the rest of the night. The next year, in 2013, my roommates and I had moved into a different dorm room. For a while, nothing happened, and I started to believe the first incident had been some weird one-time thing. Then, late in the fall, it happened again. This time, all three of us were in the room. It was a school night, and we had just started falling asleep when that same uneasy feeling washed over me. I opened my eyes and turned my head. The figure was there again, standing near the head of my bed, reaching up toward me. I lost it. I yelled and woke my roommates. One of them flipped on the light, and the second the room lit up, the figure was gone. My roommates were annoyed, which I honestly understand. They told me I was imagining things and needed to sleep. But I knew what I'd seen. It happened 2 more times during college. The last college incident was during my senior year. I woke up with that familiar dread sitting in my chest. My closet door was open, and when I looked into it, the figure was standing inside. Just standing there. I stared at it and tried to talk myself down. I told myself it was my imagination. I told myself fear was making shapes out of shadows. Then it stepped out of the closet. That broke whatever calm I was pretending to have. I shouted at it, told it not to come any closer, and then it vanished. After graduation, I joined the military. I honestly thought leaving that old dorm behind would end it. I told myself it was college stress, lack of sleep, bad mental health. Whatever explanation made the world feel normal again. But it didn't stop. By then, I was engaged to the woman who's now my wife, and we had 2 dogs. We moved to Florida for my first duty station, and the experiences followed me there. Different apartments, different houses, same feeling. Usually, it started with the dogs. They would growl at the bedroom door, low and serious, the way dogs do when they sense something they do not like. Then I would see one of the figures. My wife would wake up to me shouting at something she couldn't see, telling it not to come closer, telling it to leave us alone. That frightened her badly, and I can't blame her. From her side of it, I was yelling into empty space. But from my side, something was there. Each time, it seemed to get a little closer before disappearing. It never touched me, not then, but it always came near enough to make my whole body go cold. And it didn't feel like the same figure every time. That's hard to explain, but each one had a different presence. Over time, they felt darker, heavier, more hostile, like something was being drawn to me. This happened several times between 2017 and 2019. Then came the last encounter, in 2020. My wife was pregnant with our son, and I was about a month away from deployment. I was doing pre-deployment training, not sleeping great, carrying more stress than I probably admitted. That night, I fell asleep beside my wife and had only been out for maybe an hour when I woke up because I couldn't breathe. I felt hands around my throat. There was weight on my chest. At first, I didn't even think shadow person. I thought someone had broken into the house and was attacking me. I struggled. I fought. I could feel it. I swear I could grab it. I wrestled with whatever it was until I felt like I got the upper hand. Then it dropped to the floor and crawled under the bed. My wife was awake by then because I'd been thrashing around. I was in full panic, looking for something to use as a weapon, telling her to get out of the house and call the police. She wouldn't leave. She kept telling me it was a bad dream. I looked under the bed. There was nothing. No intruder, no figure, nothing at all. I was embarrassed, but more than that, I was terrified. My wife said it was probably stress from the deployment coming up, and honestly, maybe it was. I saged the house anyway, because at that point I needed to do something, even if it was only for my own peace of mind. That was the last time it happened. I haven't seen anything like that since. I know there could be a psychological explanation. I understand how unbelievable it sounds. I don't tell many people this story unless they already believe in things like this, because if someone told it to me, I'm not sure I'd believe them either. But I know what I experienced. I know how awake I felt. I know I don't sleepwalk. I've never had sleep paralysis. Every time I was fully conscious, fully aware, and absolutely terrified. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was something else. All I know is that for years, something kept coming closer. And then one night, it finally touched me. I was still small enough to be sleeping in a cot back then. Most nights, my mom, my dad, or my older sister would put me to bed, tuck me in, and leave the door open with the hallway light on. And almost every time, the second they walked away, I would see him. There was this full-body shadow standing in the corner of my room, right near the door. My wardrobe was in that corner too, and that's where he would always be. It was strange, because even with the hallway light shining in, that whole patch of the room looked darker than it should have, like he was soaking up the light around him. I was terrified of him. He never spoke. He never moved at first. He just stood there, facing me, watching me from the corner while I was supposed to be sleeping. Most nights, I couldn't even lie down. I'd just stare at him from the cot, completely frozen, until I finally got the courage to climb out and run past him. I'd sprint downstairs and cling to whoever was there. My mom, my dad, my sister, anyone. I'd hold on and refuse to let go, because downstairs felt safe. But even after they brought me back up, it could happen again the same night. I'd see him in the corner, panic, climb out, and run. Then one night, something different happened. I remember falling asleep pretty quickly, which wasn't normal for me. Then I woke up with this strange feeling. The only way I can explain it is that I felt light. Not dizzy, not sick, just light, almost weightless. I opened my eyes, and the shadow man was closer than usual. Every time I blinked, he seemed to move nearer, slowly, quietly. But the strange thing was, I wasn't scared this time, not even a little. I blinked again, and he was leaning over the cot, reaching toward me. Then I felt myself being lifted. It was gentle, warm. I remember feeling safe, which still feels odd to say, because this was the same figure that had frightened me so many nights before. He lifted me out of the cot and held me near his face. But there was no face, just darkness, featureless, pitch black. He held me there for a few seconds, almost like he was looking at me. Then he placed me softly back into the cot. I opened my eyes one more time and saw him moving back to the corner where he always stood. After that, I fell asleep. I didn't see him again for a couple of years. The next time, I was walking from the kitchen toward the living room. It was the middle of the day and the lights were on. My mom was behind me in the kitchen, washing dishes. That's when I saw him come down the stairs. He didn't move like a normal person exactly. He sort of glided, but I could still hear the sound of footsteps as he came down. I watched him walk straight into the front room, full body, clear as anything. At first, I thought it must have been my dad. So I went through the back room, which connected to the front room, expecting to find him sitting on the settee watching television. But both rooms were empty. I went back into the kitchen, confused, and asked my mom where Dad was. She told me he was at work. So I asked her, "Then who just came down the stairs and went into the front room?" She turned around and asked me what I meant. I told her exactly what I'd seen. The man coming down the stairs, the footsteps, the way he went into the front room. She looked confused too, but neither of us really knew what to say, so we just let it go. A little while later, when I was maybe 7 or 8, I finally asked her about it properly. I told her everything from the beginning. I told her about the man in the corner, how he used to stand near my wardrobe, how I would run downstairs because I was so frightened, how one night he lifted me out of the cot and put me back gently. My mom asked me to describe him, so I did. I told her he wore a black leather jacket with a pale shirt underneath. He had blue jeans, black boots, and dark hair. I told her I could never really see his face, but somehow I felt like he was older, maybe in his 40s or 50s. I don't know how I knew the colors of his clothes. He had always looked like a shadow to me, but somehow I knew. When I finished describing him, my mom went very quiet. Then she looked me right in the eyes and said, completely serious, "You've just described my dad." Her father had passed away not long before all of that started. I was 9 years old, the first time something happened that I couldn't explain. And honestly, after that, I never really stopped believing. I'm 30 now, and in all these years, I've had enough strange moments that I don't really try to talk myself out of them anymore. Some people might call them coincidences. I don't think they were. That first one happened early in the morning. I was sitting at the family computer, just doing whatever 9-year-olds did back then, probably playing some little game or clicking around online, when I heard a sound off to my left. It was soft, but heavy, almost like someone letting out a tired breath. I turned my head, and standing there was my Uncle Caleb, which made no sense at all because he wasn't supposed to be at our house. He looked right at me, gave me this small wink, and then he was just gone. Not walked away, not stepped out of the room. Gone. It happened so quickly that I just sat there thinking, okay, I imagined that. I had to have imagined that. But about 2 hours later, my mom and my aunt came over. My mom didn't live with us at the time, so seeing them show up together already felt serious. They told us my uncle had passed earlier that morning. He'd been fighting stage 4 lung cancer, and we all knew he was sick, but I still wasn't ready to hear it. My dad and I spent a lot of time at my mama's house, and my uncle lived with her, so I had gotten really close to him. I still believe that was him coming to tell me goodbye. When I was 13, something else happened. Across from our house, there were woods with all these winding four-wheeler trails. I used to ride my bike out there, usually with a girl from the neighborhood. But one afternoon, I decided to go alone, which, looking back, was not my brightest little wilderness moment. I had been riding for maybe 20 minutes when this man suddenly came out from between the trees. He was dressed in camouflage, like hunting clothes, and he started yelling at me to get out of there. He sounded angry, really angry. I figured he was hunting and thought I was scaring off deer or something. So I turned my bike around fast and started pedaling back the way I came. But when I glanced over my shoulder, he was gone. There was nowhere he could have ducked into that quickly. No turn, no hidden path close enough. Nothing. 1 second he was there, yelling at me, and the next second, the woods were empty. The next day, there was a local news story about a bear attack in that same stretch of woods, just farther out than where I had been riding. I still think something, or someone, was getting me out of there. At 15, my friends and I made the very classic teenage decision of doing something we had no business doing. We played with a Ouija board. None of us took it seriously. We were laughing, asking ridiculous questions, accusing each other of moving the planchette. It felt silly at the time, like a sleepover game with a spooky costume on. But after that night, things started happening around the house. I'd wake up and find faucets running. I'd hear footsteps when nobody else was moving around. Sometimes, very faintly, I'd hear whistling. Not loud, not enough to prove anything to anyone, just enough to make your stomach tighten. That went on for months. I never reacted to it. I didn't yell. I didn't ask questions. I didn't give whatever it was any attention. And then one day, it just stopped. Maybe it got bored. Maybe it moved on. I don't know. I was just grateful when the house felt quiet again. When I was 26, I was volunteering as the secretary at a church. The church building was old and huge, and I never liked being there by myself. There was this constant feeling, this pressure almost, like I was being watched from somewhere I couldn't see. I heard footsteps above me more than once, even when I knew nobody was upstairs. One Saturday, I went in alone to redo the bulletin board. I was in the office printing things and talking to my sister on speakerphone when suddenly I heard loud voices coming from the hallway. Not a whisper, not pipes, voices. My sister heard them too. She immediately asked, "Who is that?" I told her I'd call her back because I assumed someone had come in, probably the pastor. I stepped into the hall. Nobody was there. I went downstairs, checked the entrance, looked outside to see whose car was parked there. Only mine. So I called my sister back and kept her on the phone while I walked through the church, checking rooms. I didn't find anyone. But when I stepped into the sanctuary, I heard heavy footsteps coming from the balcony. I looked up. Nothing. No person. No movement. Just that awful feeling, like the building itself was holding its breath. I did not finish the bulletin board that day. I left. And then, when I was 30, something happened at home. My oldest son had a karaoke machine in his room. My husband and I were having a date night, so both of our kids were staying with my mother-in-law. Sometime in the middle of the night, That karaoke machine turned on by itself, absolutely blasting music. And his bedroom light was on. I know that light had been off. I know it. My husband went in, unplugged the karaoke machine, and turned the light off. I stayed awake after that because there was no part of me that was going back to sleep like a peaceful little woodland creature after a haunted karaoke concert. The strangest part was, that machine hadn't even been used in months. Then the next night, I woke up to loud banging downstairs. Hard bangs, not the house settling, not a little creak. Loud enough that I shook my husband awake, genuinely confused about how he had slept through it. But as soon as he woke up, the banging stopped. It didn't happen again that night. I still don't have neat explanations for any of it. I just know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. And after all these years, I've learned that some things don't need to announce what they are. Sometimes they just pass through your life, leave a chill in the room, and keep moving. I've gone back and forth on whether I should even tell this story, because I still don't fully know what to make of it. Part of me thinks there has to be some ordinary explanation for at least a few things that happened. Old building, noisy vents, animals moving around in their enclosures, that kind of thing. But after a while, it started happening often enough that it became something my coworkers and I talked about pretty regularly. So, for a little context, I used to work at a pet supply store. It was a big place, much bigger than it looked from the outside, and the building itself had definitely been around for a while. I was usually scheduled for closing shifts, which meant that for the last hour or so, it was normally just me and one other person in the store. The final half hour was closed to customers, so we used that time to clean, count the registers, and straighten everything up for the next day. Now, we had always heard these little thumps around the store. Sometimes they sounded almost like footsteps. I never took them too seriously, though. I figured it was the air system kicking on, or one of the animals rustling around, or just the building settling. My coworker, Annie, and I used to joke that the place was haunted, but it was always just that, a joke. At least, at first. The first thing that made me feel like maybe it wasn't only a joke came from my manager. One afternoon, we were short-staffed, so there were only 4 of us working. The 3 of us were near the registers, and my manager was back in her office. Her office was right beside the bathroom, and the walls were thin enough that if someone was talking in the office, you could hear it pretty clearly from the bathroom. My manager had gone into the bathroom, and when she came out, she walked straight up to us at the front. She looked unsettled. She asked, "Was anyone just in my office?" We all told her no. None of us had left the front. That's when she told us she had heard someone in her office talking to her dog. Her dog was in there at the time, and she said whoever it was had been calling him by name, speaking to him like they knew him. But nobody had been in that office. That was the moment the whole thing started to feel a little less funny. Not long after that, we switched to holiday hours, which meant Annie and I had to stay in the store an extra hour and a half by ourselves. Honestly, most nights were pretty relaxed. Hardly anyone came in that late, so we would chat, buy snacks, wander the aisles, and keep ourselves entertained while still getting our work done. One night, we decided to do a little pretend ghost hunt. We weren't taking it seriously. We were just messing around with one of those TikTok filters that's supposed to detect a person and turn them into a little character or silhouette. The weird thing about that filter was that sometimes, if you pointed it at an empty space, it would still show a human-shaped figure. We walked around laughing, pointing it down empty aisles, and at one point, it showed what looked like 2 faceless people standing near the shelves in front of us. It startled us, but we both kind of brushed it off. It was just a filter. Phones do weird things. Later that night, we were sitting in an aisle that faced the grooming room. Annie was still playing around on her phone, and I was sitting on a stack of dog food bags. The grooming room had a big glass window, so you could see inside pretty clearly. That's when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. It looked like a dark gray, almost smoky orb, and it dropped quickly from the upper corner of the grooming room. It moved downward, then vanished before it reached the floor. It happened so fast that I didn't say anything right away. I wasn't even sure I had really seen it. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then Annie said quietly, "Did you see that?" I didn't want to lead her, so I asked, "What did you see?" And she said, "Something gray, like a ball or an orb." That gave me chills. I got up, grabbed 2 pieces of receipt paper from the register, and told her, "Okay, I'm going to draw what I saw, and you draw what you saw. Then we'll compare." So we did, and when we showed each other, we had drawn the same strange shape in the same part of the room. After that, the store didn't feel fun anymore that night. It felt too big, too quiet, and every aisle felt like it had something waiting in it. The last major thing I remember happened on a day when the power went out. The store was closed, and a few of us were stuck there waiting for it to come back on. After a while, we ran out of actual work to do, so we were just hanging around with the manager and trying to pass the time. Someone had the idea to grab one of the UV flashlights from the shelf and walk around the store with it, just for fun. The flashlight didn't have batteries, so my manager and I went back to the office to look for some. As soon as we stepped inside, we both heard a loud, distinct banging from the ceiling. Not a little creak. Not a soft tap. Banging. The power had been out for hours by then, so we both just froze and listened. My manager looked at me and said, "What is that?" The second she said it, the banging stopped. Completely. We stood there for another moment, waiting for it to happen again, but it never did. Eventually, we grabbed the batteries and went back out to the sales floor, but I don't think either of us felt very playful after that. I still don't know what was going on in that store. Maybe there are explanations for all of it. Maybe old buildings make strange noises and phones glitch, and tired people see things in the corners of rooms. But I know what I saw, and I know Annie saw it too. The strangest part is that after Annie quit, everything seemed to get quiet. I don't know if it was because we had been joking about it so much, or because we kept calling attention to it, or if it was all just coincidence. But after those nights, I never liked being alone in that store. Not even for a minute. I've been part of this group for quite a while, just quietly reading other people's stories. But this is actually my first time sharing anything of my own. Over the years, I've had a few experiences I still can't fully explain. Only a handful of people close to me know about them, but I've been feeling like it's time to start telling them. So I figured I'd begin with one of the earliest ones. This happened a little over 10 years ago, back when I was living at my dad's place. He was out of town for a week, and I had invited a few friends over for a small cookout. Nothing big, just burgers on the grill, drinks on the back patio, and one of those easy afternoons where nobody is in a hurry to leave. There were maybe 5 or 6 of us outside. At some point, I told my friend Mason that I wanted to show him a video on my computer, so the 2 of us went inside. We came in through the back door, walked through the kitchen, crossed into the living room, and went upstairs to my bedroom. The layout matters a little here, so I'll try to explain it clearly. From the kitchen, there was an open doorway into the living room. Once you stepped into the living room, the stairs were immediately off to the right. There were a couple of steps, then a small landing, then another set of stairs going up to the second floor. At the top, you could turn left toward a spare bedroom, or right toward my room. Mason and I were upstairs for around 10 minutes, maybe a little longer, just looking at videos and messing around on the computer. Then we decided to head back outside with everyone else. I walked out of my room first, with Mason behind me. I started down the stairs, and right as I reached the bottom, I saw a man walk directly across the living room. He came from the kitchen area, crossed right in front of me, and headed straight into what used to be my dad's bedroom, which was just off the living room. And when I say I saw him, I mean I saw him clearly. He didn't look misty. He wasn't glowing. He wasn't see-through. He looked like a completely normal person. Just a man in casual clothes, walking through the house like he belonged there. The strange thing was, the second I saw him, my body locked up. I wasn't scared exactly. I didn't feel threatened. It was more like my brain had hit a wall, and my body didn't know what to do next. After he went into my dad's room, I stood there for a second, trying to make sense of it. My first thought was that maybe someone had come inside with one of my friends, or maybe somebody had shown up while we were upstairs. But then something felt wrong. I hadn't heard the bedroom door open. I hadn't heard it close either. So I walked over to the door, and sure enough, it was still shut. That was the moment my stomach dropped a little. I told Mason what I had just seen, and we both decided to check the room. We opened the door, looked around, checked the obvious places, but there was nobody there. No sound, no movement, no trace of anyone having gone in. Nothing. I still think about how solid he looked. That is the part that stays with me. If he had looked ghostly, maybe my mind would have put him into some familiar category. But he looked alive. Ordinary. Real. The house itself was around a century old at that point, so plenty of people had lived there before us. I've wondered sometimes if I didn't see a ghost in the way people usually describe them, but more like I accidentally stepped into some old imprint of the house. A moment that had already happened, still replaying itself somehow. After that day, I never saw that man again. I lived in that house for a few more years, and there were other things that happened there too. Honestly, compared to some of those, this was one of the quieter experiences. But it was the first one that made me stop and think, all right, something is definitely going on here. I should probably give you a little background first. When I was younger, me and two of my closest friends were really into ghost hunting. Not professionally or anything like that. More like curious kids with too much bravery and not enough common sense. We'd go wandering through cemeteries, poke around old abandoned houses, and visit places people swore were haunted, just to see if anything would actually happen. Around that same time, I got interested in darker occult-type books too. I remember reading a copy of the Necronomicon mostly out of curiosity, because it fit the kind of stuff I was into back then. These days, that book is packed away in a plastic bin in my basement, and I honestly haven't touched it in years. Over time, I've had a handful of strange experiences that I still can't explain. At my old place, I once saw what looked like a man walk straight through a bedroom door. And I don't mean a shadow or some blurry shape. I mean he looked like an actual person, solid and clear, the way anyone would look if they walked past you. But when I went into that room, nobody was there. Another time, I was standing alone in my kitchen when I suddenly heard a woman's voice right beside my ear. She was speaking in a language I didn't recognize, and it was so close it felt like she was standing inches away from me. But I was completely alone. Still, the strongest experience I ever had happened when I was in my mid-20s. The house I was living in back then was old, and it had this heavy feeling to it. I always had the sense that someone was watching me, or that something was walking just behind me when I moved through the rooms. Even now, thinking about that feeling gives me chills. It wasn't dramatic. It was just constant, quiet, pressing. One night, I was lying in bed watching a movie. It was late, and by the time the movie ended, I was exhausted. So I turned off the TV, shut off the lights, and settled under the blanket to go to sleep. Almost right away, I got this overwhelming feeling that someone was standing at the foot of my bed. I didn't say anything out loud. I just thought in my head, please, just let me sleep. I'm too tired for this. And not even 2 seconds later, the blanket was yanked off me. Not gently, not like it slipped. It was pulled hard enough that it ended up bunched down around my feet. I shot up, reached for the lamp, and turned the lights on as fast as I could. I looked around the room, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But there was nothing there. No one standing by the bed, no open window, nothing that could have grabbed the blanket. I don't think I need to tell you, I didn't sleep much after that. The lights stayed on for the rest of the night. That was one of the last things that happened before I moved out of that house, and it was definitely the most intense. I'd experienced other things before, but nothing had ever felt that close. I want to start by saying that I know this might have a perfectly normal explanation. I really do. It could have been stress. It could have been some kind of delayed reaction to a dream I don't remember. I'm not someone who has paranormal experiences often, even though I do enjoy watching ghost investigations online now and then, mostly just for entertainment. I wouldn't call myself a full skeptic, but I'm definitely the kind of person who looks for the logical answer first. And before I get into it, I should say this story touches on harm involving children, so please take care of yourself if that's something you don't want to hear about. This happened last night. Most of the night was completely normal. I went to bed around 11:15, listened to a quiet playlist for a while, and eventually fell asleep. I slept pretty deeply until a little after 4 in the morning. Now, waking up randomly in the early hours isn't strange for me. Sometimes I need water. Sometimes I need the bathroom. Sometimes my body just decides we're awake now for no good reason. Usually, I roll over and fall right back asleep. But this time felt different. The second I opened my eyes, I felt this pressure on my chest. Not heavy exactly, not painful. I could breathe. It didn't feel like a person sitting on me, but it was noticeable enough that I immediately sat up and looked around. My room was dark, but my eyes had adjusted enough that I could make out the furniture, the doorway, the shape of everything. There was nothing there. No figure, no sound, nothing standing near my bed, nothing at the foot of it. So I told myself it was probably sleep paralysis. I've had that before, more often than anything I'd ever call paranormal. It doesn't happen constantly, but I know what it feels like. And honestly, I was ready to accept that and move on. But once I calmed down and laid back again, that's when it started. The moment I closed my eyes, I was hit with these awful images. Not like a dream, not like a memory, but like someone had forced a film reel into my mind and pressed play. I saw children suffering, children being hurt by adults, children trapped in small spaces, children crying, sick, terrified, and completely helpless. It came all at once, image after image, and it was so sudden and so cruel that I started crying almost immediately. I need to be clear, I was awake, fully awake. I had just sat up, checked the room, talked myself down, and laid back again. I wasn't drifting off. I wasn't in the middle of a dream. I was awake enough to know I did not want to be seeing any of it. And then came the worst part. Along with those images, I felt this wave of guilt that made no sense. I knew, logically, that none of it had anything to do with me. I knew these were images in my head. But the feeling was so strong, it was like something wanted me to believe I was responsible. It didn't feel like my own emotion. That's the part I keep coming back to. It felt placed there, like I was being made to hold someone else's horror, someone else's shame, someone else's grief. There was no voice, no presence I could see. Nothing in the room changed. But emotionally, it felt like I wasn't alone with it. I was too scared to close my eyes again, so I sat up and grabbed my phone. I stayed like that for hours, scrolling through random things just to keep myself grounded, trying to distract myself from that horrible, false guilt sitting in my chest. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep sitting up, because around 7:45 in the morning, I woke up with my phone resting on me. The feeling was gone by then. No guilt, no fresh images, just the memory of what had happened, sharp and clear. And I still remember all of it. I know this isn't some dramatic story about seeing a shadow person in the corner or hearing footsteps in an empty hallway. I know most of it happened inside my mind, which makes it almost impossible to prove or explain. But I'm telling you, as honestly as I can, it felt real while it was happening. I didn't watch anything paranormal yesterday. I didn't read anything disturbing before bed. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or hauntings or anything like that. I just listened to music and fell asleep like I normally would. So now I'm left wondering what that was. A waking nightmare? Some leftover fear from a dream I don't remember? Sleep paralysis bleeding into something worse? Or something else entirely? I don't know. I just know that I can't stop thinking about those faces. I can't stop thinking about the sadness in them. And I can't shake the feeling that, for a few hours in the dark, I was carrying pain that didn't belong to me. I want to tell you about something that happened twice in our house, but in this strange, mirrored way. The first time, it happened to my dad. The second time, it happened to me. This was back when I was in high school, probably around 5 or 6 years ago. My dad and I didn't usually get home at the same time, especially because I often had dance practice after school. But every once in a while, our schedules lined up close enough that one of us would arrive not long before the other. On the first day it happened, my dad got home before me. He knew right away that he was alone because my little blue car wasn't in the driveway yet. He came inside through the garage like he always did, set his things down, and went into the bathroom on the first floor. While he was in there, he heard what sounded exactly like me coming in through the garage door. He heard the door open. He heard keys hit the counter. He heard the rustle of my backpack, then the fridge or pantry opening like I was grabbing a snack. Then he heard me run upstairs. And in our house, that sound was impossible to mistake. The stairs were old and loud, and I had a very specific way of running up them, kind of quick and heavy, like I was always in a hurry. He heard my bedroom door close. So when he came out of the bathroom, he walked over to the bottom of the stairs and called up to me. My room was right at the top, close enough that we could talk even if my door was shut. He asked, "Maya, do you have practice later?" And he heard my voice answer from upstairs. "No, I don't." Nothing about it sounded strange to him at first. It sounded like me. Same voice, same tone, same casual way I would answer. But while he was still standing there at the bottom of the stairs, listening to me upstairs, the garage door opened behind him, and I walked in. He turned around and just went completely pale. I remember him staring at me like he couldn't understand what he was seeing. He asked, "Were you already here?" I told him no. I had just gotten home. Then he said, very quietly, "I was just talking to you upstairs." We went up together, and my bedroom door was wide open. No one was in there. Nothing was out of place. The second time, it happened the other way around. I was the first one home that day. I went up to my room and sat on my bed, probably scrolling on my phone, when I heard the garage door open downstairs. Then I heard someone come inside. The footsteps sounded like my dad's. Heavy, familiar, slow in the way he's always were after work. I heard him go straight into the downstairs bathroom, which was exactly what he usually did when he got home. So I called down, "Hey, Dad," and from downstairs I heard him answer, "Hey." It was his voice, clear as anything. A minute later, I heard the garage door open and close again, and at first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed maybe he had gone back out to grab something from the van. But then I got up and sat at my desk, which faced the front window. His work van wasn't in the driveway, and that van was too big to fit inside the garage, so there was no chance he had parked in there. I checked the street too. Nothing. That's when my stomach dropped. I texted him and asked, "Are you home?" He replied, "Not yet. I'm almost there." I just sat there, frozen, waiting for him to actually arrive. When he finally pulled into the driveway, I told him everything, and that was when we really connected both stories. At first, the obvious fear was that someone had been in the house. An intruder, a person, something explainable, even if it was terrifying. But that didn't make sense. Whoever came in would have had to open the garage door right after I had closed it, and we had an app that tracked when the garage opened and shut. We also had security cameras around the house because I had always been extremely afraid of someone breaking in while I was home alone. We checked everything. The garage door hadn't opened between the time I got home and the time my dad actually arrived. The cameras showed no one walking near the property. No one came up the driveway. No one approached the house. There was just nothing. For a long time, it scared me more than I can explain. I had spent my whole life worrying about burglars and break-ins, but this didn't feel like that anymore, because whatever my dad heard sounded like me. And whatever I heard sounded like him. It was like the house had repeated us before we were even there. My little boy, Eli, was just shy of 2 when he started saying this word all the time. It sounded like Abigail, but in that soft toddler way where half the sounds are still tumbling around in their mouth. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids make up words. They grab little scraps of language and turn them into their own tiny universe. But after a few weeks of hearing it over and over, I finally thought, okay, I need to know what this means. So I asked him, "Can you show me the Abigail?" Of course, he couldn't explain it. He was still at that age where most conversations were built out of pointing, nodding, and the occasional very passionate no. So he pointed across the room, and I started naming things. The lamp? The blanket? Your blocks? No, no, no. Then he pointed somewhere else, then somewhere else again. And then he started laughing, like this whole thing was hilarious to him. I remember feeling amused at first, then a little unsettled, because it wasn't like he was just pointing randomly. It felt like he knew exactly what he meant, and I was the one being hopelessly slow. So I took his hand and said, "All right, let's go find Abigail." We walked through the whole house. Room by room, I'd say, "Where is Abigail?" And he would point, giggle, and then move on. We never found an object. Nothing clicked. I even called a friend later and asked, "What do you think he's trying to say? Bagel? Baggy? Abigail?" We laughed about it, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. That afternoon, I sat down on the sofa and accidentally fell asleep. And I had the clearest dream. A young woman came into the room and sat beside me. She looked maybe 20 or 21, and she was dressed in clothes that looked very old, almost like something from the late 1800s. Nothing about her felt threatening, but she felt very present. She looked at me and said gently, "My name is Annabelle. I don't mean your family any harm. I visit your son sometimes." I had a little boy about his age when I died, and being near your son makes me happy. He laughs with me. He just can't say my name properly yet." I woke up instantly. Not slowly, not groggy. I sat straight up with my heart hammering. I was not a ghost person. I didn't believe in hauntings. I had never had anything paranormal happen to me before. But in that moment, every rational little filing cabinet in my brain just flew open. I knew, with a certainty I still don't like admitting, that something had reached me in that dream. And even though she hadn't seemed cruel or dangerous, I was not okay with it. Because whatever grief or loneliness she had, whatever ache she was trying to soothe, my child was not hers to borrow. So I called a relative of mine who has always said she's had experiences with spirits. She's the kind of person who says it plainly, without drama, like she's talking about the weather. I told her everything. She said that by walking around the house and repeating the name, I may have made the presence stronger somehow. And because I'm usually closed off to that kind of thing, the only way she could get through to me was while I was asleep. Then she told me what to do. Open the windows, go through every room, say, out loud, that every spirit in the house had to leave and could not come back. I felt ridiculous at first, standing there in my own home, talking to empty corners. But I did it anyway. I opened every window, walked room to room, and said something like, "Any spirit in this house has to leave now. You are not welcome here. You cannot stay near my family, and you cannot come back." And I remember the air feeling strange. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like the house was holding its breath, then suddenly exhaling, almost like something was being pulled out of the rooms. At one point, I even added, "Except for my dad, if he ever wants to visit." Because apparently, even in a supernatural eviction, I needed to leave one sentimental loophole. But I meant every word. Good, bad, lonely, harmless, whatever it was, it had to go. That was 6 years ago. My son never said that word again. Not once. I grew up in my parents' house, and honestly, there were so many strange things that happened there that I could probably fill an entire book with them. I never really knew where to tell those stories, but it feels like I may have finally found the right place. So I'll start with the one that scared me the most. I was around 15 at the time, maybe 16. I was asleep in my room when I suddenly woke up for no clear reason. Not half awake, not groggy. I mean completely awake, like someone had snapped their fingers right beside my face. I looked at the clock, and it was somewhere after 3 in the morning. I don't remember the exact minute, but I remember feeling this little chill and thinking, of course it's 3-something. That's not creepy at all. I tried to tell myself there was a normal reason for it. Maybe I needed to use the bathroom. Maybe my body had just woken me up. So I got out of bed, even though I already felt uneasy. That house always felt different at night, especially the hallway outside my room. During the day, it was just a hallway, but after dark, it felt heavy, almost like the air had weight to it. I opened my bedroom door and stepped out, heading toward the bathroom. As soon as I came out, I glanced to my right, into the kitchen. And that's when I saw him. There was a little boy standing there. He looked about 4 years old, maybe a little younger. He was wearing a dark suit, a white dress shirt, and a black tie. What shook me most was that he looked almost exactly like my little cousin Miles when he was that age. Not just any version of him either. He looked like Miles on the day of his mother's funeral. I couldn't move. I was standing there frozen, but my whole body was shaking so hard it felt like my bones were rattling inside me. My knees went weak, and I honestly thought I might drop right there in the hallway. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other. Then he turned away from me and started walking through the kitchen toward my mom's room. Her door was open. I wanted to scream for her. I wanted to make any sound at all so she would wake up and see what I was seeing. But nothing came out. It was like my voice had been taken from me. He kept walking until he reached her room. Across from her bed, she had this old, cushioned chair, and he rested his forearm on the arm of it. Then he just stood there, watching her sleep. Somehow, I finally managed to pull enough air into my chest to whisper, "Mom." It was barely anything, but he heard it. He turned his head and looked back at me. Then he vanished. The second he disappeared, I ran back into my bedroom, shut the door, turned on the TV, and switched on every light I could reach. I didn't even try to sleep again until the sun came up. And for the next few nights, that's pretty much how I slept, with the lights blazing and the TV murmuring in the background like it was guarding the room. The part that still bothers me the most is the thought that maybe I woke up because he had been standing there watching me first. I hate that idea. I hate how possible it feels. And I still don't understand why he looked like Miles on the day of my aunt's funeral. I never saw him again after that, but other people in my family had mentioned seeing a little boy in the house before. I just never thought I would be the one to see him so clearly, standing there like a real person. I've been scared before, but nothing has ever felt like that. And I hope I never feel that kind of fear again. My wife, our 7-year-old daughter, and I were out for a walk one evening in early spring. There's this park not too far from where we live in Ontario, right by the water. It's a big place, kind of wooded, with a river running through it and a bunch of different trails branching off. It was around 5:30, maybe a little after, and the park was almost empty. It was still cold enough that there were patches of old snow tucked under the trees and along the banks, and that damp spring chill was in the air. We were walking along one of the paths that follows the river when everything suddenly got quiet. And I mean really quiet. A few minutes before, we'd been hearing birds, squirrels rustling around, little branches snapping in the brush. Then all at once, it was just the wind and the sound of the river moving beside us. At first, I didn't think much of it. It felt strange, sure, but not dangerous. Not yet. Then my daughter stopped walking. She pointed across the river and smiled, all excited, and said, "Mommy, look! The wolf went swimming." My wife and I both turned to look. On the opposite bank, there was this huge wolf pulling itself out of the water. The river was moving fast, and it had to be freezing. There was still snow on the ground, so I don't know what would make an animal go in there. But this wolf just dragged itself up onto the bank, soaked from head to tail. It shook itself off, then turned and looked straight at us. That's when the feeling changed. Our daughter loves animals, so she thought it was amazing. She started trying to wave at it and say hello. But my wife and I both felt it at the same time. Something about it was wrong. It wasn't just looking at us. It was staring. It had this pale gray coat, almost white in places, and dark eyes. The way it looked at us didn't feel like an animal being curious. It felt focused, too focused, like it understood exactly what it was seeing. My wife whispered something under her breath, and I felt her grab my arm and pull our daughter closer. The wolf didn't move. It just stood there, dripping wet, staring across the river. I told our daughter quietly that we needed to keep walking. I said the wolf might be sick and we should leave it alone. So we started moving again, and the wolf followed us. It stayed on the other side of the river, walking along the bank while we walked on the path. It never looked away, not once. Its head stayed turned toward us the whole time, even while it moved. My daughter still didn't understand why we were nervous. She said, Maybe he likes us. I told her again that it might be sick and that wild animals need space. I tried to keep my voice calm, but honestly, I wanted us out of there as fast as possible without making her panic. The whole park still felt dead silent. No birds, no squirrels. Nothing but the water and our footsteps. The wolf kept following until the path curved into the trees and we couldn't see the river anymore. After a few minutes, the normal sounds slowly came back. Birds, branches moving, animals in the brush. It was like the park started breathing again. My wife and I didn't say much on the way back to the car. We were both rattled. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange animal encounter. Maybe the wolf was sick. Maybe it had been chasing something. Maybe we just caught it at a weird moment. But the next morning, I went outside for a smoke, like I usually do, and I noticed prints in the soft dirt and melting snow near the side of the house. Large paw prints. Too big to be from any normal dog around here. They came toward the house and stopped right below our living room window. The part I still can't get past is this. There were prints leading up to the window, but none leading away. I called my wife outside, and we both looked around. We checked the yard, the side of the house, the driveway, everywhere. We couldn't find a trail leaving, just the tracks coming in and ending there. We checked inside the house, even though obviously nothing was there. I don't know what we expected to find. I wish we had taken pictures right away, but we were too confused and creeped out. Later that day it rained, and most of the prints washed away. You can still kind of see a few faded marks, but not enough to prove anything. I keep trying to explain it logically. Maybe the wolf at the river was sick, and the tracks were from a neighbor's dog. Maybe I'm connecting two things that have nothing to do with each other. But the prints weren't there the day before, and none of our neighbors let their dogs roam around at night. I don't know what we saw by that river, and I really don't know what came up to our window. I need to tell you about something that happened to me back in 2018, because even after all these years, I still think about it more than I'd like to admit. I've never been someone who jumps straight to ghosts. I still don't, really. Part of me keeps trying to file this away under stress, old pipes, tired eyes, strange timing. But there's another part of me that knows how it felt living in that place, and that part has never been able to relax about it. My girlfriend at the time, Mara, and I had moved into this small detached unit behind another house. From the outside, it looked ordinary enough, maybe a little tired, but nothing alarming. Inside, though, the layout was odd. When you came through the front door, you stepped into this strange little sunroom, almost like someone had tried to turn a garden patio into part of the house. From there, you went up into the kitchen, then straight ahead into the lounge. Off one side were 2 spare rooms, and on the other side was this poorly built enclosed porch that always felt slapped on as an afterthought. If you turned left from the kitchen, you'd pass the bathroom and go into the main bedroom. That room had a tiny ensuite, and beyond it there was another small room that had clearly been added later. The brick matched the rest of the unit, but the floor didn't. The whole house had dull gray tiles, except this one room had these detailed green and blue patterned tiles. They were beautiful, honestly, but they didn't belong there. Not even a little. The first strange thing happened one morning around 9. Mara and I were still in bed, half awake, and we heard this tapping coming from the wall beside us. That wall backed onto the garage, so I assumed it was plumbing, or maybe the building settling. Mara laughed and tapped back. And then it tapped back. At first we thought it was funny. I tapped twice. It tapped twice. She tapped a little rhythm. It copied her. We took turns doing it for a while, like idiots, just laughing in bed and treating it like some weird little game. Eventually, we got bored and stopped. Later that afternoon, though, I started thinking about it. That wall was solid brick. It was part of the extension. There shouldn't have been plumbing in it. There shouldn't have been anything in it that could tap back like that. A few weeks later, I was home alone. It was around 8 at night, already dark, and I was studying in one of the spare bedrooms we turned into an office. Mara was out having dinner with a friend, and I was expecting her home soon. I heard the front door open. Then I heard footsteps come through the little entry room, up into the kitchen, and into the lounge. I called out, "Hey, you're back?" No answer. I figured maybe she was tired, or maybe she was on the phone, so I let it go and kept working. Then the footsteps came into the office, and right beside my ear, close enough that I felt my whole body lock up, a man's voice said my name. Not loudly, not whispering either, just rough, gravelly, angry. I spun around so fast I nearly knocked my chair over. There was nobody there. The room was empty. The hallway was empty. The front door was shut. At the time, I was working shifts, so I told myself I was exhausted. That was the explanation I grabbed onto, because it was the only one that let me keep sitting in that house. About a week after that, Mara and I were watching TV in the lounge, again around 8 at night. Both office doors were open, and from where I was sitting, I could see through one of the rooms and out the window into the backyard. I got up to get a drink, and as I turned, I saw a man's face outside the office window, just looking in. He looked pale, bald, maybe middle-aged. I only saw him for a second, but it was enough. The area wasn't exactly great, so my first thought was that someone was casing the place. I grabbed a torch and ran outside, heart hammering, ready to yell at whoever it was. But the yard was empty. No footsteps, no gate moving, no sound of anyone running off. Just darkness and wet grass. A few nights later, around that same time, Mara and I were lying in bed on our phones when the sliding doors out to the porch suddenly exploded with noise. Not literally, but that's how it felt. They rattled so violently it sounded like someone was trying to wrench them open with both hands. The whole frame shook. It was loud, chaotic, awful. Like the house itself was being grabbed by the shoulders. We ran out to the lounge. The doors were locked. Nothing outside had moved. Nothing had fallen over. Nothing was disturbed. That was when Mara looked at me and admitted it had happened before. More than once. Sometimes during the day, sometimes at night, usually when I was at work. And I remember feeling this cold little drop in my stomach, because until then, I'd been trying to convince myself each thing was separate. A noise, a tired brain, a face in the window. But suddenly it felt like these things were connected. Not long after that, our relationship started to fall apart. Not because of the house, at least not directly, but the whole place had this pressure to it. We argued more, slept worse, felt heavier. Eventually we broke up, though we stayed civil, and we decided to break the lease and move out. For a few weeks, nothing much happened. Then moving day came. By that evening, around 8 again, almost everything was gone. I went back alone to grab the last few things and check the place one final time. The moment I opened the door, I smelled something warm and rich. Beef stew with red wine and herbs. It was Mara's favorite thing to cook. She made it all the time when we lived there, but the kitchen was empty. The power had mostly been switched off. No one had cooked in that house for days. The smell was so specific that it stopped me right inside the doorway, and suddenly I had this feeling that I should not be there. I hurried through the rooms, grabbed what was left, and threw everything into the back of my ute. Then I stood outside for a second, looking back to make sure all the lights were off. That's when I glanced at the tall, narrow window beside the front door. There was something standing there, a tall, dark, thin figure, not a shadow on the wall, not furniture, not a coat hanging up, a figure, clear as day, standing inside the house, looking out. I didn't check again. I didn't go back in. I got into the ute, started it, and drove away. I remember taking this huge breath once I was down the road, like my body had been holding it for the entire time we lived there. I never went back, and honestly, I still don't know what was happening in that place, but something was. I've spent most of my life feeling like something has been attached to me. I know how that sounds. I really do. It sounds dramatic, or impossible, or like something I must have imagined when I was young and then carried with me. But I don't think that's what this is. I don't know what else to call it except a presence, a figure, something that has been around me for as long as I can remember. The strange part is, it has never really hurt me, not directly. It doesn't come after me the way it seems to come after other people. With me, it's more like it watches. It stays close. I'll catch it in the edge of my vision, just for a second. Tall and dark, gone before I can fully turn my head. Sometimes I don't see it at all, but I feel it there. Like the air in the room has shifted. My mother was the first person who ever talked about it. When I was very little, she used to describe seeing a tall, shadowy man around the house. She said his eyes looked reddish, almost glowing, and that he would appear in corners, in hallways, sometimes reflected in mirrors where there should have been nothing behind her. At first, my parents thought maybe it was the house, but then we moved, and it followed. Everywhere we lived, things would happen. Cabinet doors would be found wide open. Objects would slide or fall from counters when nobody was near them. Small belongings would vanish for days and then turn up somewhere impossible, right in the middle of a room we had already searched. Electronics would suddenly die, especially kitchen appliances. I remember one microwave that stopped working the same week we bought it, even though nothing was wrong with the outlet. My parents said the worst of it happened at night. They would wake up from horrible dreams, or feel like something was standing over them. My father once said he felt hands tugging at the blankets. My mother had scratches she couldn't explain. My brother, years later, described the same tall figure without anyone coaching him. He said it stood too still, too straight, and that looking at it made him feel sick. As I got older, it didn't fade. It spread. If I stayed at a cousin's house or slept over at a friend's place, I would sometimes hear about it later. Someone would pull me aside and ask if anything strange happened around me. They would describe hearing whispers, seeing a dark shape near the doorway, feeling watched from the hallway. A few people mentioned missing items. Others said they had nightmares after I stayed there. That was the part that scared me most. They were all describing the same thing, even when I had never told them about it. Some of my relatives are deeply religious, and even they didn't know what to do with it. They prayed over their homes. They had rooms blessed. One aunt kept holy water near every doorway for weeks. She told me the activity would calm down for a little while, but then it would start again, always when I visited, always after I had been there. When I was a teenager, I lost friendships because of it. People who had been close to me suddenly became distant. A few refused to talk about what happened at all. One friend looked genuinely frightened when I tried to bring it up, and after that, she barely spoke to me. I also noticed something else, though I don't know whether it's connected. People who experienced it seemed to become more hostile toward me afterward. Not right away, but slowly, like something sour had been poured into the relationship. Now I'm an adult, and it's still here. I've tried to convince myself I'm wrong. I've wondered if I'm imagining it. I've asked myself whether I'm making connections that aren't really there. But then someone else describes it again. The height, the shadow, the eyes, the feeling of being watched, and I'm right back where I started. The reason I'm talking about this now is because it has started affecting my partner. We don't live together. They live about half an hour away from me, and I only visit sometimes. But lately, they've been telling me that almost every night, something is happening in their house. They've woken up with scratches and bruises. They hear whispering when nobody is there. Pictures have fallen from the walls. Crosses have slipped off nails. There's banging in the walls, bad dreams, heavy footsteps in empty rooms. Their home has been blessed more than once. I've been prayed over and cleansed by their priest several times too. For a few days, things might seem quieter, but then it comes back. And now I can feel my partner pulling away from me. I don't blame them. I hate that anyone near me has to feel afraid. I hate that people I care about end up dragged into this thing I don't understand. I don't even know what it wants. I don't know why it has stayed with me for so long, or why it leaves me mostly alone while frightening everyone around me. I know this sounds unbelievable. I know it sounds like a story someone would tell in the dark just to scare people. But for me, it has been my whole life. And honestly, I just want it to stop. I've had this strange little moment stuck in my head for years now, and honestly, I still feel a little odd talking about it. Not because I think I imagined it, but because every time I try to explain it, it sounds completely unbelievable. My name's Nolan, and I've always been a pretty dedicated runner. Back then, I'd squeeze in miles whenever I could, even if that meant going out late in the evening or after dark. I lived in a quiet suburb in the Midwest, the kind with ponds tucked behind neighborhoods, patches of woods, long stretches of tall grass, and paved trails that weave through everything. It was actually a beautiful place to run. The path went on for miles, and for part of it, it ran behind a row of houses. So even at night, I never felt completely alone. There were porch lights, kitchen windows, back decks, all these little signs of normal life glowing nearby. One summer night, I was out running after dark. I remember exactly where I was. Houses were on my right, and on my left there was this thick, waist-high grass hiding a small pond behind it. I was only a couple miles into my run, moving at a steady pace, nothing unusual going on. And then, this light came out of the grass. That's the simplest way I can say it, but it doesn't really capture how strange it was. It was a bright white orb, maybe about the size of a softball, and it came rushing out from the tall grass like it had somewhere to be. Then it bounced onto the paved path in front of me. Not flickered, not floated, bounced. It moved like something solid, like it had weight to it. It hit the path, popped up, went into the edge of someone's backyard, then bounced back out onto the trail again. Back and forth. Again and again. I just stopped. I know how ridiculous that sounds. A bouncing ball of light. Even saying it now makes me feel like I'm trying to describe a dream. But I was wide awake. I wasn't exhausted. I wasn't dehydrated. I hadn't been drinking. I'd eaten normally that day. I was just out for a regular run. And this thing was so bright. It wasn't like a flashlight beam. There was no person standing there shining it. There was no line of light, no trail, no source I could make sense of. It wasn't a laser. It wasn't a reflection catching my eye. It had this weird density to it, almost like the light itself was a physical object. That's the part I keep coming back to. Light usually spreads out or fades at the edges. This didn't. It held together. It stayed clean and bright, like a little white sun bouncing inches above the path. I thought maybe someone could have been in the tall grass, but that didn't make sense either. That grass was thick, and anyone hiding in it would have been dealing with ticks, mud, and who knows what else. And the light wasn't blocked by the grass at all. It came out of there smoothly, like the grass wasn't even in its way. I wish I could tell you I stayed and studied it. I wish I had pulled out my phone and taken a picture, but I didn't. I was scared. Really scared. Something about it felt wrong in a way I can't explain. My whole body just said, "Nope, go home." So I turned around and ran back the way I came. I've thought about that so many times since then. My eyesight isn't perfect, but I had my glasses on, and I could see the path clearly. The houses behind me were lit. The trail wasn't pitch black. I know what I saw well enough that I can still close my eyes and picture it exactly. That bright white orb, bouncing across the path like it belonged there. And every time I remember it, I still get that prickling feeling on the back of my neck. I don't really know what I'm looking for by telling this. Maybe I just want to know whether anyone else has ever seen something like that. Some strange ball of light that moved like it had weight. Something too bright and too solid to be a bug, dust, a flashlight, or anything normal. Because even after all this time, I still don't know what to make of it. Something strange has been happening out here, and honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. It started a few nights in a row, then stopped for a while, and then, out of nowhere, it came back. And the sound is so clear. I mean, if you've ever heard a bicycle rolling over a dirt road, you know that sound. That soft, gritty crunch of tires over loose gravel and packed earth. That's exactly what it is. I live on a dirt road, way out in a quiet, rural mountain area. It isn't a scary place. Most nights, it's peaceful. You hear owls, bugs, coyotes in the distance, maybe something moving in the trees. Normal mountain sounds. But this only happens when I get home from my evening shift, usually sometime between 11 and midnight. I've taken the dogs out later than that, even around 2 or 3 in the morning, and I never hear it then. Only right after I get home. At first I thought, that's odd. Who's riding a bike out here this late? But then I realized the sound wasn't just passing by once. It kept going, back and forth past my driveway, except somehow it always sounded like it was moving in the same direction. It would start louder on the left side of the road, then fade off toward the right. Then a little while later, there it was again. Left to right, left to right. Never the other way. I tried to be reasonable about it. Maybe someone really was riding a bike and casing houses. Maybe it was an animal moving through the brush, and my brain was turning it into a familiar sound. Maybe it was some weird echo from across the valley, because sound travels strangely out here. Coyotes can sound like they're right beside you when they're actually far away. But I'm telling you, it sounded exactly like a bicycle. Then I heard the breathing. Not normal breathing. Not the steady in and out rhythm of someone riding up a road at night. This was more like an animal. Like a dog sniffing around, then clearing its nose with that little huffing sound. My shepherd Milo does it all the time when he's been nosing around in the weeds too long. That's what it sounded like. A huff. A chuff. Every few seconds. And that was enough for me. I got myself inside and told myself, it's probably just an animal. You're tired. Your brain is matching it to sounds you already know. The next time it happened, though, the whole mountain was dead silent. That was what bothered me. Usually there's something. Owls, crickets, coyotes, a branch shifting, anything. But that night, there was nothing except my dogs breathing beside me. I got both of them inside without letting them finish their business. I've heard enough warnings about the woods at night to know that when everything goes quiet, You don't stand there being curious. You leave. But then I heard it again. The bicycle sound. And I don't know what got into me, but I wanted to figure it out. So I stepped back outside. This time, it got louder. I was standing in the garage. The dogs were inside. The only light came from behind me, and I couldn't see the bottom of the driveway because everything past the garage was just black. But I swear, the sound was right there, right at the end of the drive. I backed up, closed the garage door, and the second it shut, the sound stopped. The next time it happened was during the last full moon. It was bright enough outside that I could see across the whole valley. I heard the tires again, that rolling crunch on dirt, and I stood there scanning everything like I was investigating a crime scene. The trees, the road, the ditches, the shadows. If it was a person, they would have had to be hiding behind something. But there was nothing. No bike, no rider, no animal. Nothing moving at all. Just the sound. The most recent time, I had the dogs outside. They were doing their business, and then I heard the breathing again. Only this time, there were footsteps too. Not human footsteps, more like hooves moving through grass. And look, I know it could be an animal. I'm a logical person. Deer, elk, something wandering close to the road. That would make sense. But here's the part I can't get past. Milo didn't react. Not once. This is a 90-pound German Shepherd. If there's an animal nearby, or a person, or anything moving in the dark, he notices. His ears go up. He stares. He barks. He smells everything. But while I was standing there panicking, convinced something was down by the driveway, he acted like nothing was happening. I called him over and made him sit between my legs because I was so freaked out. Still, nothing. No ear twitch, no growl, no looking toward the road. My other dog didn't react either. Neither of them heard it. But I heard it clearly. It wasn't some branch snapping far away, or a faint noise from across the valley. It sounded close. Right there. Tires on dirt. Breathing in the dark. Hooves in the grass. So now I keep asking myself, what am I hearing? Is there an animal that can make a sound like a bicycle rolling down a dirt road? And even if the breathing is an animal, what's making the tire sound? Because I'll be honest with you, I am not going outside to find out whether elk have learned how to ride bikes. You know, I've lived in the same 3-story house for years, and most of the time it feels completely normal, familiar, safe. The kind of place where every little creak has a reason. But there's one part of the first floor that has never felt quite right. My room is on that floor, along with my parents' room and one of my siblings' rooms. We also keep a spare refrigerator there, mostly so we don't have to keep running up and down the stairs just to get water or snacks. And near that refrigerator, there's this one specific corner. For years, I've had this strange feeling that someone moves through that spot. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly passing by. Like a figure walking from the entrance of the floor, past the left side of the fridge, and then across toward my bedroom door. Sometimes I'd catch what looked like a shadow from the corner of my eye. Just a quick movement. A blur. Gone before I could properly look. I always told myself it was nothing. Just my mind filling in the blanks. You know how the brain can be, especially when you're tired or alone. It loves turning silence into little ghost stories. But the weird part is, I never really noticed it when I was looking directly at that area. It was always when my attention was somewhere else. I'd be sitting in my room, working on my laptop with the door open, and suddenly, I'd get this strong feeling that someone had walked past my doorway. Except, nobody would be there. I work from home, So during the day, I'm usually the only one on that floor. And still, every now and then, I'd feel it. That same movement, that same direction, that same little chill in the air. Then one night, things got harder to explain. It was late, probably around 2 in the morning, and I was sitting in my room with two of my siblings, Naira and Sammy. We were just talking, the way you do when it's too late to be awake but nobody wants to sleep yet. At some point, I got up to get some water. The moment I stepped out near the refrigerator, I felt it again. But this time, it wasn't just a shadow or a passing thought. It felt like someone had walked right beside me, close enough that my whole body reacted before my brain could. That presence was so clear, so sudden, that I just turned around and hurried straight back into my room. Naira looked at my face and immediately knew something was wrong. So I told them. For the first time, I finally said out loud what I had been experiencing for years. The shadow, the feeling, the movement near the fridge, that specific path from the entrance toward my room. And that's when both of them went quiet, because apparently they had felt it too. Not once, not recently, for years, in the same exact spot. That's the part I still can't shake. One person can imagine something, sure, 2 people maybe, but 3 people sensing the same thing in the same corner over the course of years? I don't know. That starts to feel less like imagination and more like the house is holding on to something. And the reason I'm even talking about it now is because it just happened again. A little while ago, I was sitting outside near the refrigerator. It was sometime after 3 in the morning. I had made myself a cup of warm water and was sitting near my workstation, just trying to relax for a minute. Then I felt something in the room beside me, the room where my parents were sleeping. It felt like someone was standing at the doorway, watching me. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just my tired brain making shapes out of shadows. I do have a pretty active imagination, and I know that. But still, while I was writing this down, I heard a tiny crackling sound from the little kitchen area nearby. It was probably just the induction stove cooling down after I used it to warm the water. Probably. I keep telling myself that. And honestly, if something really is here, whatever it is, it has never hurt us. It has never done anything aggressive. It just passes by. Watches, maybe. Exists quietly in that one part of the house. I just hope it stays that way. I know how this is going to sound. I'm a practical person. I've always been the one who wants evidence, explanations, something I can hold in my hand and point to. I don't believe in ghosts. I never have. But a few weeks ago, just before dawn, I was sitting alone on a bench near the old footbridge with a bottle of pills in my coat pocket. It must have been around 3:30 in the morning. The park was empty, cold, and so quiet it almost felt sealed off from the rest of the world. And then there was Luciano. I didn't hear him arrive. I didn't see him walk over. One moment I was alone, and the next he was sitting at the far end of the bench, looking up at the moon like it was telling him a secret. Something about him felt, not frightening exactly, but strange. He looked like a man, but not quite like someone who belonged to the living world. His face was calm in a way that didn't feel human. He barely moved. I don't remember seeing him blink. I don't even remember seeing his chest rise. I was falling apart beside him, trembling so badly I could hardly keep my hands still, and he just sat there with this deep, patient stillness. Not cold, not uncaring, just present. After a long while he spoke. His voice was low, almost like it came from under the bench, from the dirt, from somewhere older than either of us. He said, "The stream does not curse the rocks it meets. It changes shape, and keeps moving. I remember laughing a little, but it came out broken. I told him he didn't understand. I told him my life was finished. I had lost my job. My marriage had collapsed. I didn't recognize myself anymore. I told him I felt like there was nothing left of me worth saving. That was when he turned and looked at me. His eyes were dark, but not empty. They were the opposite of empty. They seemed endless. He said, "You are mourning the person you believed you had to remain, but you are not carved from stone. You are wind, rain, heat, morning frost. A storm can change the sky, but it does not erase it." I don't know why, but I listened. We talked for what felt like a long time, maybe hours, maybe only minutes. Time got strange there. He never promised me that everything would become easy. He never said I'd wake up happy or that the pain would vanish. He only spoke to me as if what I was living through was not a final room with no door, but a passage. A brutal one, yes. A dark one. But still a passage. He spoke about grief like it was weather moving through the body. He spoke about failure like it was a language I hadn't learned how to translate yet. He spoke about time as if he had watched people break and return to themselves again and again, across more years than any one person should have. Then, at some point, I looked down to pull my coat tighter around me. When I looked back, Luciano was gone. There were no footsteps, no sound of anyone walking away, no headlights in the distance, no shadow slipping between the trees. Just the bench, the moon, and the cold air where he had been sitting. I went home after that. I walked straight into the bathroom and flushed the pills. I'm not going to pretend everything is fixed. It isn't. I still have hard mornings. I still feel the weight of what I lost. But I'm here, and I'm beginning to look at the rocks in the stream differently. I keep thinking about him, Luciano. So if you were real, thank you. And if you were something my mind created in order to keep me alive, then I guess some part of me still wanted to live after all. I've always grown up with little strange things happening around our house. Nothing that felt completely terrifying, at least not at first. My sisters and I would hear odd bits of sound sometimes, like muffled voices, footsteps when no one was walking, doors clicking open or shut, lights flickering on by themselves. It was creepy, sure, but it was the kind of creepy you learn to shrug off after a while. But one night was different. That night didn't feel like the usual house noises. It felt personal. All of our bedrooms were along the same upstairs hallway. It was pretty late, and I was still awake in my room, talking to my friend Maya on FaceTime. Everyone else was supposed to be asleep. Then I heard rustling coming from my youngest sister's room. Now, my little sister has had a habit of sleepwalking before. Once, she even tried to get out of the house in the middle of the night. So when I heard movement in her room, I immediately got worried. I told Maya to hold on for a second, got up, and stepped into the hallway to check on her. The moment I walked out there, something felt wrong. It's hard to explain, but the air felt heavier. My skin started prickling, and I got goosebumps all over my arms. I kept walking anyway, because I thought maybe my sister was about to wander out again. I made it to her door, and right as I reached for the doorknob, I heard a voice behind me, clear as day. It said, "What are you doing?" It sounded feminine, but it wasn't my mom. It wasn't either of my sisters. I didn't recognize it at all. And the way it said it wasn't curious or gentle. It sounded sharp, accusing, like I had been caught doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. I froze for half a second, and then every part of me just said, "Get away." I backed away from my sister's door and ran straight down the hallway into the living room. When I got there, I was completely panicking. I was still on FaceTime, and Maya could see I was freaking out. I asked her if someone on her end had said anything, because I was trying so hard to make it make sense. She said no. Then she told me she had heard the voice too, and it had definitely come from my side. That made it so much worse. She thought it was one of my sisters at first, but both of my sisters were still in their rooms with their doors closed. My parents were downstairs in their bedroom. No one else was in the house, and no one was standing behind me in that hallway. At that point, I started laughing, but not because anything was funny. It was that nervous, panicked kind of laughing where you sound a little unhinged because your brain doesn't know what else to do. My sisters eventually woke up and came out to see why I was making so much noise. Then my mom texted me from downstairs, telling me to quiet down because I had woken her up. I texted back, "I almost died," which, looking back, was not exactly the most comforting thing to send your mother in the middle of the night. I was joking, sort of, but I was also still terrified. Then I explained what had happened, and that's when things got even stranger. The next morning, my mom told me what happened from her side. She said she woke up because she heard me being loud upstairs, sent me that text telling me to be quiet, and then started drifting back to sleep. But right after that, she felt something near her, like someone's face was close to hers. Then a voice harshly whispered right in her ear, "Help me." She woke up completely and looked around the room, but nobody was there except my dad, who was asleep beside her. And right around that same moment, my text came through saying, "I almost died." Sorry, Mom. When we talked about it properly the next morning, we both described the voice almost the same way. Harsh, feminine, unfamiliar, not like anyone in our family. My mom still tries to brush it off and says maybe she was half asleep and imagined it. And honestly, maybe that would explain her part. But it doesn't explain mine. I was wide awake. I was standing in the hallway, and my friend heard it through the phone. Since that night, I haven't heard that voice in the hallway again. But every now and then, when I walk past my sister's door, I still get goosebumps. And sometimes, I get that awful feeling that someone is standing right behind me, just close enough to whisper. I think it may have started with something we didn't understand. I've known my friend Wes since kindergarten. I'm a girl, he's a guy. And even though he moved away a couple of years after we met, we stayed close. Our moms were friends too, so that made it easier. We kept finding ways to talk, call, message, whatever we could. Wes lived near this old asylum, a pretty well-known one actually, but I'm not going to say which one. And when we were younger, we would be on calls and hear things in his house. Sometimes something would fall. Sometimes there'd be strange sounds. One time, we honestly thought somebody had broken in. We were terrified. He checked with his brother and there was nobody there. Nothing was out of place. No explanation. At the time, we were kids, so maybe we were just scaring ourselves. I really wanted to believe that. But then, October 11th happened. I was at my grandma's house with Wes, and we did something incredibly stupid. It was daytime, and we were joking around, trying to scare ourselves. We found this rock outside and decided to put a little bit of our blood on it. We said dumb things like, "Whoever wants us can have us." I know how that sounds now. I wish I could go back and stop us. We laughed it off and went on with the sleepover. But later that night, we were in the basement, running around and trying to be quiet. Wes looked down the hallway and he just froze. I mean, completely froze. Then he started panicking. Not fake scared, not joking. He was genuinely having a panic attack. He kept saying he wanted to go upstairs, so I got him out of there as fast as I could. Once he calmed down, I asked him to draw what he saw. It was horrible. He said it was a man, tall and completely black, with his arms twisted inward. His eyes looked glossy and bloodshot, and somehow he reflected the light, even though he looked like a shadow. His face had this melted frown that made my stomach turn. That image stayed with Wes for a long time. After a while, I convinced him we were safe, and we went back downstairs. But the basement felt wrong. We kept hearing noises, and then this disgusting, rotting smell came out of nowhere. We barely slept. The next day, we went home scared. On Halloween, something similar happened again. We heard what sounded like another break-in. We checked. Nobody was there. For a few weeks, nothing really happened, so we told ourselves it was over. It wasn't. Later, I had a sleepover with a newer friend, Kayla. I had been on an Xbox party earlier and kept seeing shadows outside my window, so I was already shaken up. Kayla and I went to the kitchen to calm down, then shut off the lights and started walking back to my room. I've learned, when weird things happen, to act like nothing is happening. I don't know why, but it feels like reacting makes it worse. But I looked back, and Kayla was staring out the window. Then she shoved me and told me to run. We got into my room, and she told me what she saw. And the thing is, Kayla didn't believe in ghosts. She didn't believe in paranormal stuff at all. But that night changed her. She said there was a man hovering outside the living room window. I live in a trailer, and she said she could see his ankles, which doesn't make sense unless he was standing on a ladder. He looked older, maybe in his 50s. His arms were bent inward, just like Wes had described. His face was partly gray, his eyes were squinting, and there was that same strange reflection from the light. She said he stared right at her. After that, more things kept happening. Noises, shadows, cold spots. That feeling of being watched when you know nobody is there. Then, on March 23rd, Wes and I were hanging out again. We were in one of those moods where you want to be scared, like when you want to watch horror videos even though you know you'll regret it. Instead, we tried Bloody Mary. Nothing huge happened at first, but when we left the bathroom, we heard dishes move in the kitchen. There was no one in there. Eventually, I got a Ouija board, an EMF reader, rods, and a little temperature device. Later, my cousin gave me a spirit box too. Through the board, we met someone who called herself Jody. She said she was in her 20s, and she seemed really protective of me. Maybe too protective. Wes and I had dated before, and I think Jody didn't like that. I had a broken closet door leaning inside my closet. It could not have fallen on its own. But one morning, as Wes was waking up and sitting up, the door suddenly dropped right onto his head, perfectly lined up. I woke up immediately, which is strange because I'm a heavy sleeper. I was still weak and half asleep, but somehow I picked the door up and put it back exactly how it had been. Later, we asked the board if Jody had done it. It said yes. There were other moments too. I had an ex who tried to use the board without me, and it wouldn't work. But when I used it alone, it did. A few days later, he showed me he was not a good person at all, and that made me wonder if maybe Jody knew before I did. Then Kayla started coming around more. At first, it was just little things, shadows, sounds, the feeling that something was nearby. But the more she was around me, the more she started seeing things too. Then came Wes's birthday. Kayla was there, along with a few other friends. Wes also had 2 haunted dolls, which honestly didn't help the atmosphere. We were listening to scary stories when I saw him down the hallway. The Shadow Man. That's what we started calling him. I panicked but the night kept going. Soon we started hearing someone near the front door. Then the sounds moved slowly toward the back of the house, toward the sunroom, which was unlocked. We checked. No one. That whole night was full of noises, sightings, and everyone getting scared all over again. The most recent stuff happened last weekend. Kayla and I were outside late at night at a school playground. It was dark, but the streetlights were on. You know those bead maze toys they have in doctors' offices, where you slide the beads along wires? There was one at the park. Something lifted the beads and glided them all the way up. I was facing it when it happened. The wind couldn't have done it. Maybe it could have been a kid hiding out after dark, but I didn't see anyone. We sprinted home. While we ran, we saw shadows in backyards and heard footsteps behind us. The next night, we went out again. We picked up another friend, Ella, and rode bikes around. We ended up near the park again, by this big parking lot. I saw him first, but I brushed it off because I didn't want to scare anyone. Then Kayla saw him too. After that, we all started hearing and seeing things everywhere. Under cars, on roofs, in backyards. When we got home, Kayla and Ella wanted to go into the backyard. I followed them, but Ella kept saying, "Skinwalker," because every time she said it, the dogs would all stare at the same tree. That was one of the only times I truly felt unsafe. Not just scared, unsafe. I told them I didn't feel right and wanted to go in. I was also getting sick from the cold. My throat gets tight. I start shaking badly. My skin gets red, and I can't warm up. Kayla said, "I think you're just scared." That upset me because I knew what I felt. The next day, Ella was gone before I woke up. Kayla and I went back outside, and then Wes sent a video of his door slamming shut by itself. That's when I realized this was getting out of hand. Kayla hears things by herself now. She sees things by herself now. It feels like whatever this is, it's getting stronger. Later that day, I got hurt pretty badly and couldn't walk well, so I waited alone at the park while Kayla went to get ice. Ella wanted to come back, so Kayla went to pick her up. By then, it was getting dark, and it started raining. I moved my stuff under a covered spot by a glass door and stood there, watching the dark. Then my PTSD kicked in, and I had to move away from the glass. I put my back against the brick wall instead and stayed on the phone with Kayla while she and Ella were on their way back. I was looking to my right when I heard voices. I knew it wasn't them, but I still asked, "Was that you guys?" It wasn't. I whispered, "Someone's here." I stared at the corner of the wall, waiting for someone to walk around it. Then I heard a whisper right in my right ear. I started panicking. I kept asking Kayla how far away she was, over and over, until they finally got there. It was still raining, still thundering, and the sky looked strange. We stayed under the little covered area for a while before heading back. The whole walk home, we kept hearing things, seeing things, feeling things. Eventually, we went to Kayla's, met up with some other friends, and then Kayla came home with me because I needed help walking. Nothing else happened that night, but I don't think it's over. So this all started late on a Friday night, right around 2 in the morning. My boyfriend Mason and I had just gotten back to my house after being out for a while. For a little context, I live with my grandma and my dad. We've also got a full little zoo in the house. I have a dog, my grandma has a dog, and my dad has 2 cats. So altogether, it's 3 adults and 4 animals under one roof. Our house sits on a corner lot in a small rural neighborhood in Appalachia. It's not completely isolated, but it's definitely country. It's the kind of place where people know each other, and honestly, we've never been great about locking the doors. Most of us come and go through the back door anyway. That night, after we got inside, I went straight to the bathroom. Mason said he was going to take my dog out before we went to bed. I had barely been in the bathroom for maybe half a minute when the door opened and he stuck his head in. His face looked completely different. He just said, "Stay in the bathroom. Do not come out." At first, I didn't understand. I was tired, a little tipsy, and I thought maybe I had heard him wrong. So I cracked the bathroom door and looked out. That's when I saw him standing by the back door, staring through the window. The second he noticed me looking, he came back fast, grabbed me, and moved both of us into my bedroom. Then he said, very quietly, but very seriously, "Someone was in the house." He told me he had been standing in the kitchen, trying to get a toy from my dog so he could take him outside. Then suddenly, he saw a light. He said it looked like a flashlight beam, just for a second. When he looked up, he saw the back of a person walking out through our back door. At first, he thought maybe it was my grandma, but when he stepped toward her room, she was asleep. Then he looked into the living room, and my dad was passed out on the couch. This all happened so quickly. The way Mason described it, it couldn't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. Once he realized it wasn't anyone who lived there, he ran to the back door, opened it, and said he could hear footsteps going down the wooden stairs of the deck. Then he shut the door and stood there looking outside. That's when I came out of the bathroom. He told me he was going to take the dog outside, grab his gun from the car, and check around the house. But the weird thing was, my dog absolutely did not want to go down those stairs. Mason said he had to basically force him, and my dog is huge. He's about 130 pounds, so that is not easy. Mason didn't see anyone outside. Then he told me to go wake up my grandma and ask if she had invited someone over. She has had, let's just say, questionable taste in men lately, so it wasn't completely impossible. I went into her room, shook her awake, and asked if anyone had been at the house. She said no. I asked again, because Mason thought he had heard someone leaving through the back door. And Mason corrected me right away. He said, "No, I saw someone." My grandma just told us to lock the door and went back to sleep. We were both shaken up, but I could tell Mason was really trying to make sense of it himself. He kept saying, "I know this sounds insane, but I know what I saw." And I believed him because he looked genuinely scared. But the part that didn't make sense was the dogs. If someone had been inside that house, why didn't either dog react? And how could someone have gotten past Mason in the kitchen without him noticing sooner? The back door is only about 8 feet from where he was standing. The only explanation that made any kind of sense was that someone had come in, realized Mason and this massive dog were right there, and tried to leave before they got caught. The next morning, my grandma barely remembered me waking her up. My dad brushed the whole thing off. He said, "Why would someone come in here when there are cars in the driveway and the TV is on?" He also said if someone had really been in the house, the dogs would have lost their minds. Then he joked that Mason needed to stay away from mushrooms if he couldn't handle them. But Mason is not like that. He doesn't even like scary movies. He's not someone who goes looking for paranormal stuff or dramatic stories. So the fact that he was that serious about it really stuck with me. Then Saturday night happened. I got home from work around 3 in the morning. I work at a bar, so coming in that late is normal for me. The second I walked in, my dad shot up from the couch and said, "You scared me. I didn't hear you come in." But you are not going to believe what happened tonight. He told me he had heard someone run across the back porch. Not walk. Run. He went outside because he thought he was finally going to catch whoever had been messing around. He checked around the house but didn't see anybody. Then he came back inside. And this is where I honestly still don't know what to think. He said one of the cats was in the kitchen, floating about 3 feet off the ground. Then the cat dropped. He said he walked over toward the pantry, right where the cat had been, and it felt like someone was standing there. Not that he saw a person, but that there was something solid in front of him. He reached his hand out toward the pantry door, but he said he couldn't touch it. Something was blocking him. Then whatever it was pushed him backward into the counter. He swung at it, and whatever he hit was gone. But now there's a hole in the pantry door from where he punched it. And I'm standing there like, Dad, be serious. You're telling me the cat was levitating? But he swore on everything that it happened exactly the way he said. And just like Mason, he kept saying, I know how crazy this sounds. That's the part that bothers me. Both of them reacted the same way. Neither one of them seemed excited or dramatic about it. They seemed confused, almost embarrassed to even say it out loud. And now I'm sitting here waiting for something to happen to me, because a part of me still doesn't fully believe it. My grandma has owned this house for over 30 years. My dad has lived here since he was a teenager. Nothing like this has ever happened before. So I keep asking myself, why now? I don't know what was in the house that night. I don't know if it was a person, something else, or just one very strange chain of events. But I do know this. The energy in this house has felt different ever since. I still think about that Friday night because nothing about it made sense. My boyfriend Mason and I had just gotten back to my house around 2 in the morning after being out for the night. I live with my grandma and my dad, and between all of us, we've got a whole little zoo in the house. My dog, my grandma's dog, and my dad's 2 cats. So it's not exactly a quiet place. We live in a small Appalachian town, the kind where everybody knows everybody, or at least thinks they do. Our house sits on a corner lot with a big back deck and covered stairs leading down toward the driveway. People usually come in and out through the back door, and honestly, we don't lock it as often as we should. When we got inside, I went straight to the bathroom. Mason said he was going to take my dog out. I had barely been in there 30 seconds when the bathroom door cracked open and Mason stuck his head in. He looked dead serious and said, "Stay in the bathroom." Not gently, not joking. He said it like something was wrong. I was tipsy and confused, so of course I didn't listen. I opened the door a little and looked out, and I saw him standing by the back door, staring through the window like he was trying to see through the dark itself. Then he turned, saw me, hurried back, and pushed us both into my bedroom. He said, "Someone was in the house." At first, I thought he meant he heard something, but he kept shaking his head and saying, "No, I saw someone." He told me he had been standing in the kitchen, trying to get a toy away from my dog so he could take him outside. Then he noticed a light, like a flashlight, moving, and when he looked up, he saw the back of a person walking right out through our back door. At first, he thought it was my grandma, but then he looked into her room and saw her asleep. He took a couple more steps and saw my dad passed out on the couch in the living room. So whoever he saw wasn't anyone who lived there. He ran to the back door and opened it. He said he could hear footsteps going down the deck stairs. Then he shut the door and stood there watching outside, and that's when I came out of the bathroom. He told me he was going to take the dog out, grab his gun from the car, and look around the outside of the house. And this is the part that still bothers me. My dog is huge, around 130 pounds, and Mason said he practically had to force him down the stairs because he did not want to go. That dog is usually fearless. That night, he wanted no part of whatever was out there. Mason didn't see anyone outside, so he told me to wake my grandma up and ask if she had someone over because, honestly, she has had some questionable taste in men lately. I went into her room, shook her awake, and asked if anyone had been at the house. She said no. I said, "Are you sure?" because Mason thinks he heard someone going out the back door. And Mason corrected me right away. He said, I didn't hear someone. I saw someone. My grandma just told us to lock the door and went back to sleep. We were both rattled. Mason kept saying he knew how crazy it sounded, but he saw a person and then heard them leaving. I believed him because I could see how shaken he was. He wasn't trying to scare me. He looked scared himself. But here's what I couldn't understand. How could someone be in our house and neither dog react? And how could someone get past Mason in the kitchen without him noticing until they were already at the door? He was only about 8 feet away. The only thing that made any sense was that someone had come in, realized Mason and my giant dog were standing right there, and tried to slip back out before getting caught. The next morning, my grandma barely remembered me waking her up. My dad didn't believe it at all. He said, "Why would someone come in here with cars in the driveway and the TV on?" He also said the dogs would have gone insane if someone had really been inside. Then he joked that Mason shouldn't do mushrooms if he couldn't handle them. But Mason doesn't even like scary movies. He won't watch paranormal stuff. He is not the kind of person who would make something like that up for fun. So I kept thinking about it. Then Saturday night happened. I got home from work around 3 in the morning. I work at a bar, so that's normal for me. When I came in, my dad shot up off the couch and said, "Oh, you scared me. I didn't hear you come in. But you are not going to believe what happened tonight." He told me he heard someone run across the back porch. He went outside, thinking he was finally going to catch whoever it was. He walked around the house, didn't see anybody, and came back inside. Then he said one of the cats was floating in the kitchen. I just stared at him. He said the cat was about 3 feet off the ground, and then it dropped. He walked over near the pantry, and he said it felt like someone was standing right there in front of it. He reached his hand out, and he swore something blocked him. Like he couldn't touch the pantry door because something was in the way. Then he said whatever it was pushed him back into the counter. He swung at it, and it was gone. But now there's a hole in the pantry door from where he punched at it. I remember saying, "Are you serious? The cat was levitating? Come on." But he swore up and down that it happened exactly like that. And the thing is, he sounded just like Mason had the night before. He knew it sounded ridiculous, but he was completely convinced. Now I'm just waiting for something to happen to me, because part of me still can't believe it. My grandma has owned this house for more than 30 years. My dad has lived here since he was a teenager. Nothing like this has ever happened before. So why now? That's the part I keep coming back to. Why now? I was 18 when I finally started telling people about one of the most frightening things that ever happened to me. But the actual night happened when I was 15. I'm from Northern Ireland, though I've always just thought of it as Ireland in my own head. That weekend, I was taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and our group had gone out hiking and camping in the Mourne Mountains. We were staying near Tollymore Forest Park, in one of those places that feels beautiful during the day, but completely different once the light disappears. It was the final night of the trip, and we were all exhausted. We'd spent the whole day walking over rough ground, carrying heavy bags, trying to pretend our feet weren't killing us. Our tents were pitched a fair distance from the bathroom block, maybe 10 or 15 minutes away on foot, and before bed, we all made the little trek over to wash up. I ended up being the last one inside. The bathrooms were old, dim, and not exactly comforting. The lights had this dull amber glow, and everything smelled faintly damp. I was washing my hands when one of the hand dryers suddenly blasted on behind me. I froze. I was nowhere near it. After a second, I told myself it was probably a moth or a fly setting off the sensor. There were insects everywhere that night, so that explanation was easy enough to grab onto. I finished washing my hands as quickly as I could. Then, the bathroom door rattled. Not gently either. It shook like somebody was standing outside, pulling at it. I thought it was one of the lads messing about, trying to hurry me up. So I opened the door, already annoyed and ready to say something. But nobody was there. Down the path, I could see the beams from my friends' torches moving away toward the campsite. They were already well ahead of me. I remember feeling irritated more than scared at first, probably because being angry was easier. I just shut the door behind me and started walking back. But halfway along the path, something changed. I got this sudden, horrible feeling that I was being watched. Not just nerves, not just the dark. It felt focused, like someone had turned their attention directly onto me. My skin went cold, and every hair on my arm seemed to lift at once. I tried to keep walking normally, but I couldn't. I started jogging, then running. At one point, I heard a thin, whining sound coming from the trees off to my side. I told myself it was an animal, a fox maybe, something harmless. I didn't stop to check. When I reached the gate near the campsite, my friends were waiting there, laughing at first because I'd come charging up the trail. But once they saw my face, they went quiet. We walked the last stretch together. That was when we noticed the tents. Something was wrong. A few bags had been pulled open. One tent flap was half unzipped. Stuff had shifted around in ways none of us remembered leaving it. We were 15, tired, and suddenly very aware that we had no phones, no easy way to contact anyone, and no real idea whether somebody was still nearby. Naturally, because teenage logic is a strange little machine, we decided the best response was to light a campfire and roast marshmallows. For a while, we tried to act like everything was fine. We joked too loudly. We kept the fire going. We stayed close together. But even the fire felt strange. It kept dipping low for no reason, then flaring up in odd little bursts. The wind would move through the campsite in these sudden cold pulls, and every so often someone would stop talking because they thought they'd heard something. Nobody wanted to be the one to say it, but we were all unsettled. Eventually, around midnight, we gave up and went to bed. None of us wanted to sleep alone, so we paired off in the tents. My friend Kaylin ended up sleeping beside me. I must have fallen asleep for a while, because the next thing I remember is waking suddenly in the dark. At first, I didn't know what had woken me. Then, I heard Kaylin's voice outside the tent. It was quiet, but clear enough. It sounded like he was standing just beyond the fabric, saying my name. My stomach dropped, because Kaylin was right beside me. I could hear him breathing. I could feel him shift slightly in his sleeping bag. I lay there completely still, too scared to move, listening to the voice outside. It sounded so much like him that my mind couldn't make sense of it. After a few seconds, I reached over and shook him awake. The second he stirred, the voice stopped. We didn't sleep much after that. We just lay there, whispering, listening to every crackle, every rustle, every small sound from outside the tent until morning finally came. To this day, I don't really know what happened that night. The sensible part of me can explain pieces of it. The hand dryer could have been triggered by insects. The door could have rattled from wind. The tents could have been disturbed by an animal. The voice might have been exhaustion, or someone else nearby, or my brain playing tricks after a long day in the mountains. But it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate. And even now, years later, whenever I think about that campsite near Tollymore, I remember lying in that tent in the dark, hearing my friend's voice outside while he was asleep right next to me. I'm 20 years old, male, and I'm from Australia. Before I get into this, I just want to say up front that I know how it sounds. I know it sounds like something someone would make up for attention or dress up to be scarier than it really was. But I'm telling you honestly, this happened. It's still happening. And I don't really know what to do with it anymore. My whole life, sleep has been strange for me. When I was little, I used to wake up and see these tall, dark shapes standing near my bed. They were huge, almost stretched up toward the ceiling, and I remember being terrified of them at first. Any kid would be. But the strange thing is, they never felt like they were there to hurt me. They felt watchful, protective even. It's hard to explain, but there was this calmness around them, like they were guarding the room. Like as frightening as they looked, they weren't the danger. They were there because of the danger. Eventually, those shadows stopped appearing. I got older, and I told myself it was just childhood imagination. A weird little phase, something I'd grown out of. But then my teenage years brought something different. Nightmares. Not just bad dreams either. These were awful, vivid nightmares that felt completely real while I was inside them. Murder, creatures, vampires, witches, demons, people screaming, blood, all of it. They were constant through high school, and everyone seemed to end in some kind of horrible death or tragedy. It was exhausting, genuinely exhausting. But there was always one comfort. It was a dream. No matter how bad it got, I could wake up. I could sit there in bed, shaken and sweating, remind myself none of it had happened, and move on with my day. I had slept, I had dreamed, and I was safe. That comfort doesn't feel so solid anymore. I'm saying all this late at night because, honestly, I'm stalling. I'm putting off going to sleep. These last few weeks have made me scared in a way I don't even like admitting out loud, except maybe to my family. A little while ago, the nightmares suddenly stopped. For the first time in ages, I was sleeping without remembering anything. No monsters, no violence, no horrible dream worlds, just blank sleep. And at first, I thought that was a good thing. I thought maybe my brain had finally given me a break. But then my family started mentioning things. They'd ask me in the morning if I was okay. They said they'd heard shouting from my room at night, sometimes yelling, sometimes what sounded like screaming. I told them that couldn't be right because I wasn't having nightmares anymore. I wasn't remembering anything at all. For a while, I brushed it off. My sleep has always been weird, so this just felt like another odd little chapter in the same ugly book. Then one morning, I woke up and my room was wrong. To explain it properly, my bed sits sort of in the middle of the room, pushed against one wall. I've got a bedside table on either side. There are 2 doors on opposite walls. One opens into the house. The other opens outside onto a small balcony that leads down toward the yard. That morning, the outside door was completely blocked. Not just a little blocked. Barricaded. One bedside table, a heavy wooden chair, and part of a shelving unit had been shoved in front of it. Somehow, while asleep, I had moved large pieces of furniture across the room and stacked them against that door. I had no memory of doing it. No dream, no reason, nothing. I moved everything back, tried to laugh it off, and went on with my day. I told myself maybe I had been sleepwalking. Maybe it was strange, sure, but not impossible. I wish that had been the end of it. A few nights later, it was pouring rain. Proper heavy rain. The kind that makes the whole house sound hollow. It was deep into the night, and I'd been asleep for a few hours. Then I woke up. And I was already running. Outside. Completely naked. I was sprinting through the side of the house, through wet grass and mud, straight into branches and scrub. My feet were filthy. My skin was soaked. Twigs were scratching my arms and legs, and I was just moving, fast, like I'd been awake the whole time. But I hadn't been. That's the part I can't get past. I woke up in the middle of it, already running, and even then I didn't stop right away. I didn't panic because I was naked. I didn't panic because I was outside in the rain. I didn't even panic because I had somehow gotten off the balcony while unconscious, even though the stairs are old and slippery enough that I barely trust them when I'm awake. None of that mattered. Because in that moment, I knew something was behind me. I didn't see it clearly. I didn't need to. I felt it. The same way I used to feel that the shadows in my room were protecting me. I could feel what this thing wanted. And it did not want to protect me. It wanted me. It was hungry. Not in a normal way, not like an animal. It felt cruel, focused. Like if I slowed down, it would reach me, and whatever happened next would be worse than anything I'd ever dreamed. So I ran. That's the thing I can't explain to myself. I wasn't just sleepwalking. I wasn't calmly wandering through the house. I was fleeing. My whole body believed I was being hunted. There's more to this, and this wasn't the only time I felt that presence. Things have happened since then. Worse things, honestly. But this is all I can manage to say right now. And if I'm being truthful, this is all the stalling I can get away with tonight. I have to try to sleep again. Wish me luck. I grew up in a Christian home. We were Baptist, so Sundays meant church, usually for hours at a time. And I don't say this with bitterness, because there were good people there, and I know a lot of them truly believed. But even as a little kid, I don't think I ever fully connected with it. I remember being maybe 6 or 7, sitting there and wondering why the adults were telling us stories that sounded impossible. I kept thinking, are we really supposed to believe this happened? It felt less like truth to me, and more like something grown-ups had agreed to pretend was true. As I got older, I started looking into other beliefs. Around 12 or 13, I found the words paganism and Wicca, and that lit something up in me. I was a curious kid, probably too curious. While other kids were riding bikes or playing games online, I was in my room trying to feel energy between my hands and reading about spells I barely understood. And yes, I got into seances too. Not seriously at first, more like the way a kid pokes at a dark closet because they want to prove they're brave. When I was 13, I convinced a friend of mine to use a Ouija board with me. Her name was Kayla. She really didn't want to do it, but I kept pushing until she finally agreed. Her one rule was that we had to leave the lights on, so we shut ourselves in my bedroom. I pulled out the board, the kind you could buy at any toy store back then. Beige and black, plastic planchette, little clear window in the middle. Nothing about it looked powerful. Honestly, it looked cheap. I explained the rules to her, very seriously, because of course at 13 I thought I knew things. I told her not to move it on purpose. She told me not to move it either. We put our fingers on the planchette and started asking questions. At first, nothing happened. We laughed a little, whispered, argued about what counted as a good question. Then the planchette moved. I asked, "Is someone here?" It spelled out D-E-A-D. Kayla screamed. I mean, she really screamed. She said, "It says dead. Why are you doing that?" I told her I wasn't moving it. She accused me again. I told her to keep her hands on it. Then the planchette moved to no so hard that it made both of us freeze. I asked, "Are you still here?" It moved to yes. I asked, "How old are you?" It spelled 13. Then I asked, "What's your name?" It started spelling A-Z-A-N. R, and Kayla ripped her hands away. She said, "No, I'm done. Put it away." I remember being annoyed, which sounds ridiculous now. At the time, I felt like she had ruined something important. Something real was finally happening, and she was too scared to keep going. So I shoved the board back into my closet. Kayla sat on my bed, completely still. My bedroom door was closed. It was late, and I decided we should just go to sleep. I reached up and turned off the light. The second the room went dark, my bed started shaking. At first, it was subtle, just enough that I thought maybe I imagined it. Then it got stronger. My bed had a metal frame, and it was pushed against the wall, so when it shook harder, it started banging against the wall. Loud, violent, like someone had grabbed it with both hands and was trying to throw it across the room. Then it stopped. Kayla jumped from my bed to the door so fast it barely looked real. She flung it open and started yelling that I was messing with her. I yelled back that she was messing with me. But I checked the room. I checked under the bed. I checked the frame. There was nothing. As an adult, I've wondered if maybe it was some kind of small earthquake. But we were in Northeast Texas, and I had never felt anything like that before or after. And even if it was, the timing still bothers me. Kayla ran home that night. It was around 2 in the morning. Her mom didn't answer the phone, so she just left. She never slept over again. Years later, when we were in our 20s, she messaged me out of nowhere and asked if I remembered that night. She said she still wouldn't step foot in my dad's house again. After that, I learned about shielding, cleansing, protection, all of it. I got rid of the board. Life moved on. I had other strange experiences over the years, but that story became one of those spooky things I'd tell at parties. I usually skipped most of the details and went straight from "we used the board" to "the bed shook." Then, in early 2012, everything changed. I was newly married, and my husband and I had just moved into a rental house in a quiet neighborhood. It was a nice place. Nothing about it felt wrong at first. Our first night there, my husband had to work. I wasn't usually afraid to be alone, but I stayed up late putting blinds on the bedroom windows because I hated the idea of waking up and seeing someone standing outside, looking in. That fear has never really left me. Eventually, I fell asleep, and I had a dream that felt too real. In the dream, I was still unpacking. Boxes were everywhere. I was in the kitchen, moving dishes around, trying to make the house feel like ours. Then there was a knock at the front door. When I looked outside, it was suddenly night. I put the chain lock on before opening the door. When I cracked it open, there was a man standing there. He was handsome in a polished, unsettling way. Dark hair combed neatly to one side. A coat, dress pants, a tie. Clear blue eyes that looked straight through me. He wasn't especially tall, but he carried himself with this quiet confidence that made my stomach tighten. He smiled and said, "Hello, I wanted to welcome you to my home. May I come in?" Something inside me screamed, "No." I told him no. He smiled wider and said, "But you want to." And the awful thing is, part of me did. Somewhere in my mind, I remembered hearing that certain things couldn't enter unless they were invited. I don't know why that came to me, but it did. I also felt, with absolute certainty, that I needed his name. So I asked, "What was your name?" He murmured something I couldn't understand. Then he asked again if he could come in. I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." For just a second, his face changed. The smile dropped. He looked irritated, almost angry. Then it was gone, and he was smiling again. He said, "Why don't you just let me in? Everything will be fine if you let me in." I started to panic because I could feel myself weakening. Every part of me knew not to open that door, but my body wouldn't close it either. Then I had this thought: ask 3 times. So I asked again, "What is your name?" He stepped closer, just enough that I could see his eyes more clearly through the crack in the door. He said, "If I tell you my name, will you let me in?" Before I could stop myself, I said yes. He smiled and said, "Good girl. My name is Azrael. I am a fallen angel of God. You will let me in now." And then I did. It was like I wasn't driving my own body anymore. My head felt foggy. I closed the door just enough to undo the chain. Then I opened it and stepped back. The moment he crossed the threshold, the fog lifted, and I couldn't remember his name. I just remember thinking, who is this man? Why is he in my house? How did he get me to open the door? He moved past me like he belonged there. Not rushed, not curious exactly. More like he was inspecting something he already owned. He walked into the bedroom. He touched a few things, picked at the edge of a blanket, muttered words I couldn't understand. Then he turned and looked right at me. He took my hand and said, "Welcome to my home. I have to leave now, but I'll be back. Go back to sleep." The words didn't sound like English, but I understood them anyway. As he walked to the door, he turned and smiled. And suddenly I knew something without knowing how I knew it. This was not his first visit, and it would not be his last. He disappeared into the dark, and I closed and locked the door. Then I woke up in bed, panicked and sweating. The first thing I thought was, where did that dream come from? The second was, why can't I remember his name? Over the next few months, I started having sleep paralysis. At first, it happened occasionally, then more often. I researched everything I could. I even talked to my doctor, but medically, nothing seemed wrong. After about 6 months, it was happening almost every week. Eventually, I went to see a psychic reader. I didn't really know what else to do. She seemed uncomfortable almost immediately. She told me there was something dark around me, something attached, and that it was trying to damage my marriage. I didn't know what to do with that. I'm skeptical by nature, even with my own experiences, so I tried not to swallow it whole. Then she asked me if I had ever used a Ouija board. She said whatever it was had been around me since I was about 13. That hit me hard. She wouldn't explain much more, or maybe she couldn't. She just told me I needed protection and suggested I start going to church. I left with more questions than answers. The dreams got worse for a while. I burned sage. I prayed in my own way. I imagined light around myself before I slept. Sometimes it helped. Sometimes it didn't. Less than a year later, I filed for divorce and asked my ex to leave the house. And the dreams stopped. Immediately. I also had friends come over and help me cleanse the house, just to be safe. So I can't say with certainty what changed things. Maybe it was the cleansing. Maybe it was him leaving. Maybe it was me finally taking my life back. But I slept again. And after months of being afraid to close my eyes, that felt like getting a piece of my soul returned to me. I haven't had anything happen since that felt connected to it. Part of me wonders if whatever it was got what it wanted and left. Another part of me wonders if it followed my ex when he went. I don't know. I cut contact a few months after the divorce, so I have no idea what happened to him after that. And I'll be honest, I've wondered if the second half of it was stress. That marriage was abusive, and stress can do terrible things to the mind and body. But that still doesn't explain the psychic knowing about the Ouija board. It doesn't explain the name starting the same way when I was 13. It doesn't explain the feeling I had when that man stepped into my dream house like he owned it. So I don't claim to know exactly what happened. I only know what I experienced. And I know this: Some doors should never be opened just because you're curious about what's on the other side. I still remember this clearly. It happened in 2011, when I was studying at a boarding school in the hills of Himachal. I was in class 10 then, and our board exams were getting dangerously close, so everyone was a little stressed in that quiet, serious way students get near finals. That night, I stayed behind in the study room to finish revising 2 chapters. It was a big room, full of long wooden desks and those old chairs that made noise even when you barely touched them. Usually, there were 10 or 12 of us studying there late, whispering, turning pages, pretending not to be sleepy. But I had been so buried in my notebook that I didn't notice everyone leaving. When I finally looked up, I realized I was alone. Outside, it had been raining for hours. The school was built on a slope, surrounded by trees, and the rain kept tapping against the roof and windows. At first, it felt peaceful, almost comforting. Then the lights flickered. I looked around, but nothing seemed wrong. I told myself it was just the weather. These old hill schools always had power issues during rain. I only had a few pages left, so I bent over my book again and tried to focus. That's when I noticed a small, crumpled ball of paper lying on the floor a little distance away, maybe 15 or 20 feet from my desk. I remembered seeing it earlier and didn't think much of it. A few moments later, I heard a chair move. Not fall, not shift, move. It made this slow scraping sound across the floor. I looked up so fast my neck hurt, but the room was empty. Every chair was exactly where it should have been. For a few seconds, I just sat there staring. Then I laughed under my breath. The kind of laugh you make when you're trying to convince yourself you're not scared. I thought maybe I was exhausted. Maybe my mind was playing little midnight tricks on me. So I went back to reading. But when I looked up again, the paper ball was closer. Not right next to me, but close enough that I knew it hadn't been there before. I stared at it for a long moment. My first thought was wind. Maybe a window was open somewhere. Maybe the rain had pushed air through the cracks. There had to be some ordinary explanation, because ordinary explanations are what you cling to when your brain starts knocking on stranger doors. I forced myself to keep studying. 1 minute passed. Then, without even meaning to, I looked up again. The paper was closer now. Maybe 8 or 9 feet away. That was when I felt my chest tighten. I remember whispering to myself, "Don't be ridiculous, Arun. Finish the chapter and go." So I did. Or at least, I tried. I read the same paragraph again and again, but none of the words stayed in my head. The room suddenly felt too large, too quiet. Even the rain seemed far away for a moment. Then something touched my right foot. I froze completely. Very slowly, I looked down. That same crumpled paper ball was resting against my shoe. There was no wind. None. The windows were on the far side of the room, shut against the rain. I grabbed the paper and threw it hard across the room, harder than I needed to. It hit the floor and stopped near the last row of desks. I kept staring at it. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then it moved. But it didn't roll. It dragged. Slowly, deliberately. Like something I couldn't see had pinched it between invisible fingers and was pulling it back toward me. I can still feel what happened inside me then. My hands went cold. My stomach dropped. Every bit of courage I thought I had just disappeared. And before I could even stand properly, the lights went out. The whole study room fell into complete darkness. The rain sounded louder now, almost angry, like the sky had leaned closer to listen. I pushed my chair back and stood up, and the scraping noise it made nearly made me jump out of my skin. I didn't care about my books anymore. I didn't care about my bag. I just wanted the door. Then lightning flashed. For one sharp second, the entire room turned white, and on the wall in front of me, I saw a shadow. A woman's shadow. Tall. Still. And it wasn't mine. That was it. Something in me broke loose. I ran. I ran out of the study hall, through the corridor, down the stairs, and straight back to the dormitory without looking behind me once. I left everything there. My books, my bag, even my sweater. When I reached my bed, I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to breathe quietly, as if making sound would somehow tell whatever it was where I had gone. I didn't tell anyone that night. I just lay there awake, shaking, listening to the rain. And sometime before morning, caught somewhere between fear and disbelief, I cried myself to sleep. I was 11 when this happened, and even now, I still don't really know what to call it. Back then, my best friend, let's call her Aria, and I were playing Apex Legends late at night. It was already past midnight, and we were in a PlayStation party with another friend of ours, who I'll call Kayla. Aria had Kayla's phone number, but I didn't. So while we were all joking around, Aria gave it to me, and we came up with this dumb little prank. The idea was that I would text Kayla from my phone, say some creepy things, scare her for a minute, and then we'd reveal it was us. We were kids. We thought it was funny. We were not thinking it through at all. So I started texting her strange stuff. At first, she replied with things like, "Who is this?" and "Stop messing with me." And because I was fully committed to the prank, I sent messages like, "I'm coming for you, Kayla," and "I'm outside your house." Just stupid, creepy kid nonsense. Then she stopped replying. At first, Aria and I thought maybe she got annoyed or went to sleep, but then she didn't come back online the next day, or the day after that. We started getting worried. We spam called her, messaged her, tried everything. Nothing. A few days later, she finally joined the PlayStation party. The second she got in, Aria and I practically jumped on her with questions. "Are you okay? Where have you been? Why did you disappear?" And Kayla sounded exhausted. Shaken, honestly. She said, "A few nights ago, some creep was messaging me. Then someone tried to break into my house." Aria and I went silent. We asked her what she meant, and she explained that when she got those messages, she got scared and showed her grandmother. Her grandmother called the police and also called Kayla's dad, who was a cop at the time. When the police and her dad got to the house, they found a grown man on the front porch with a backpack. He was trying to get in. From what Kayla told us, they arrested him, took everyone down to the station, and later found out he had horrible intentions. He had things in his bag that made it clear he wasn't just some random guy wandering around at midnight. And then Kayla sent screenshots of the messages to Aria. They were my messages. The creepy texts that made her grandmother call the police were the ones I had sent as a prank. I remember sitting there completely frozen. Aria was crying. Kayla sounded like she was barely holding herself together, and I felt sick because part of me thought, this is my fault. Even though another part of me knew that if those messages hadn't scared her, she might not have gone to her grandmother at all. A little while later, I texted Aria privately and asked, "Are you two pranking me back? Is this revenge?" She said no. She even showed me that she and Kayla hadn't talked since the night Kayla disappeared. And honestly, the way Kayla sounded in that party, there was no way she was acting. She was scared. Aria was scared. I was scared. For years, I brushed it off as one of those strange coincidences life throws at you. But looking back, I still can't explain it. We sent Kayla creepy messages about someone being outside her house, right before there actually was someone outside her house. Those messages made her go to her grandmother. Her grandmother called the police. The police and her dad arrived just in time to find a grown man on the porch with a backpack, trying to get inside. And the only people home were a 14-year-old girl and her elderly grandmother. So I still wonder about it. Did we accidentally save her? Did I somehow sense something without knowing it? Was it just the strangest timing in the world? Or was there something else nudging things into place that night? I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal explanations, but this one has always stayed with me. Because that prank was supposed to scare her for a few minutes. Instead, it may have saved her life. I was born in Sweetwater, Texas, back in the early 80s. We lived a little ways outside town, on a patch of land that technically wasn't part of anything yet. I used to call it the yellow grass place, because that's mostly what it was. Yellow grass, low spots that filled with tadpoles after a hard rain, and those thorny mesquite trees standing around like they were guarding secrets. My dad's side of the family had been there for generations. They came west after the Civil War, carrying a lot of old mountain stories with them. My dad worked in oil exploration out near Abilene, and he believed in things most people would rather laugh off. He called them haints. That was his word for anything you couldn't quite explain. Ghosts, strange lights, creatures in the brush, whatever moved just outside the edge of reason. So I grew up around odd stories. Strange things didn't scare me the way they might scare someone else. But what started happening when I was 9 years old was different. It didn't feel like an old family tale. It felt personal. That was the year my mother started talking like she hated the land. She called it empty, ugly, a flat little nowhere. She didn't like our neighbors. She didn't like the oil field people. She didn't like the trailer park nearby. And more, she kept asking me whether I wouldn't rather live closer to my Granny Nell in Garland, where there were stores and sidewalks and other kids. Not long after that, my parents divorced. The first custody arrangement split my life right down the middle. For part of the year, I stayed with my dad out on the land near Sweetwater. For the rest, I lived with my mother near Dallas, first in Garland and then later in Mesquite, in one of those brand new neighborhoods where every house looked freshly stamped out of the same mold. Living there was hard, not because of the house itself exactly, but because of the pressure inside it. My mother's relatives were always talking to me about court, always trying to get me to say I wanted to stay in the city permanently. I spent a lot of time alone in my room, playing Nintendo, watching old reruns, and keeping the volume up on my little sticker-covered black and white television so I wouldn't have to hear the grown-ups talking. That's when the noises started. At first, it was just the attic. Whenever my mother stood outside my bedroom door, talking about lawyers or judges or what I needed to say, I'd hear something heavy being dragged across the floor above me. Not a scratch, not a creak. A real dragging sound, like a trunk being pulled from one side of the attic to the other. Then the room would go cold. I mean cold in a way that made no sense. One minute it was normal, and the next it felt like all the warmth had been sucked out through the walls. And this wasn't some old farmhouse settling in the wind. This was a new house in a new subdivision. No history, no creaking bones, just drywall, carpet, and something that seemed to know when I was scared. The first time it became impossible to ignore, I was in the kitchen with my mother and two of my aunts. They had papers on the table, and they wanted me to sign something. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then every cabinet door in that kitchen flew open at once. For half a second, nobody moved. Then every single one slammed shut so hard the wood cracked. My mother stopped talking. My aunts froze. Before anyone could say a word, the silverware drawer shot open and dumped knives, forks, and spoons all over the floor. Nobody tried to explain that one right away. It happened at my dad's place too, though not as often. One evening, after a terrible phone call with my mother and her attorney, I felt so upset it was almost like my skin was buzzing. I was in my bedroom when the windows started vibrating. Then, one after another, they cracked. My dresser slid away from the wall by itself. My dad came to the doorway pale as paper, holding a shotgun he never raised. He just stood there, looking into the room, and said the haints were feeding on my nervous spirit. But the mesquite house was worse. Much worse. I'd wake up and find my furniture rearranged into strange stacks, like someone had been building towers while I slept. I'd hear thumping inside the walls so loud it knocked pictures crooked. Sometimes things moved when no one was near them. Sometimes the room turned icy the moment I started crying. Once, I was sitting on the bathroom floor, completely overwhelmed, when the mirror burst outward. Glass rained down around me, sparkling all over the tile. Not one piece cut me. I still don't know how that's possible. The second custody trial happened the summer I turned 12. That time, the judge gave my dad primary custody. And once that happened, the pressure changed. My mother's side didn't have the same hold over me anymore. There was nothing left to squeeze out of me. And slowly, the activity faded. By the time I was 13, the mesquite house had gone quiet. My things stayed where I left them. The cold spots disappeared. The thumps stopped. The cabinets stayed shut. For the rest of my teenage years, I still moved between homes, still had to adjust to the strange shape of my family, but whatever had been tearing through that house was gone. I'm in my mid-40s now. I own the yellow grass place these days. My dad retired out in New Mexico, and my mother still lives in that same mesquite house. I've had other strange experiences in my life, but nothing ever came close to that. Nothing ever felt so connected to fear, to pressure, to a child being pulled too hard in two different directions. And the strangest part is this. Once the pressure lifted, the house finally learned how to be silent. So, my sister-in-law spent the weekend at my uncle's house with my brother, and something happened there that honestly still gives me chills when I think about it. My uncle lives there with his wife and their 2 kids. Their son is 19, let's call him Rohit, and their daughter is 11, let's call her Ruhi. My brother and my sister-in-law were visiting, and my sister-in-law is pregnant. The house has 3 bedrooms. My brother and sister-in-law took one room. My uncle and aunt slept in another, and the kids slept out in the living room. The 3rd bedroom was empty that night. At around 4 in the morning, my sister-in-law woke up because she needed to use the bathroom. She went in, finished, and while she was washing her hands at the sink, she looked up into the mirror. Now, from that mirror, you can see part of the empty 3rd bedroom behind you. There's a couch in there, and when she looked into the mirror, she saw a boy sitting on that couch. Not standing, not walking past, just sitting there. The whole house was dark, so she couldn't see his face clearly, but she could see the shape of him. A young boy, around Rohit's age. But she knew right away it wasn't Rohit. His haircut was different, and besides, Rohit was sleeping in the living room with his sister. She was absolutely terrified. She didn't even turn around properly to check. She just rushed back to her room, locked the door, got into bed, and started quietly saying prayers until she somehow fell asleep again. The next morning, around 6, when my brother woke up, she told him everything. He went to check the room and said maybe she had been half asleep. Maybe the darkness made her imagine something. But she kept saying, "No, I know what I saw." Then she asked him to sit on the couch in the exact spot where she had seen the boy, while she stood at the sink and looked through the mirror. And the moment he sat there, she got goosebumps, because that was exactly what she had seen. A boy's silhouette sitting on the couch. Later, when my uncle and aunt woke up, my brother and sister-in-law told them what had happened. And that's when things became even stranger. My uncle said this wasn't the first time someone had seen a boy in that room. When Ruhi was only about 3 or 4 years old, she used to say there was a boy in that bedroom. Not once, but several times. She said he would call her, not with words, but by moving his hand, like he wanted her to come closer. At the time, everyone dismissed it. She was tiny, and they thought maybe she was imagining things, or scared of shadows. They comforted her and told her nothing was there. But there was one detail she had mentioned back then. She said the boy looked around the same age as Rohit was at the time. Rohit would have been about 11 then. And now, 8 years later, my sister-in-law saw a boy who looked around Rohit's current age, 19. That's the part I can't stop thinking about. 2 different people saw something in the same room, years apart. Both saw a boy. Both described him as being around Rohit's age at that point in time. Then my uncle brought up something I didn't even know before. Apparently, after Rohit was born, my uncle and aunt had another pregnancy about 2 years later, but they decided not to continue it because they weren't ready for a second child at that time. My uncle now wonders whether the boy could somehow be connected to that child. He said maybe that's why Ruhi saw him when she was little, because Ruhi was the child they eventually had later. Maybe, in some strange way, that boy felt like she had taken his place. And then my sister-in-law asked him, "But why did I see him?" My uncle simply said, "Maybe because you're pregnant." I don't know what to make of any of it. The whole thing feels deeply unsettling, especially because the 2 experiences happened about 8 years apart, but the boys seem to have aged along with Rohit. That's what keeps bothering me the most. Do spirits grow older the way people do? Or was it something else entirely? I really don't know. But that room, that couch, and that mirror will never feel ordinary to me again. I still think about this sometimes, even though it happened a long time ago. I bumped into the younger sister of an old high school friend of mine, Patricia, totally by chance. We hadn't seen each other in years, so we started catching up, and that was when she told me something that stayed with me. She said Patricia hadn't really left the house in almost a year. Her family was worried sick. They thought maybe it was depression, maybe something else, but they didn't know how to reach her anymore. And then her sister asked if I might visit. She thought maybe seeing someone from the old days would help, even just a little. That night, I called our mutual friend from high school, Stella. The 3 of us used to be close, and I knew she'd want to know. Now, I should say this about Stella. She's always had this strange sensitivity. She doesn't call herself psychic or anything dramatic like that, but she picks up on things. Moods, presences, places that feel wrong. She rarely talks about it unless she has to. So the next afternoon, Stella and I went to see Patricia. And honestly, when Patricia opened the door, she looked normal. Tired maybe, but normal. She smiled. She hugged us. She asked about our lives. For a while, it almost felt like we were back in school again, just older and quieter around the edges. But whenever we gently asked how she was really doing, she would pull away. Not physically, but you could feel it. Like a curtain dropping behind her eyes. Then, after a long silence, she said, very softly, "I'm not lonely. I talked to someone." I asked, "Who?" She looked past us toward the hallway and said, "I talked to the air." The room went completely still. I glanced at Stella and her face had gone pale. Not surprised, not confused, pale. When we were leaving, Patricia insisted on walking us out to the gate of the subdivision. Stella said goodbye first and left in a hurry. I remember thinking she looked like she couldn't get away fast enough. So it was just me and Patricia, standing there near the little guard shed, waiting for my brother to pick me up on his motorcycle. When he arrived, he greeted her politely, but I noticed this tiny flicker of confusion on his face. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured he just hadn't seen her in years and was trying to place her. Later that night, while we were eating dinner, my brother asked how the visit had gone. I told him I wasn't sure. I said Patricia seemed fine on the outside, but something still felt wrong. Then he asked, casually, "Was that her cousin with you two?" I froze. "What cousin?" He looked at me and said, "The woman standing by the shed, the one who kept watching you." I remember my hand going cold around my glass. There had been no cousin, no sister, no neighbor, no one standing by the shed. It had only been me and Patricia. And right then, before I could even answer him properly, my phone lit up. It was a message from Stella. All it said was, "There's something in that house with her." I want to tell you about the first memory I have that I can only call a glitch. Or maybe a displacement. I still don't have the right word for it. I was really young, and I don't remember the exact year, but it must have been somewhere around 1999 or 2000. Back then, my family lived in this old, yellowish-green house out in the country near Winsboro, Texas. It was quiet out there, the kind of quiet that makes every little sound feel bigger than it should. I remember standing on the front porch one evening. The door was open behind me, and I had wandered outside for no real reason, the way kids do. I was looking through the window at my family inside. They were moving around, talking, just being normal. And then I saw someone behind me in the reflection of the glass. At first, I thought it was one of my siblings trying to scare me, but when I turned around, there was this figure standing on the porch in front of me. It had the shape of a person, but it wasn't a person. It was about my size, but it didn't feel like a child. Not at all. Its skin had this deep, bruised blue color, and it was completely soaked. Water was dripping off of it in heavy drops, hitting the boards of the porch one after another. I can still hear that sound sometimes when I think about it. But the worst part was its eyes. They were solid blue. No whites, no pupils, just blue all the way through. When I looked into them, I remember feeling like I was sinking, like cold water had filled the air around me and was closing over my head. It felt like every bit of warmth around me was being pulled away. And then, suddenly, I was sitting at the dinner table. No walk back inside, no door opening, no sound fading in or out, nothing. 1 second I was outside on the porch, frozen in fear, staring at that thing, and the next second I was sitting in my chair with my family around me, smelling hot chicken casserole on the table. Everyone else was acting completely normal. My parents were fussing about dinner. My mom told me to eat because she wasn't cooking anything else, and then she warned the rest of us that nobody was getting dessert unless plates were cleared. But my sister Lena was staring at me, and she looked scared. We didn't talk about it for years, not really. But when we finally did, I didn't even have to explain much. She remembered the night immediately because of the meal. She said she had never forgotten the way I seemed at the table. She told me I was acting like myself, but not like myself. That was how she put it. She said I answered questions when people spoke to me, but there was no feeling behind it, like I was just giving the right responses. She said I kept staring at the wall, barely blinking, and that it felt like I wasn't really there. She described it as mechanical, hollow. And then she said something that still bothers me. She said there was this cold, heavy feeling coming off of me that night, like the room around me had gone damp and wrong, but nobody else seemed to notice it. Not until I suddenly snapped back and panicked. As the years went on, things in my family got harder. My parents' addictions got worse, so trying to talk to them about anything from back then never really helped. My mom's memories of that time are blurry at best, and my dad passed away recently, so there's no way to ask him now. I'm almost 30 now, and I still think about that gap between the porch and the dinner table, because I don't believe I simply forgot what happened. I believe something else was there in my place for a little while, something that knew enough to copy me, but not enough to feel like me. And I guess I'm sharing this because I want to know if anyone else has experienced anything like this around Winsboro, the Piney Woods, or anywhere in East Texas. Over the years, I found a few stories that feel uncomfortably close to mine, especially from that same area and around that same time. So if you've had something similar happen, I'd really like to hear it. I want to tell you about something that still gets under my skin a little. Back when I was in college, years ago now, I used to work these long evening shifts at a diner just off campus, and when I'd finally clock out, usually somewhere between midnight and 2 in the morning, I'd go for a run. Not my brightest life choice, I know. But I knew that neighborhood like it was a map I'd drawn myself. I knew which cars belonged in which driveways. I knew the cracked slabs of sidewalk that could catch your toe if you weren't paying attention. I knew who kept their porch light on all night, who watched TV in the front room until dawn, and which older man walked his terrier at a frankly heroic hour. I also changed my route constantly, because I wasn't completely reckless, just mostly. There was one route I didn't take very often because it was the longest one. After 10 or 12 hours on my feet, sometimes my body would just say, "Absolutely not, friend." But whenever I did take it, I always passed this little house across from a park and a narrow creek. And almost every time, I'd see the same young woman outside with a yellow lab. She was usually in scrubs, pink or pale blue most nights, with brown hair pulled back in a messy bun or a ponytail. She looked maybe 24, 25. Lean, quiet, tired in that way people are tired when they've just finished taking care of everybody else. I never wanted to scare her, because I was some random guy jogging by in the middle of the night, so I always crossed to the other side of the street before I reached her house. Then I'd give her a little wave, just a friendly, "I promise I'm not here to be a problem" kind of wave. She never waved back. Not once. She'd just stand there with the dog, and by the time I reached the corner and glanced back, she and the lab were usually gone. I figured she was shy or exhausted, or maybe she just didn't want to encourage conversation with a sweaty midnight jogger. Fair enough. I didn't think much more about it. Until recently. My mom still lives near that old neighborhood, and she works as a landscape designer. A few weeks ago, she mentioned she'd taken on a project at a cute house across from the park and the creek. I knew exactly which house she meant. So I said, "Hey, does a young woman live there? Brown hair, nurse maybe, has a yellow lab?" My mom said no. The couple living there was elderly, in their 80s. She figured maybe I was remembering someone who'd lived there before. And honestly, that made sense. People move. Dogs get older. Life rearranges the furniture. Then a few days later, my mom called me. The first thing she said was, "What did that girl look like?" I asked, "What girl?" And she said, "The one from your runs, the one outside that house." So I described her. Brown hair, medium length, usually tied back, pink or blue scrubs, slender, around my height, early to mid-20s at the time, and the yellow lab, of course. My mom got very quiet. Then she said, "The couple who lives there had a daughter named Megan. She was a nurse. She died in a car accident on her way home from work when she was 25. And I just sat there, completely still. because my mom kept going. She died in 1998, she said, and she had a yellow lab named Samson. She used to walk him every night when she got home from her late shift at the hospital. Just so we're clear, I was a kid in 1998. The runs I'm talking about happened between about 2010 and 2014. So yeah, that part did not tuck itself neatly into any reasonable explanation. But it gets stranger. My mom told me that Megan's mother used to leave the porch light on whenever her daughter worked late, so she could see her way up the steps when she came home. Once Megan got home, she'd take Samson outside, bring him back in, and turn the porch light off. That was how her parents knew, when they woke up in the morning, that she had made it home safely. After Megan died, her mother kept turning that porch light on at night out of habit. And some mornings, it would be off. Her husband told her grief was playing tricks on her. Maybe she'd forgotten to turn it on. Maybe she'd turned it off herself and didn't remember. And maybe that's true. Grief can do strange things. But her mother told my mom she always felt like it was Megan's way of saying, "I'm home. I'm okay. You can sleep." Then she asked my mom to thank me for waving. That was the part that broke me. Because all those nights, I thought I was just trying not to scare a quiet woman and her dog. I thought I was being polite from across the street. But to her parents, somehow, it meant their daughter was still being seen, still being greeted, still part of the neighborhood, even after the world said she wasn't supposed to be there anymore. My mom and I cried pretty hard after that. And now, naturally, we've started joking through the tears about how we need to establish our own afterlife communication system someday, because asking for a full-body apparition feels like a lot of pressure. Maybe porch lights, maybe wind chimes, maybe one very specific kitchen drawer opening at dramatic moments. I don't know. All I know is that I still think about that house, that yellow lab, and the woman in blue scrubs who never waved back. And honestly, I'm glad I waved anyway. I've had strange things happen around me for as long as I can remember. Even when I was little, there were moments I couldn't explain, things I tried to brush off because I didn't know what else to do with them. But when I was a teenager, everything changed. It got darker, heavier, and now at 33, I still think back on that part of my life and feel this cold little twist in my stomach. I know how it sounds, but this really happened. I swear it on all 10 of my cat's lives. I remember the night it began. I got a phone call from a close friend, and they told me that someone in our group, a friend named Riley, had taken their own life. I don't think I even understood it at first. I just remember this crushing feeling opening up inside me. I cried for hours. I screamed into my pillow. I kept thinking it had to be a mistake, that somebody had misunderstood something. By the time I finally fell asleep, I was completely exhausted. And of course, my bedroom at the time was in the basement. That night, I had a dream that my bedroom door slowly opened. A figure stepped inside. It was tall and thin, dressed completely in black. It had long, dark hair hanging around its head, pale skin, and no face. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just blank skin where a face should have been. It walked straight toward my bed like it knew exactly where it was going. Then it pulled out a knife and stabbed me right in the chest. I woke up instantly, panicking, clutching at my heart because I could still feel the pain. There were no marks, no scratches, nothing physical at first. But I was terrified. After that, the dreams kept coming. Sometimes the figure would just stand there and watch me. Sometimes it chased me. Sometimes I'd wake up with that feeling that something had been in the room with me, right beside the bed, waiting for me to open my eyes. The basement already had this horrible energy to it. Damp, quiet, too still. After those dreams started, I hated being down there alone. I'd run up the stairs like something was right behind me. A few months later, my family moved to another state. New house, new town, new everything. I thought maybe leaving that place would make it stop. It didn't. It got worse. I was already in a really bad place mentally. I hated the move. I hated the town. I hated feeling like my whole life had been ripped up and dropped somewhere I didn't belong. And once again, my bedroom was in the basement. This basement felt even worse than the first one. I can't explain it properly, but the air felt wrong down there. Thick somehow. Like the whole room was holding its breath. I refused to go downstairs when I was home alone. The nightmares became more violent. The faceless figure started hurting me in them. Not just chasing or watching anymore, but grabbing me, cutting me, attacking me. Then I started waking up with scratches in random places. My chest, my sides, my legs. Sometimes they were bruises too, dark little fingerprints of something I couldn't prove. The worst experience happened during what felt like a dream, but also not a dream. I was standing beside my bed, looking down at my own sleeping body. I felt this huge wave of fear and anxiety, like my body knew something was about to happen before my mind did. I kept looking at the closet at the foot of my bed, then back at myself lying there. Then the closet doors opened. The figure stepped out. I remember feeling panic rise through me, fast and sharp. I moved closer to my sleeping body, like I was trying to protect myself. The figure didn't have eyes, but I could feel it staring directly at me. Not at my body on the bed, at me, the part of me standing beside it. It moved to the foot of the bed and stretched one hand over my leg. I reached out and placed my hand over my sleeping body's shoulder. For a second, we just stayed like that. Me watching it watching me. Then it dropped its hand and grabbed my leg. At the exact same time, I grabbed my own shoulder. I woke up gasping, like I couldn't breathe, absolutely terrified. I turned on my lamp and stayed awake for the rest of the night. I didn't even try to sleep again. This went on for years. The dreams, the scratches, the feeling of being watched, the dread of that basement room. It only stopped after I moved out. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. I told my parents about it more than once. They always said it was stress, mental health, an overactive imagination. And honestly, I wanted to believe that. I wanted there to be a normal explanation. But after I moved out, one of my siblings slept in that room for a night. The next morning, they came upstairs shaken and told my parents they'd had a nightmare about me crawling out of the closet on all fours, with blood running from my eyes. I still don't know what to do with that. That basement room is my dad's hobby room now. I don't go in there. I won't. It's always colder than the rest of the house, and it still has that same awful feeling, like something is tucked into the corners, waiting. I don't know why it stopped bothering me. Maybe it let go. Maybe it stayed in that room. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful it ended, because I spent years feeling like something was attached to me, feeding on every bit of fear and misery it could pull out of my life. Hi, I'm Caleb. I'm 23 and I live in a small place outside Bloomington, Indiana. I want to say right away that I've never been the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything paranormal. I don't watch those shows. I don't go looking for haunted places, and I've always figured most stories like that had a normal explanation hiding somewhere underneath. But lately, I don't know. Something in my life has been pushing me to rethink that. My grandmother passed away not too long ago, and after the funeral, my older brother and I went over to her house to sort through her things. It was quiet in there. Not scary quiet, Just that heavy kind of quiet a house gets when the person who made it feel alive isn't there anymore. We each picked out a few things to keep. I took some of her porcelain dishes, a woven rug from the hallway, and a few small keepsakes. My brother took some old gardening books, a box of pressed flowers, and a couple of lamps she always liked. Then I noticed the painting. It was leaning against the wall in a spare room, half covered by a sheet. My grandfather had painted it years ago, apparently as a birthday present for my grandma. He died when I was younger, so I don't remember a lot about him, but I knew he liked to paint. Mostly landscapes, sometimes portraits. Nothing strange, really. But this one felt different. It showed a man sitting alone on a cluster of dark rocks, fishing under a black, stormy sky. The water looked too still, almost like glass, and the man's face was turned just enough that you couldn't quite see it. My grandfather used to paint himself into scenes sometimes, so I assumed it was supposed to be him. The thing is, as far as I know, he never fished. Not once. It wasn't an evil-looking painting. It wasn't bloody or creepy in an obvious way. It just felt wrong as a birthday gift. Sad, maybe. Lonely. Still, for whatever reason, I took it home. At first, nothing happened. I put the painting in my closet and forgot about it for a while. Then, one weekend, I decided it felt rude to keep something my grandfather made shoved behind coats and boxes, so I took it out and set it on top of a cabinet in the living room. That's when things changed. About 3 weeks ago, I was brushing my teeth before bed when I heard something slam against the floor with this unbelievable force. Not like something fell, like something had been thrown. I ran into the living room, and my TV remote was gone from the coffee table. I found it lying halfway inside my bedroom, several yards away. There's no way it could have landed there on its own. It would have had to fly across the room. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of it, but my brain just kind of rejected the whole thing. I told myself maybe I had left it there earlier. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe anything except what it looked like. So I went to bed. A few minutes after I lay down, I heard a man whisper. It was close. Not outside, not through the wall. Close. I couldn't make out the word exactly, but it sounded like he said, door. Or maybe, floor. Just one word, soft and rough, like somebody whispering through a dry throat. I froze for a second, then tried to convince myself I was half asleep. I had left my bedroom door mostly closed, but not latched, so there was a narrow gap between the door and the frame. And through that gap, I saw something standing in the hallway. It looked like a person-shaped shadow, tall, still. No clear face, no real edges, just darkness gathered into the shape of a man. But the eyes were there. They were white. Not glowing like headlights exactly, but bright enough that I could see them in the dark. And they were looking straight at me. I have never felt fear like that in my life. It was like my body forgot how to work. I couldn't breathe right. I couldn't call out. I could barely move. I keep a handgun in the drawer beside my bed. I reached for it without taking my eyes off the thing in the doorway. My hand was shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I pointed it at the figure. It didn't move. I fired. The sound that came after was worse than the gunshot. It was this high, awful screech, like an animal dying somewhere between a fox and a deer. It filled the hallway for 1 second, maybe 2, and then it was gone. I got up, turned on every light I could reach, and opened the bedroom door. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, no blood. No damage, except the bullet hole where I'd missed the door frame and hit the wall. I called 911 because at that point I was convinced someone had broken into my house, or that I had just shot at something real and couldn't find it. The police came, searched the place, checked the doors and windows, and found no sign of anyone. They were professional about it, but I could tell how it looked. Since then, things have kept happening. Small things at first, tapping from inside the walls, the sound of footsteps in the living room when I'm in bed, that painting shifting slightly on the cabinet, even though I swear I never touch it. Sometimes I wake up and feel like someone is standing close to the bed, watching me breathe. And every now and then, I hear that whisper again. I still can't tell if it's saying door or floor. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't afford to move. I can't sleep properly. I feel nervous in my own home all the time, and it's starting to wear me down in a way I don't know how to explain without sounding unstable. I used to think stories like this were just stories. Now I'm living inside one, and I want out. I want to tell you about something that happened to me back in early June of 2023 when I was 16. I woke up in the middle of the night, somewhere around 2:40 in the morning, and from my bed I could see straight out into the hallway. I know, sleeping with my door open was probably my first mistake. At first, I wasn't scared. There was a man standing there, and in the dark, he looked a lot like my dad. My dad has always been the kind of person who gets up during the night, so I didn't think much of it. I just looked toward him and said, "Hey." And the second I said it, he faded away. Not walked away, not stepped back, just faded. I remember lying there for a moment, trying to decide if I should be scared or not, but I was so tired that my brain barely reacted. I had put lip balm on right before I went to sleep, and after seeing him disappear, I remember touching my lips, rolling over, and trying to convince myself it was nothing. About 5 hours later, I woke up to my mom talking on the phone in the living room. Her voice sounded wrong. Not loud exactly, but shaky. Then she rushed into my parents' bedroom, and I got up and followed her because nobody calls that early unless something has happened. She handed the phone to my dad. That was when we found out my grandpa, my dad's father, had passed away. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. He died back in Ohio, where I'm originally from, and at the time we were living more than 30 hours away. We packed up and drove there, and once we arrived, I learned what had happened. According to what the coroner told the family, my grandpa had gotten up in the middle of the night, around 4:30 Eastern Time. He went downstairs to the bathroom, got sick, stood up, and then had what they called a widowmaker heart attack. I live in mountain time, so when I thought about it later, the timing lined up almost perfectly with the moment I woke up and saw that figure in the hallway. While we were in Ohio, I found an old photo album of my grandparents. There were pictures of my grandpa when he was younger, and when I saw them, my stomach went cold. The man I had seen in the hallway didn't just look like my dad. He looked like my grandpa, only younger. A few months after he passed, strange things started happening in my bathroom. The light began flickering badly, and it still does. We changed the bulbs, we checked the wiring. Nothing fixed it. The weirdest part is that my family says it only seems to happen when I'm around. There was another night when I woke up to my cat growling at that same bathroom. She is usually gentle and sweet, not the kind of cat that growls at nothing. But she was staring right into the dark doorway, low to the ground, making that awful warning sound animals make when they see something you can't. I've moved out of that house since then, but I'm supposed to move back next month. And honestly, I'm scared. I don't know if I'm being irrational, or if grief made me connect things that don't belong together. I don't know if this is something people experience when someone close to them dies, or if there really is something attached to me now. All I know is that I saw someone in the hallway that night. And later, when I looked at those old pictures, I knew exactly who it was. don't know, maybe this will sound strange, and maybe it'll just get brushed off as one of those stories people tell late at night. But this really happened to me not too long ago. At home, there are 4 of us now. My mom, my dad, my baby sister, who's barely over a year old, and me. But a few months ago, my stepbrother Mateo was living with us too. Mateo was very into spiritual stuff. I mean, really into it. He talked about energies, protection rituals, abundance, auras, all of that. His room was always messy, but in between the piles of clothes and dishes, you'd find little jars full of grains, strange symbols drawn on paper, candles, seeds, charms, things like that. It always felt like his room had its own weather. When he finally moved out, I'm not going to lie, my mom and I felt relieved. We never had the best relationship with him. There was always tension in the house when he was around. But before he left, he said something that stuck with me. He said, "Well, now you won't have anyone watching over you." At the time, we laughed. It sounded dramatic, almost ridiculous. But later, when I was alone with my thoughts, I realized it had unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. And maybe it scared me because I had already experienced something before. The day my little sister was born, I was home alone, taking a shower. I stepped backward, and I swear I stepped on someone's foot. Not a towel, not a shampoo bottle, a foot. I remember freezing for half a second, then getting angry instead of scared, because that's how I react. I cursed into the air and basically threatened whatever was there to leave me alone. So, after Mateo moved out, I tried not to think too much about what he'd said. A few days later, my mom and I were sleeping in the same room. We had stayed up watching soap operas, and when we finally turned everything off and lay down, we heard a door close. Not just any door. Mateo's old bedroom door. My first thought was, of course, that slob probably came back to grab dirty dishes or something. But almost immediately, I remembered he didn't live there anymore. I looked over at my mom, waiting for her to react, but she seemed calm, like maybe she hadn't heard it. For about 3 seconds, I tried to convince myself I imagined it. Then, in the silence, we heard it again. The same door closing. This time, neither of us said anything at first. My mom got up and checked the house. We live in a quiet, safe neighborhood, and the doors were locked. There was no sign that anyone had come in, so we went back to bed and tried to sleep. Then came the knocking. It wasn't exactly a normal knock. It sounded more like someone leaning their weight against the door. A heavy pressure, a dull push. My little sister, who is usually noisy and babbles nonstop, went completely still. She didn't cry. She didn't move. She just got serious and quiet, like even she knew something was wrong. Then it happened again. I went pale. I remember getting up to lock the bedroom door, and as I passed the bathroom connected to the room, I saw a white glow coming from underneath the door. The bathroom light is yellow, and it wasn't even turned on. I went straight back to bed and looked at my mom. She didn't panic. She just held my sister close, turned on some horror stories, and tried to make it feel normal enough for us to fall asleep. But I couldn't sleep. Not for a long time. And just when I finally started drifting off, we heard the vacuum cleaner. It's an old, loud vacuum, the kind you can hear from anywhere in the house. I swear I heard it moving through the living room, like someone was pushing it back and forth. Then it stopped. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but little things kept happening after that. Books from a high shelf in my room suddenly fell, even though nobody had touched them. Things started going missing, especially spoons and forks. My parents say it might be duendes, because apparently they've dealt with things like that before. They even say we should leave sweets out for them. Honestly, I don't know what I believe. Part of me thinks that sounds pointless. Another part of me is too nervous to argue, and I still haven't told them everything. I haven't told them that I saw my sister's toy turn on by itself. I even have a video of it. And maybe that's the part that scares me most. Not the doors, not the light, not even the vacuum. It's knowing that whatever is in this house isn't just making noise anymore. It wants us to notice. It's been a little over 10 years since I lived in the house I grew up in, and I only recently found out that my younger brother, Mason, experienced things there too. I always knew that house felt wrong in certain places, but I didn't realize just how much he had seen until much later. A little backstory first. The house was an old farmhouse, built sometime in the early 1900s. From what we were told, it used to be a gathering place for farmers in the area. There were even stories that Henry Ford may have owned it for a brief time, although I can't say for sure if that part is true. But what I can say is this. Almost every part of that house felt haunted. The kitchen and living room were probably the only rooms that ever felt somewhat safe. Everywhere else had this heavy feeling, like you were being watched from corners you couldn't quite see. Growing up, I always sensed things, but Mason saw more than I ever knew. He told me there was a little girl who followed him around the house. We even have a picture where something that looks like her is near him. He said she would follow him almost everywhere, except into the basement. And the basement was a completely different kind of fear. But first, I want to talk about the shadow with the red eyes. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night because I had to use the bathroom. I remember walking toward the dining room, still half asleep, and then I stopped. There was something standing near the cabinets. It was looking right at me. The only light in the room came from the moon shining through the window, so I couldn't make out a face or any clear shape. It was just a dark shadow, maybe 6 feet away from me. But I remember the eyes. They were red. What makes it even stranger is that our bird, who usually made noise at everything, was completely silent. Not a chirp, not a rustle, nothing. I should have been terrified right away, but I think my mind was trying to protect me from fully understanding what I was seeing. Years later, Mason told me he had seen the same thing. He was only around 6 years old at the time. Back then, my mom, Mason, and I would sometimes all sleep in my room together. One night, he woke up and saw a black shadow with red eyes standing right beside the bed, staring directly at him. That shook me, because I had never told him exactly what I had seen. And that was only one piece of it. There were so many stories from that house, especially from people who were sensitive to that kind of energy. On the main floor, there was the kitchen, living room, dining room, one bedroom, bathroom, mudroom leading to the basement, and a bar room. Every space had its own feeling. A family friend once couldn't sleep, so he went down to the living room and turned on the TV. At some point, he looked toward the window, and in the reflection, he saw a tall black mass standing behind the chair he was sitting in. My mom once woke up with her blanket wrapped so tightly around her throat that she had to fight to get it off. One of the first nights I slept in the small bedroom with my mom, she got up to use the bathroom, and suddenly I couldn't move. I remember lying there, completely frozen, feeling like something was in the room with me. Another family friend tried sleeping in that same small bedroom and said he couldn't rest because he saw a female spirit pacing around the room. Eventually, she sat down on the bed beside him. The bar room was another place where you never felt alone. It always felt like something was above you, hovering somehow. I hated being in there for too long. There was also a radio in the kitchen that would go off around 3 in the morning, even when it was unplugged. It played the same eerie line, something like, "She will haunt you through the night." After a while, we made sure everything that didn't need to be plugged in was unplugged before bed. One night, my mom was playing a game on the computer when she saw what looked like a pale, ghostly hand reach out from the bedroom doorway. And then there were the sounds from the basement. A few times, it sounded like someone was taking a sledgehammer and slamming it into the basement walls. The first time I heard it, I was alone in the house with Mason. It was so loud that the living room walls seemed to shake and the closet door started rattling. Later, my parents and a few cousins heard it too during a family game night, after everyone was supposed to be asleep. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms and a full bathroom. That area had its own strange activity. I would come home and find my toys moved around, or things placed somewhere I knew I hadn't left them. One time, I was sitting on the floor playing, and my closet door was cracked open just a little. I looked up, and the door slowly started opening wider, inch by inch, like someone was peeking out at me. After that, I kept that closet shut as much as I could. Anytime it was open, I felt this awful dread in my stomach. Mason used to sleep in my room sometimes, and he later admitted that he saw shadows in there all the time. He just never told anyone. Looking back, it makes sense why I never wanted to sleep alone. I always needed a pet with me. Our dog hated being in my room, but he would stay until I fell asleep. Then he'd leave. Mason also refused to take a bath unless someone stayed in the bathroom with him. I always felt like someone was standing outside the bathroom door too, so honestly, I understood. He hated being alone in that house, and I don't blame him at all. Then there was the basement. The basement had a laundry room, 3 small storage rooms with heavy wooden doors, and a little cellar. None of us liked going down there. It had this dark, nasty feeling that seemed to sit in the air. In the cellar, there was a chair sitting in the middle of the room with an old case of beer bottles nearby. We never used that room. It was basically left alone. But one day, my mom heard one of those bottles break down there. Another time, one of the heavy wooden storage doors slammed shut when no one was in the basement. Every time I had to go down there, I would take a deep breath first, like I was preparing myself. I always felt like something was watching me from just outside the laundry room. The lighting was terrible, and I would run back up the stairs as fast as I could. I honestly don't think even the dog wanted to go down there. That house had a way of making you feel watched, even when you were standing in an empty room. And the strangest part is that for years, I thought maybe it was mostly just me. But now that Mason has told me what he saw too, I know it wasn't just my imagination. That house had something in it. Maybe more than one thing. And whatever it was, it made sure we knew we were never truly alone. So this happened sometime around 2020, when I was still a teenager. My parents and I had just moved into a new house, and at first, everything felt almost perfect. The house was nice, the neighborhood seemed quiet, and we honestly thought we were starting fresh. My dad traveled a lot for work back then. His business trips usually lasted a few days, sometimes almost a week, so most of the time it was just my mom and me at home. And because I had school during the day, my mom was often in the house by herself. She told me later that almost from the beginning, she felt like something was wrong. She kept getting this feeling that someone was following her around the house. Not exactly standing in front of her, but always nearby, always behind her, always watching. At first, she didn't say anything. She didn't want to scare me, and she knew my dad probably wouldn't believe it anyway. He's never really believed in spirits or anything like that. Then things started happening, only when my mom was alone. She would hear heavy footsteps in empty rooms, loud thuds from upstairs. Utensils would fall in the kitchen when no one was there. Sometimes it sounded like someone was moving furniture, but when she checked, nothing had changed. Eventually, she got scared enough to tell my dad. He listened, but I don't think he really knew what to say. Then he left for another business trip, and told her he'd deal with it when he got back. My mom didn't want to stay in that house, but since he was only going to be gone for 4 or 5 days, she tried to manage. Luckily, I was on school break, so I was home with her most of the time. One night, I heard my mom scream. I ran to her room and found her sitting on the floor in the corner beside the bed. She was shaking. I asked her what happened, and she told me she had seen someone pass by. Someone with orange eyes. I was terrified, but we didn't know what else to do, so we kept all the lights on and slept like that for the rest of the night. After more things kept happening, my mom finally called her parents. They came over right away and brought things for a cleansing ritual. My grandmother told my mom to repeat a prayer because whatever was in the house seemed to be affecting her the most. But when my mom started saying the prayer, she began choking. She was sweating badly and she couldn't get the words out. She kept saying something was stopping her, like it was pressing on her throat and wouldn't let her finish. The ritual had to be stopped halfway through. My grandparents said they would come back the next day and try again. But that night was awful. While my mom was sleeping, she started screaming my name. At first it was loud, then each scream got weaker and weaker. By the time I reached her room, she had stopped. I asked her what happened, and she told me the same figure had been on top of her body. She said it had orange eyes and thick, dark, messy hair, and she could feel its weight on her. She didn't just dream it. She said she saw it and felt it. By then, my dad had come back home, and after that, even he started noticing things. That was when we knew we had to leave. Before moving out, my mom wanted to speak to the landlord. We had also been hearing what sounded like a girl crying at night, almost every night. When my mom asked about it, the landlord finally admitted that a girl had died in that house. We were already planning to leave, so we tried not to focus on that too much. We just wanted out. But while we were cleaning and packing, we found something that still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. There was a bundle of thick black hair hidden inside the house, beside a heavy old book, a Ouija board, used candles, and a small black keychain. We rushed to the landlord and asked who had lived there before us. She said the previous tenants were a group of people who used to perform rituals in the house. She claimed she didn't know exactly what they were doing. My dad was furious. He asked her why she never told us any of this before we moved in. And she said she didn't mention it because no one had ever stayed in that house for more than 3 months. My dad just snapped and said, "No wonder." After that, we left. We moved to another state and tried to put the whole thing behind us. A few years later, things had finally become normal again. We were in a different house. Life felt calm, and for a while, I really thought everything was over. My dad would go to work, and my mom liked going for walks in the evening. Sometimes I'd be home alone, either studying or just relaxing. One day, I was watching horror movies and reading about jinns. I know, terrible timing. That's when I started hearing noises from the living room. At first, they were small sounds. I went to check, but there was nothing there. Then it happened again, and again. I checked 2 or 3 times, and still nothing. The 4th time, the sound was much louder. When I walked out, the glass table in our living room suddenly fell right in front of me and shattered. It was a big table too, not something that could just tip over easily. I ran to the bathroom and started crying. Thankfully, I had my phone with me, so I called my mom and told her what was happening. At first, she didn't believe me. I think she wanted to believe we were safe now, that whatever happened in the old house had stayed there. But she told me she was coming home. The problem was, I had locked the front door from the inside, and I had the key. Usually my mom would lock it and take the keys with her, but that day, I was the one who had them. So I had to leave the bathroom and unlock the door myself. I gathered every bit of courage I had and slowly stepped out. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then I looked toward the hallway. I saw a tall black figure wearing an orange gown walk right in front of me. I completely froze. My mind just went blank. Then I ran straight to the front door, unlocked it, and got out of the house. Right at that moment, my mom arrived. I showed her the broken glass and told her exactly what I had seen. We never told my dad about that second incident. I still live in that same house now, and thankfully, nothing major has happened since then. But some days, I still get this feeling that something is around me. Not always. Just some days. And when that feeling comes back, I remember those orange eyes. It was Rosh Hashanah in 2025, and I remember getting home from work sometime around 3 in the afternoon. I was exhausted, honestly. My whole body had that end-of-the-day heaviness, but I was also grateful to be home, ready to settle in and mark the new year in my own quiet way. But the second I opened my apartment door, I felt it. Something was wrong. Not wrong in a clear, dramatic way. Nothing was tipped over. Nothing was missing. The place looked exactly how I had left it. But there was this pressure in the air, this strange heaviness, like someone had been standing in my living room just minutes before I walked in. My apartment isn't big. It's basically one open space for the living room and kitchen, with my bedroom and bathroom off to the side. So I stood there for a while, just looking around, trying to catch whatever my mind thought it had noticed. But there was nothing. Eventually, I told myself, "Eliam, you're tired. You're imagining things." So I locked the door, made myself something small to eat, and went to lie down for a bit. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke up suddenly with my heart racing. It felt like a loud noise had snapped me awake, but when I stayed still and listened, there was nothing at all. No footsteps, no voices, no movement, just silence. I got out of bed and opened my bedroom door, and across the apartment, tucked into the far corner of the kitchen, I saw something. A shadow. But not the kind you get from furniture or poor lighting. This was darker than the dark around it. It had shape. It had presence. And then, it shifted. It moved. I didn't think. I just reached for the wall and flipped on the light. The shadow disappeared instantly. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. It made everything worse, because now I knew I hadn't imagined it. Still, I tried to stay calm. I went back to bed, told myself there had to be some explanation, and eventually started drifting off again. Then I heard it. A soft clicking sound. If you've ever heard a dog walking across a kitchen floor, claws tapping against tile or linoleum, that's exactly what it sounded like. Click, click, click. Slow at first, then closer. Then my bedroom door burst open. It slammed into the dresser so hard that everything on top of it crashed to the floor. Before I could even sit up properly, something rushed into the room, and I still don't know how to describe it without sounding completely insane. Its body moved like an animal, low to the ground, quick, smooth. Too smooth, like it didn't have bones the way living things are supposed to have bones. But the head was human. Or it had been human once. The face looked sunken and ruined, like something dead that had no business moving. The eyes were empty, but not blank. That's the part I hate remembering. They looked empty and aware at the same time. Over its head was an old, torn tallit, a prayer shawl, but it wasn't resting on the thing normally. The fabric drifted around it, almost floating, like it was underwater. It kept rippling in these slow waves, even though there was no wind in the room, and it was coming right at me. The strange thing is, I didn't freeze. I thought I would, but I didn't. I swung at it. I actually tried to hit it, but it moved out of the way so easily, almost lazily, like it already knew what I was going to do. Then I remembered the kitchen shadow, the light. I threw my hand toward the switch and hit it. and it was gone. Just gone. My room was empty again, except for the mess on the floor and the sound of me breathing like I had just run miles. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat there with the light on, staring at the door, waiting for something else to happen. And around 4 a.m, it did. 2 figures came walking straight through my bedroom wall. They weren't like the first thing. They looked almost human, pale and faded, like people made out of fog. And they didn't seem interested in me at all. They were talking to each other quietly, casually, like they had walked into a room they visited every day. One of them even pulled out the chair by my desk and sat down. That was when I reached over and flipped the light on again. Both of them vanished, instantly. And since that night, I don't sleep in the dark anymore. I should probably start by saying this. I do believe there are things out there that we don't fully understand. I'm not someone who jumps straight to, "It was definitely a ghost," or anything like that. Usually I'm more comfortable saying, "I don't know what it was. I can't explain it. I can't be sure." But I've seen enough strange things in my life that I try not to dismiss anything too quickly. I live in a suburb outside Boulder, Colorado, but my condo complex sits right up against a huge stretch of protected open space. There are trails, trees, ditches, brush, and a lot of wildlife. So when something odd happens at night, my first thought is usually, okay, maybe that was an animal. I moved into this condo about 7 months ago. About 6 weeks after I got here, I woke up suddenly around 1:45 in the morning to the most horrifying scream I have ever heard. It was sharp, loud, and completely unnatural. It lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds. Then, after about 1 second of silence, it happened again. Same scream, same volume, same length. I just lay there frozen. It didn't sound like it was right outside my window. It seemed farther away, maybe from another building or somewhere beyond the parking lot. But it was loud enough to wake me from a dead sleep. At first, I tried to be rational. I started searching for animal sounds in Colorado. Foxes, owls, mountain lions, bobcats, coyotes, anything that might sound like a person screaming. And I did find a few animals that can make really unsettling noises. But the thing that bothered me was how identical the 2 screams were. They didn't rise or fall. They didn't shake or crack the way a human voice usually does. They were just perfectly even. Scream, pause, scream. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know what I would even say. I heard a scream somewhere, kind of far away? I had no location, no details, nothing useful. And honestly, this is hard to explain, but it didn't sound like someone calling for help. It sounded more like something trying to scare whoever heard it. 2 months later, it happened again. Same time, 1:45 in the morning. The exact same 2 screams. I knew it wasn't my imagination because I had never forgotten the first time. The sound was burned into my mind. And this second time, everything matched. Same length, same volume, same little pause in between. I got out of bed and looked outside. The parking lot was still. The buildings were quiet. Nothing moved. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. Then, about a month ago, something else happened. I was taking my dog, Milo, outside at around 4:45 in the morning. It was still dark, and the complex was completely quiet. That's when I saw this figure crossing the far side of the parking lot. It was incredibly tall. I mean, impossibly tall. Maybe 8 or 9 feet. And it was completely black. Not like a person wearing black clothes. It looked black all the way through, like a cutout moving across the world. It crossed the parking lot, stepped over the ditch, and headed toward the open space. Milo usually barks at everything. A leaf blows wrong and he has an opinion about it. But this time, he didn't make a sound. He just stared. Then he suddenly wanted to go back inside, and so did I. That brings me to last night. I woke up again at 1:45. The scream came first, then the pause, then the second scream, exactly like before. And right after that, Milo started acting like he needed to go outside. He never wakes me up in the middle of the night, so I thought, okay, maybe he really has to go. But I was also thinking, wonderful, there may be some nightmare fox beast screaming outside. And now my 12-pound dog wants a midnight field trip. I convinced myself it was probably wildlife. I grabbed his leash, turned on the outside light, and took him down. But he barely went to the bathroom. He mostly sniffed around and stared into the dark, like he was checking the air. He didn't bark once. That scared me more than the screaming, honestly. I brought him back inside, locked the door, and we got back into bed. A little while later, I thought I heard something that sounded almost like a word. I couldn't make it out. It was soft and quick, and I told myself I was probably just rattled. Then the screams happened again. 2 more. Scream. Pause. Scream. That was the first time it ever happened twice in one night. This morning, I texted a couple of neighbors and asked if they had heard anything strange around 1:45. Both of them said no. One of them added, "This neighborhood is interesting," which is not exactly the comforting answer you want after a night like that. I tried to ask what they meant, but we don't talk much, and over text, they didn't really give me anything more. So I called a relative of mine, Elliot, who studies folklore and strange old stories. That kind of thing. I told him about the screams, how they're always the same volume, how they never waver, how they come in pairs with the same pause, how no one else seems to hear them. Then I told him about the tall black figure I saw near the open space. He got quiet for a moment. Then he asked, "Do you think it could be a banshee?" I've been looking up banshees all morning, but most of what I'm finding is from video games or fantasy stuff, and none of it feels very helpful. So I don't know what I heard. I don't know what I saw. All I know is that something keeps screaming at 1:45 in the morning, and my dog knows better than to bark at it. I used to live in this narrow little valley tucked into the Rockies, and because I rented for years, I moved around more than I ever wanted to. After quarantine, my partner Evan and I were desperate to get out of the tiny studio apartment we had been trapped in. We had a dog and a cat, so finding a pet-friendly place was not easy. When an old townhouse opened up on a quiet road, we grabbed it almost immediately. It sat in a strange spot, though. On one side there was a graveyard, on the other, a river. At the time, I told myself it was peaceful, maybe even charming in a gloomy mountain town sort of way. I have always been a little sensitive to places. I have had odd experiences before, mostly in old homes with heavy histories, but I try not to make a big production out of it. Some places carry things. That has always been my feeling. I usually just let whatever is there exist, and I go on existing too. Evan, on the other hand, did not believe in any of that, not even a little. Before we signed the lease, I walked through the townhouse with our dog, just to get a feel for it. Everything seemed calm. I went back a second time, and again, nothing felt wrong. We moved in during late spring, and for months it was quiet. Then fall came. About a week after Halloween, Evan decided he wanted to store our summer gear. He told me he had found a crawl space under the stairs. I had no idea it was there, and the second he said it, I felt this tight, sinking feeling in my stomach. I told him, "Please don't go down there." He laughed, of course. He thought I was being dramatic. He opened it anyway and climbed down into this underground space with a dirt floor and stone walls. It was bigger than I expected, maybe the size of a small room. I leaned in just far enough to look, and everything in me wanted to back away. The only thing down there was an old painting leaning against the wall. It showed a single bare tree on a hill at night. I hated it instantly. I told Evan not to store anything down there and to close it back up. The next day, I came home and found all our summer gear packed into that crawl space. And the painting was in the living room. I made him put it back immediately. That was when things started. At first, it was small. One night, we went out to dinner, and I left the hallway light on for the animals. I remember doing it clearly because I went back inside specifically to turn it on for our dog. When we came home, the light was off. Not burned out, not flickering. The switch had been flipped. That was easy enough to explain away, but I knew. Upstairs, there was a long hallway. Our bedroom was at one end, facing the river, and the spare room, which I used as an office, faced the graveyard. If the office door was open, you could look straight through the window and see the headstones. Evan never liked that room, so we usually kept the door closed. A few days later, I was working in the office when my cat knocked a heavy glass off my desk. It shattered. I swept it up and put the broken pieces in the upstairs bathroom trash. That evening, Evan and I were downstairs relaxing, and I decided to go up to the bedroom. I never turned on the stair lights, but for some reason, right before I stepped up, I got that same awful feeling. So I flipped the light on. There, sitting on the stairs, was a huge shard of glass from the cup. If I had taken one step in the dark, it would have gone straight into my foot. I checked the upstairs bathroom trash. The rest of the broken glass was still there, and the bin was upright. My cat could not have dragged that piece out, and my dog avoided the upstairs completely in that house. After that, things escalated quickly. We started seeing little balls of light in the living room. Our cat would chase them. Once, he was meowing near a hanging plant, and I watched one of the macrame tassels swing out and smack him right in the face. There was no fan on, no window open, nothing moving in the room. Then one night, around 3:30 in the morning, we heard a massive crash from the office. We had an industrial shelf in there with a locking carabiner hanging from it, and all our climbing gear was clipped onto it. It was heavy, probably 15 pounds or more. Anyone who has used climbing gear knows a carabiner does not just fall off. You have to press the gate in and lift it off. Somehow, that entire bundle had been removed from the shelf and dropped onto the floor. That scared Evan badly enough that he grabbed his gun and searched the whole house, convinced someone had broken in. Then he went outside to check around the building. As soon as the front door shut behind him, there were 3 loud knocks on the bedroom wall right above my head. That wall was the outside wall of the house. We were the end unit. There was nothing on the other side except open air. That was the moment Evan started to believe me. Soon after, we began hearing voices. At night, while we were lying in bed, we would hear a man and a woman talking in the corner of our room. Not clearly enough to understand every word, but clearly enough to hear the rhythm of conversation. Back and forth. Male voice, female voice. It sounded like listening to people talk through a closed door. I was so unnerved that I made Evan check the upper crawl space under the roof to make sure no one was living up there. I asked the neighbors if they heard anything strange, but they all looked at me like I was losing it. The woman next door lived alone, and there was no man in her house. Still, almost every night, those voices came from the corner of our bedroom. Then the night terrors started. I had never had sleep paralysis before, never had night terrors, But in that house, I would wake up screaming for help, screaming Evan's name, unable to move. One night, during one of those episodes, I saw a figure crawling over me. It was shaped like a man, dressed in black, but its limbs were too long. Its head looked like a boar or a pig. It started near my feet and crawled toward my face while I tried to scream. Right before it reached me, I woke up to Evan lunging across the bed. He said he had woken up and seen something crawling over my body. He was trying to shove it off me. I asked him to describe it. We had seen the same thing. After that, I started sleeping downstairs on the sofa, but it did not help. The voices continued. The lights continued. The strange knocks and moving objects continued. At one point, I became so desperate that I called a church to ask whether someone could come bless the house. While I was on the phone in my office, talking about bringing a priest over, every light in the room started flickering. During the time we lived there, everyone in the house got sick, even the animals. Our cat and dog started vomiting and having accidents indoors, which they had never done before. My cat was diagnosed with kidney disease. Evan got so ill, he needed surgery and dealt with terrible vertigo. My own autoimmune condition, which had been stable for years, flared worse than it had in nearly a decade. Maybe some of that was stress. I know that is possible. But I also know what that house felt like. Thankfully, after the first year, our lease went month to month, and we saved every bit we could until we were able to leave. Once we moved out, everything stopped. No more voices, no more lights, no more night terrors. I have never had sleep paralysis again. Evan recovered. My health settled. And the strangest part was my vet later told me my cat no longer showed signs of kidney disease. A while later, I met someone who worked in a building just a couple blocks from that townhouse. They told me their building had constant paranormal activity too, enough to turn them into a believer. I still think about that place sometimes. That old townhouse caught between the graveyard and the river. And honestly, I believe something about that location pulled things in. Or maybe it held on to them. I used to be really drawn to paranormal stuff when I was younger. I mean, genuinely fascinated by it. I watched all those ghost hunting shows, read about haunted places online, and spent way too much time looking for videos or photos that might prove something was out there. These days, I'm not quite the same. I've become more skeptical as I've gotten older, mostly because I haven't had many personal experiences in years. But there are still a few things from my past that I honestly don't know how to explain. The first one happened when I was little. I think I was around first or second grade. At the time, all the bedrooms in our house were upstairs. When you came up the stairs, my room was on the right, my sister Mia's room was right beside mine, and my mom's room was down the hall to the left. One afternoon, Mia had gotten some new posters, and she was putting them up in her room. I was just sitting there with her, hanging out, when this awful, uneasy feeling came over me. It felt like someone was watching me. I turned around and looked toward the stairs, and I saw what looked like a very tall figure wrapped in a big white sheet, slowly walking down the staircase. I just stood there and watched until it reached the bottom and disappeared from view. Then I ran straight to my mom's room, right as she was coming out, and I said, "Mom, did you see the lady?" Of course, she had no idea what I was talking about. I told her what I saw, and we checked the house, but there was nobody there. Something else happened in that same house, though I don't remember the exact day. I was upstairs, just outside my room, when I saw this strange, fuzzy black shape, maybe about the size of a rabbit, floating from one side of my room to the other. It vanished when it reached the wall. I checked the room on the other side, which was Mia's room, but there was nothing there. The next stretch of strange experiences happened when I was in high school, after my dad moved into a different house. There was just something about that place. I always felt uneasy there, especially when I was home alone or when everyone else was asleep. That was the period when the most things seemed to happen. Not huge, dramatic things, but little things that built up over time, noises I couldn't place. Knocks on the walls. What sounded like footsteps in rooms where nobody should have been. It got to the point where I didn't want to sleep in a room by myself anymore. One night, I was sleeping in Mia's room. She was already asleep. My dad was asleep in his room, and I was still awake watching TV after midnight. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like someone running full speed up the stairs with heavy, heavy footsteps. My heart started pounding. The bedroom door was still open, but I was too scared to get up and close it. So I just turned toward the wall, pulled the blanket over my head, and stayed like that until I finally fell asleep. After that, I started sleeping downstairs on the couch. The couch was right underneath my old bedroom, and since I was a teenager, I usually stayed up pretty late. One night, around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps directly above me, like someone walking around in that room. At first, I told myself it was probably Mia going to the bathroom. But the next day, I asked her about it, and she said she had gone to sleep before midnight and hadn't gotten up until morning. Another time, I was watching a movie with my family in a room where you could see the stairs in the upstairs bathroom. I looked up and saw what seemed like a little ball of light floating in the bathroom doorway. It stayed there for a few seconds, then disappeared. My dad's room also gave me a strange feeling. I don't know how else to describe it. Whenever I walked in there alone, I felt uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. The only other things that happened were 2 episodes of sleep paralysis. The first one happened when I had fallen asleep on the couch at my mom's house. In the dream, or whatever it was, several of my friends came into the house one by one and talked to me beside the couch. Then suddenly, everyone was gone. The house felt empty, and I couldn't move. I tried so hard to sit up or speak, but my body wouldn't respond. Then, all at once, I snapped out of it and sat straight up. The second time was much worse. I was asleep in my bed, and I thought I had woken up. I was staring at the ceiling when a dark, faceless figure slowly started moving over me, filling my vision. I could feel what seemed like 2 hands moving up my sides, and I was terrified. When everything went completely dark, I woke up with my heart pounding. Since that last sleep paralysis episode, nothing else has really happened to me. Now, part of me wonders if all of it was just an overactive imagination, especially because I was younger and so interested in paranormal things at the time. But another part of me still remembers how real those moments felt. And honestly, I still wonder why it all seemed to happen when I was young, then just stopped. I was in primary school at the time, around CM1 in France, and our class went on one of those school trips that everyone is expected to do at that age. We stayed in this little village up in the mountains, in a big old chalet-style building. It had 2 floors, maybe even a basement, though we were never allowed down there. The canteen was on the ground floor, and upstairs there were bedrooms, classrooms, and long corridors that felt a lot longer at night than they did during the day. At first, everything was honestly fine. I was excited to be away from home with my classmates. The mountains were beautiful, and during the day, nothing felt strange at all. But after a while, the rumors started. This was around the time when that creepy Momo picture was everywhere online, the one with the long dark hair and the strange, inhuman face. Some kids were saying she could haunt you, or contact you, or show up if you did certain things. I never really believed that. I saw the picture later, and it didn't leave me traumatized or anything. But because of Momo, scary stories started spreading around the group. Then some of the kids began talking about La Dame Blanche, the White Lady. I didn't really know the legend behind her. I just remember hearing that a few kids had played Bloody Mary in the bathroom and scared themselves badly, even though they tried to act brave afterward. After that, it became this silly joke for us to chant her name while walking to activities in broad daylight. I joined in sometimes, but I never had the courage to actually play anything like that for real. And honestly, I still didn't believe in it. At least, not until that night. My bedroom was on the second floor. I shared it with 4 other girls. They were sleeping in 2 bunk beds on the other side of the room, and I had my bed closer to a small window on my right. The window was tiny, maybe only a little bigger than a sheet of paper. I woke up during the night, and I saw her. She was standing near the window, or maybe coming from it. That's the part I still can't explain. It was as if she had formed out of the moonlight itself, like the pale light had gathered into the shape of a woman. I could see her silhouette clearly, but at the same time, I could see through her. She was draped in white, and her face kept turning slowly between me and the girls sleeping across the room. And then I realized everything had gone silent. Before that, I had been hearing the usual mountain sounds outside. Cows with bells, insects, little noises from the building. But suddenly, there was nothing. No crickets, no bells, no wind, no breathing from the other girls. Just silence. I wanted to cry, but I was too scared to move. I didn't want to blink. I didn't want to look away. I was terrified that if I stopped watching her, she would come closer. Her face was the worst part. Sometimes it looked completely pale, so pale that I couldn't make out her nose, eyes, or mouth unless she turned slightly to the side. But then, in the next moment, her eyes and mouth would seem darker, sharper, almost black. Not exactly angry, but deeply wrong. Like her features couldn't decide what shape they were supposed to have. I couldn't tell if she wanted to hurt us. I didn't feel hatred from her, not exactly, but I knew with my whole body that I didn't want her near me. And then, I started praying. I wasn't religious. I'm still not really. But in that moment, I remember thinking something like, "Dear God, if you exist, please show me you're here. Please make her leave us alone. I've been good. I need to see my parents again. The girls here are kind too, so please don't hurt us." I just kept begging in my head, over and over. She didn't disappear. She stayed there, half transparent in the moonlight, watching the room. At some point, I must have fallen asleep again, because I remember still seeing her as I drifted off. When I woke up in the morning, the sun was up, the room was normal, and she was gone. I never saw her again. For the rest of the trip, things mostly went back to normal, but I had a hard time sleeping after that. I kept staring at that little window, waiting for the light to change shape again. Within a couple of weeks, people stopped talking about the white lady. The jokes faded, the rumors disappeared, and everyone moved on. But I kept wondering whether the games some kids had played had somehow brought something into our room that night. I tried to talk about it a little. A few other kids said they had seen her too, but none of us really went into detail. It was like we were all afraid that saying too much would make it real again. One of the adults on the trip told us later that he had gone around checking the bedrooms to make sure everyone was asleep. I think he was trying to reassure us, but I know what I saw, and whatever stood by that window that night, it wasn't him. I was still pretty young when this happened, not long after I came out of foster care. My family had just moved into this apartment complex called Elmdale Place in El Reno. It was one of those places that was actually affordable, and for me, my brother, and my 2 sisters, it felt like we finally had enough room to breathe. But almost right away, something about my bedroom felt wrong. Every night, after the lights went out, I would see these red eyes on the wall beside my closet. They didn't have a body, no shadow, no shape, no face. Just two flat, red, glowing eyes, almost like they were being projected onto the wall. The strange part was, my room was completely dark. There wasn't any light coming in from outside, no nightlight, nothing, just darkness and those eyes. And they blinked. Not randomly either. They copied me. I remember testing it because, even as a kid, I was trying to make sense of it. I would blink one eye, then the other. I would wink in little patterns just to see what would happen, and those eyes would do it right back. My sisters saw them too, in their room. They had their own pairs of eyes, separate from mine. I never stayed in there long enough to find out if theirs copied them the same way, because honestly, I didn't want to know. There was also this small tree outside my window. It wasn't big enough to be scary on its own, but every time I stepped into my room, it would start tapping and banging against the glass. If I stepped back out, it stopped. I tested that too. I would walk in, it would start. I would walk out, it would stop. Over and over again. One night, I got so scared that I asked to sleep in my mom's room. We both walked to my doorway, and I just broke down crying. I pointed at the wall and told her I couldn't go get my blanket because the thing was staring at me. I begged her to grab it for me, but she wouldn't. I remember looking at her face and realizing she was scared too. She tried to hide it, but I could tell. She was uncomfortable, frozen almost. So I ran in myself, grabbed the blanket, and slammed the door behind me as I came back out. My mom's room never had the eyes. It was always totally dark in there. But it still felt awful, heavy, dreadful, like the darkness in that room had its own weight. I didn't understand that feeling as a kid, and honestly, I still don't fully understand it now. Back then, because I was so young and didn't know what else to call what I was seeing, I gave the eyes names. I called one invisible giraffe and the other invisible zebra. I know that sounds strange, but when you're little, your brain tries to make scary things feel less scary. About 6 months after we moved in, we came home one day and our bedrooms had been rearranged. My bed had been moved against the wall where the eyes used to appear. For the first week, I kept waiting for them to come back. I didn't trust that they were really gone. But they never showed up again. And that wasn't the only thing that changed. The tree stopped hitting my window. My sisters stopped seeing the eyes in their room too. It was like whatever had been there just vanished after the furniture was moved. Years later, when I was older, I started looking into the apartments. I found out that in 2009, a family had tragically died there in a really horrible way. I've never been able to stop connecting that to what I saw as a child. I don't know for sure what those eyes were. I don't know why they copied me, or why moving the beds seemed to make everything stop. But I know what I saw. It has stayed with me my whole life, tucked away in the back of my mind like a door I don't really want to open. Sometimes I think about going back, just to see if I can feel anything there again. But another part of me knows I probably shouldn't mess with something I don't understand. So I'm asking now, has anyone else ever seen red eyes watching them in the dark? Especially eyes that blinked when you blinked? Because I would really love to know that me and my siblings aren't the only ones who experienced something like this. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, in one of those homes where family was always close. A lot of my relatives lived nearby, and some of my extended family were in and out of the house all the time. So, from the outside, you'd think I would have felt safe. But at night, I never did. There was always this feeling, like something was waiting somewhere in the dark. I couldn't explain it then, and honestly, I still can't explain it now. I just knew I couldn't sleep alone. I had to crawl into someone's bed or ask somebody to stay with me, because even with a house full of family, I felt like I wasn't really protected. One of my earliest memories is from when I was around 5. I was sitting on the floor playing Mario on the old Nintendo. We were getting the carpet replaced, so the floors were bare, with old tile marks and sticky patches left behind. I remember hearing my mom call my name. Not once, a few times. Her bedroom was right across the hall, so I got up, went over, and asked her what she needed. She looked confused and said, "I didn't call you, baby." And that was it. I went right back to my game. At that age, I didn't really sit there and think, "That's strange." But it stayed with me. Out of everything from my childhood, that little moment is still sharp in my mind. My grandpa Harold was deeply religious. He had worked as a roofer for over 40 years before retiring. He'd come up to Chicago from West Virginia and bought that house back when my mom and her brothers and sisters were kids, sometime in the 60s. So the place had history. It was a family house, the kind with old stories tucked into the walls. And I'd heard some of those stories from my older relatives. But I didn't really believe them. You know how it is. Somebody tells you something strange happened, and your mind immediately starts building escape routes. Maybe it was the pipes. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe someone was playing a prank. I did that with their stories, and I've tried to do that with mine too. But some things don't give you enough room to explain them away. One night, I was sleeping in my mother's bed when something woke me up. I sat straight up so suddenly that it woke her too. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her, "Grandma said goodbye." That was all I said. My grandmother usually made breakfast for everyone on the weekends, but that morning she didn't come down. We waited for a while. I don't know why. Maybe everyone was hoping she was just tired. Maybe nobody wanted to be the first person to say what they were afraid of. Eventually, they found her. She had passed away in her sleep from a massive heart attack. My mom asked me about that moment many times over the years, but I never had much more to give her. I don't remember a full dream. I don't remember seeing my grandmother standing there or hearing a long message. I only remember waking up, sitting straight up in bed, and saying, "Grandma said goodbye." Sometime after that, I was scared one night and went looking for somewhere to sleep. I ended up crawling into my grandpa's bed. His room always felt heavy, but not in a bad way at first. It was full of religious pictures and statues. Jesus, Mary, saints everywhere. He had Bibles stacked around, different versions, and a bunch of books too, mostly old thrillers and worn paperbacks. He was a devout Catholic, the kind of man who opened the local church every morning. He helped set things up, prayed at the altar, and people trusted him with the keys because he never missed a day. So, in my mind, his room should have been the safest place in the house. But that night, I woke up, and I felt this pull toward the closet. That's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't curiosity. It didn't feel like my own idea. It was more like something inside me had been tugged by a string, and I had to look. So I did. My eyes had already adjusted to the dark, so I could make out the shape of the room. The dresser, the walls, the door. But the closet was different. It was black. Not regular darkness, not shadows. It looked like a hole had opened in the room, and inside that blackness were 2 red eyes. They weren't glowing exactly, but they were there, blurry around the edges, a little slanted, floating almost. I couldn't tell what they were looking at. They didn't even seem fixed on me. They were just hanging there in that dark, staring into nothing. I felt all the fear hit me at once. I laid back down, squeezed my eyes shut, and didn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't wake anyone. I just froze there under the blankets until eventually, somehow, I fell asleep again. The part that still bothers me most is what happened later. When I woke up, the house was empty. Everyone was gone, so whatever that was, I had slept in that room with it for who knows how long, completely alone. And that thought scares me even more than seeing the eyes. Years later, my mom told me she had her own experiences in that house growing up. The one I remember most is her saying something grabbed her through the wall while she was sleeping. She didn't talk about it dramatically. She said it so casually that I almost convinced myself it had to be some sibling prank or half-asleep confusion. That's what I always tried to do, find the reasonable explanation. But some rooms in that house never felt reasonable. My sister's room was one of them. I hated being in there. It always felt like something was watching from a corner you couldn't quite see. I never slept in that room, not once. And even now, when I think back on that house, I don't remember it as just a childhood home. I remember it as a place that held its breath at night. I want to tell you about my great-grandmother, Lillian. She was one of those people who seemed to carry softness with her, even after life had given her more than enough reasons to become hard. She had been through so much, but somehow, love was still the thing she led with. She painted beautifully, she loved getting lost in books, and when I was little, I always remembered her wearing this bright yellow nightgown with tiny pink flowers on it. It was cheerful and ridiculous in the sweetest way, and to me, it was just her. She lived out in Colorado, and we lived in Georgia, so I only saw her every few years. In 2011, we made a long trip to visit her, but something felt different that time. I was young, so I didn't really understand what was happening. I didn't understand why she wouldn't look at me the way she used to, or why she was staying somewhere unfamiliar, or why she wasn't in that yellow nightgown showing me her paintings. A few days after we got home, she passed away from dementia. Watching what that illness did to her was one of the hardest things I've ever had to witness. Afterward, her son began going through her belongings and sending us the things she had left behind. I received her old art box, still full of unfinished paintings, and a jewelry box she had owned since she was a girl. At the time, I had no idea how much those things would come to mean to me. For a few months, nothing really happened. We were just grieving. Then her ashes were delivered to our house. Her son couldn't bear to keep them, and he said he felt like she needed to be with us. So my mom placed the urn on a large bookshelf in our living room, tucked behind some of Lillian's favorite books. That night, after I had finally unpacked her jewelry box and looked through her art, I had a dream about her. In the dream, it was Christmas morning. My mom was in the kitchen making breakfast. My brother and I were playing with new toys, and my great-grandmother was there with us, calm and familiar, like she had never left. At one point, she went upstairs to get something. Then I woke up because I felt a hand touch my leg. It was warm, not frightening at all. It felt like someone had sat gently at the end of my bed and rested their hand there, just to comfort me. The next morning, I told my mom right away. Before I could even finish, she started crying. She told me that earlier that morning, while she was making breakfast, she saw a blur of yellow and pink rush up the stairs. We both knew what that meant. The nightgown. A few weeks later, my brother was having friends over for a sleepover. The night before, my mom had a dream about Lillian too. In the dream, they were arguing. My mom couldn't remember what the argument was about, but she woke up crying. That morning, she came into my room to wake me up so I could help clean. As we walked downstairs, we stopped cold. There were books scattered all over the floor in front of the bookshelf. But not just any books. Only the books that had been sitting directly in front of Lillian's ashes. her favorite ones. They weren't just tipped over either. They were a few feet away from the shelf. Nothing else had moved. Not the other books, not the urn, not even the dust nearby. We had a cat, but there was no way the cat could have caused that kind of mess so precisely. We just stood there, staring. Then, while we were putting the books back, we heard music upstairs. It was coming from my room, from the jewelry box. The strange thing is, I didn't even know it played music. I had opened it before, turned it around, tried the little crank, even tapped it gently, but it had never made a sound. And there it was, playing on its own. Months later, my mom, my brother, and I took a trip to Florida. We were going to see family and spend time at the beach, but before we left, my mom brought Lillian's ashes with us. Her husband, my great-grandfather, was buried in a family cemetery there, and my mom wanted to bury some of her ashes with him so they could be together again. The day we drove to the cemetery, it rained heavily the entire way. For almost an hour, it just poured. But the moment we reached the cemetery entrance, the rain stopped. The sun came out like nothing had happened. We walked around for a while, cleaned the area, and let ourselves feel everything we had been carrying. Eventually, I went back to the car, got the urn, and placed it on my great-grandfather's grave. And this is the part I struggled to believe myself for a long time. When I set the urn down, I sat beside it, and everything around me seemed to soften. I didn't pass out exactly. I was still awake, but I felt far away, almost like I had slipped into another room without moving. I started hearing voices, faint at first, then clearer. Then I saw them. My great-grandmother and my great-grandfather were standing together in front of an old wooden window. There was a red curtain moving lightly in the breeze. They were laughing and crying at the same time, talking like two people who had been apart for years and finally had all the time in the world to catch up. I couldn't understand every word, but I could feel what it was. Relief. Love. Home. Then Lillian turned and looked at me. I stood up immediately, picked up the urn, and walked back toward the car. My mom kept asking me what was wrong, but all I could say was, "She's ready to leave." As soon as I got into the car, I passed out. When I came to, my mom and brother were shaking me, terrified. I told my mom what I had seen. I described the window, the curtain, and my great-grandfather. She broke down crying. I had never met him. He died before I was born. And the house I described had burned down decades earlier. There were no pictures of it I had ever seen, but my mom said I described it exactly. When we drove out of the cemetery gates, the rain started again, heavy and sudden, all the way back to the hotel. Now, I know Florida weather can be dramatic. Rain there has a flair for entrances, but the timing of it stayed with us. After that, years went by and nothing really happened. We still felt like Lillian was with us, but in a quieter way. Not moving books or playing music, just present, loved, peaceful. Then Christmas of 2020 came. My grandfather, her son, visited us for the holiday. He stayed in my room for the week, and we spent time talking about his mother. We showed him her paintings hanging around the house, remembered her stories, and just held on to the good parts. When it was time for him to leave, my mom and brother drove him to the airport, and I stayed home alone. The house was completely quiet. Then I heard it. The jewelry box started playing. I called my mom right away and told her to put me on speaker because I had something I needed my grandfather to hear before he got on the plane. I held the phone up to the jewelry box and let it play. When the music stopped, I told him, "That was your mom's jewelry box. It hasn't made a sound in years, not until today. And honestly, I think that was her way of saying goodbye. Or maybe not goodbye. Maybe just, I'm still here. I heard you. I love you. I'm still trying to make sense of something that happened to me earlier today, and honestly, it has stayed with me in a way I can't quite explain. I was sitting in a park in London, right by this small pond, just taking in the kind of sunshine we don't get very often. There were people around, nothing unusual happening, just a normal afternoon. While I was sitting there, I came across a comment under a video about love. It said, "Don't fall in love with the love you give. Fall in love with the love you receive." And for some reason, that hit me hard. I've been going through something with a girl lately, and that quote felt almost too close to what I've been feeling. So I screenshotted it and sat there with it for a moment. Then, maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, a woman walked up to me. She was probably in her late 30s or early 40s, not very tall, with short light brown hair. She had on a dark olive top, a black skirt, sunglasses, and she was carrying a small handbag. She stopped near me and said, "Hi." At first, I wasn't even sure she was speaking to me, so I didn't answer right away. Then she sat down beside me on the bench and said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Sure." She had a soft accent, maybe Australian, maybe New Zealand. I couldn't quite place it. Then she looked straight at me and asked, "What do you think love really is?" I didn't know what to say. I mean, I had literally just been thinking about love. I had just saved that quote. And now this complete stranger was sitting beside me, asking me the exact kind of question that was already circling around in my head. Then she took off her sunglasses. She had pale green eyes, and there was something slightly unusual about the way she looked at me. Her eyes didn't focus in the same direction, and I'll be honest, it startled me a little. Not because I wanted to judge her, but because the whole moment already felt strange, and that detail made it feel even more unreal. I remember sitting there, trying to stay calm, but inside I was nervous. My thoughts were racing. Was she flirting with me? Was she doing some kind of social experiment? Was there a camera somewhere? Was this for TikTok or YouTube? But my mind just went completely blank. So all I could say was, "Sorry, I don't know." She didn't seem disappointed. She just gave me this gentle look and said, "That's okay. I just wanted to tell you that everything is going to be all right, and you're not alone." Then she stood up, put her sunglasses back on, and walked away quickly, back in the same direction she had come from. She went down a path that led toward a wooded area. And I just sat there. I must have stayed on that bench for at least 10 minutes, trying to understand what had just happened. I looked around for cameras. I looked to see if anyone nearby had reacted. But everyone was just going about their day. Nobody seemed to notice anything unusual at all. Eventually, I got up and walked down the same path she had taken. Part of me wanted to find her, just to see if she was with someone, or if there was a camera crew nearby, or anything that would explain it. But I couldn't find her. That's what makes this so strange to me. A random woman came up to me and asked about love just minutes after I had been sitting there thinking about love. She didn't seem to speak to anyone else. She didn't go around asking other people questions. If it was a survey or a project, surely she would have approached more than just me. If it was some kind of prank video, it was the quietest, most uneventful prank in the world. And the fact that she came from one direction, spoke only to me, gave me that message, and then went straight back the way she came, made it feel almost intentional. Like she had come there for that exact moment. I know how that sounds. I'm usually skeptical about things like this. I don't jump straight to supernatural explanations. But this didn't feel normal. It didn't feel random either. The words she said affected me more than I expected. A few years ago, I lost my father, and when she said, "You're not alone," something in me shifted. It made me wonder whether the message was about him, or whether it was about the girl I've been struggling over. Or maybe it was just a stranger who somehow said exactly what I needed to hear at exactly the right time. I don't know who she was. Maybe she was just a woman having her own kind of difficult day. Maybe she was deeply intuitive. Maybe she had mental health struggles. Maybe it was coincidence. Or maybe, in some way I can't explain, she was meant to cross my path. But I can't shake the feeling that there was something different about that encounter. I keep replaying it in my mind. Her voice, the question, the timing, the way she left. And honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I guess the best place to start is by saying that I've always had shadow people, spirits, or whatever you want to call them around me. I've lived in 3 different houses, and something happened in every single one. The first house, I'll call it House Elm, was where it started. I was really young there, and honestly, I was going through a lot of the time. For years, I told myself I probably imagined most of it, or that maybe I was just being dramatic because I was a kid. But I remember hearing people when no one was there. Sometimes animals too. I'd see shadowy figures, and my bedroom door or closet door would open and close on their own. My mom remembers things I don't even fully remember. She says I used to stand in one specific corner of the room, talking to empty air. Sometimes I'd hug the air there too, like someone was standing right in front of me. What I do remember clearly is the feeling, that heavy, stomach-sinking dread that came from that corner and from my closet. It felt wrong, even before I had words for it. When I was a little older, I went to a sleepover, and because we were teenagers and thought we were untouchable, we messed with a Ouija board. Whatever came through said it knew one of us and called itself V. After that, things at home got worse. Electronics would turn on and off by themselves. Objects would fall for no reason. Things disappeared and later turned up in places that made absolutely no sense. We lived in House Elm for around 9 years. The second house, I'll call House Laurel. That's where the shadow people became more frequent. I heard voices a few times too. Eventually, I got tired of being scared and started talking back whenever something happened. And it seemed to respond. Things kept moving, but now it would happen right in front of us. My mom's phone got thrown off flat surfaces more than once. Doors slammed. Lights acted strange. It started bothering the dogs too, which bothered me more than anything it did to me. Around that time, I started learning more about Norse paganism and experimenting with witchcraft. I saged the house often with lavender bundles, burned incense, made protection jars, and did quite a few protection spells. That was also around the time my mom really started believing something was going on. There was one room in that house that gave me that same bone-deep fear I remembered from childhood, but nothing especially dramatic happened in there. The rest of the activity was mostly doors opening and closing, lights flickering, things going missing, or stuff being tossed around. Sometimes I felt like a hand grabbed me. Sometimes I heard whispers right next to my ear. But after a while, the fear faded. I got used to it. I talked to it like it was some strange, annoying roommate no one had invited, but everyone had learned to live with. We stayed there about 5 years and moved out right before my senior year of high school. Now we're in our third house, where we've lived for about 3 years. At first, everything quieted down. I cleansed this house heavily with lavender, burned incense often, and kept up with the same protections I'd used before. But eventually, the activity came back. I talk to it more now, whatever it is. I sometimes call it our little traveling house spirit, because it honestly feels like it followed us from place to place. And it does seem to acknowledge me. There's one specific light it loves to mess with. We've changed the bulb probably 7 times. My dad checked the wiring. There's no obvious reason for it. But when I tell it to stop, it usually does. Usually. Sometimes it starts back up like it's testing me. My mom has started seeing shadow figures upstairs, or hearing someone moving around when she's home alone, and both dogs are right there in sight. It seems mostly focused on me though, probably because I'm the one who talks to it the most. About 30 minutes before I started writing this, something got thrown across my room pretty aggressively. My room is honestly a disaster right now because I've got about 5 different craft projects spread across the floor, so I couldn't even figure out what went flying. My back was turned, but I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Whatever it was went behind a bookshelf and moved the curtain. Then I heard something hit a stand nearby. I tried to look around without knocking into my projects or disturbing my altars, since they're over on that side of the room, but I couldn't see what had moved. So I took a break and went to the bathroom. When I came back, my oddity cabinet was open. That cabinet has a pretty secure lock. There's nothing inside it right now, and nothing nearby could have knocked it open. It was just open. My partner thinks it might be Loki, but I really don't feel like it is. I do work with Norse gods, specifically Freya and Loki, but this feels different. It feels more paranormal than divine. I'm not afraid of it, and I don't really want to get rid of it. I'm mostly just curious about what it could be. It might also be worth mentioning that I sometimes have lucid dreams involving angry or vengeful spirits. I've always felt watched too, though part of that could just be anxiety from other things I've been through. When whatever this is starts messing with me or the dogs, I speak to it pretty sternly. Not always politely either. I'll say things like, "Can we not do this today?" Or, "What are we doing right now?" Or, "Give back the thing you took." And weirdly enough, that usually works. So I'm wondering what this could be. Something attached to me? Something attached to my family? A house spirit that decided to follow us? I don't know. I'm not Christian, and I'm not looking for advice about turning to anyone's God. I believe in all gods, but I have my own path and my own practice. Mostly, I just want to understand what has been walking beside me all these years. I was around 7 years old when this happened, and honestly, it's one of those memories that still feels strange every time I think about it. Back then, my family had one of those old baby monitors that stayed on constantly. It didn't just switch on when the baby made noise, it picked up everything, all the time. The transmitter was in my baby brother's room, and the receiver usually stayed either in my parents' bedroom at night or in the living room during the day so they could hear him if he woke up. One evening, I was sitting in the living room with my parents. We were watching TV with the volume turned down pretty low, and the baby monitor was sitting on the side table beside the couch. Then, out of nowhere, we heard singing. It was a woman's voice, soft but very clear, singing what sounded like an old lullaby. At first, my dad thought it was coming from the TV, so he muted it. But the singing kept going. That's when we all realized it was coming through the baby monitor. And it wasn't just fuzzy noise or some weird crackling interference. It was actual singing. Clear enough that you could tell it was a woman, clear enough to hear the melody. The strangest part was that there was nothing in my brother's room that could have made that sound. No TV, no radio, no music box. Nothing like that. He was just a tiny baby sleeping in his crib. I remember sitting there with this cold, uneasy feeling because it really sounded like Someone was in the room with him. My parents got up to check on him, and I stayed in the living room, staring at the monitor. The singing kept coming through, faint but steady. But as they walked down the hallway toward his room, it started getting softer. By the time they reached the door, it had almost faded away. And when they opened the door, it stopped completely. They couldn't hear anything in the room itself. My brother was sound asleep. Everything looked normal. If it had only happened that one time, I think we probably would have explained it away as interference or some strange issue with the monitor. But it didn't happen just once. It kept happening for months. Every so often, completely at random, we would hear that same kind of woman's voice singing lullabies through the monitor. And every time someone went to check the room, the same thing happened. The singing would fade as they got closer, and once they entered, there was nothing there. One afternoon, my mom was outside trimming plants near the windows, and she heard it too. She could hear the lullaby from outside the house, coming through the baby monitor sound near the window. Our house was only one story, and the windows were low enough that she could clearly see there was nobody in the room. Still, when she went inside to check, my brother was asleep and the room was quiet. That house had other strange things happen in it over the years, but this is the one that has always stayed with me the most. I was old enough to understand what I was hearing, and I remember how everyone reacted. It wasn't just my imagination. Even now, I don't really know how to explain it. Maybe it was some kind of interference. Maybe there was a logical reason none of us ever figured out. But deep down, I've always felt like there was something in that house. Something that liked to sing to the baby when no one else was there. Has anyone else ever had a baby monitor pick up voices, music, or singing when the room was completely empty? So this happened when I was about 12, and honestly, it's still the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. My grandma, whose name was Marion, was renting this old log cabin way out in the countryside of central North Carolina. And when I say way out, I mean it. The place was tucked between trees, fields, and long, empty roads. The nearest neighbor was probably a mile and a half away, and if you needed gas or groceries, you had to drive at least 20 minutes. At night, it felt like the whole world had gone quiet around that cabin. My grandma had only been living there for a short while when she got into a pretty bad motorcycle accident. So my mom, my little sister, and I moved in with her to help while she recovered. What was supposed to be temporary turned into us staying there for almost a year. Not long after we arrived, something strange started happening in the kitchen. Every night, right around 9 p.m., the kitchen lights would flicker. But it wasn't the normal kind of flicker, like when a bulb is dying or the wiring is bad. These lights would snap off and on, fast, over and over again. At first, my grandma thought my sister or I were playing around with the light switches, but then it happened when none of us were anywhere near the kitchen. We would all be sitting in the living room and see the flashing coming from down the hall. Other nights, we'd already be in bed, and I'd see the light blinking under my closed bedroom door. After a while, we convinced ourselves it had to be electrical. My grandma told the landlord, and he sent someone out to check it. The electrician looked over everything and said the wiring was fine. Nothing loose, nothing faulty, nothing that should have caused it. But the lights kept doing it, every single night. Always at 9. Eventually, it became one of those things we tried not to think too hard about. Just another weird thing the cabin did, like the house had its own little nighttime ritual. Then one summer evening, everything changed. My grandma, my mom, and I were in the kitchen having dinner. We were talking and laughing, and for once the cabin didn't feel heavy or strange. It actually felt warm in there. Then 9 hit. The lights started again, but this time they weren't flickering fast like usual. They were turning off and on, slowly, deliberately. Almost like someone was standing by the switch, flipping it up and down with their hand. The whole room went quiet. I looked toward my grandma. She was standing near the counter, spreading butter onto a piece of bread. And right behind her, there was a figure. It was tall, dark, and shaped like a person. The outline looked like a man wearing a wide, tall hat. I know people talk about something called the Hat Man, and I didn't know much about that back then, but that's exactly what it looked like. No face, no eyes, no details. Just this black silhouette standing behind my grandma. The worst part was that I could see it when the lights were on, but when the lights went off, it was still there. Somehow it was darker than the darkness around it. Like the room went black, and it went even blacker. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just stared. My chest felt tight, and this awful dread came over me. Not fear like being startled. It was deeper than that. Like my whole body understood something was wrong before my mind could catch up. The lights kept slowly blinking, and I kept watching that thing behind my grandma. It lasted maybe 15 seconds, but it felt much longer. Then the lights stopped, and the figure was gone. I broke down immediately. I started crying so hard I could barely explain what had happened. My mom and grandma kept asking me what was wrong, and when I finally told them what I had seen, they believed me right away. Our family had experienced strange things before, so they didn't laugh or tell me I was imagining it. I never saw that figure again after that night, but the kitchen lights kept flickering at 9 p.m. every night for the rest of the time we lived there. Even after we moved out and my grandma stayed there alone, she said it still happened. There were other strange things in that cabin too. Cabinets would slam in the middle of the night. Furniture would be moved when everyone was asleep. Sometimes we heard scratching or tapping inside the walls. But nothing ever came close to that night in the kitchen. Even now, whenever I'm around flickering lights, I feel that same anxiety start creeping up again. It takes me right back to that cabin, to my grandma standing at the counter, and to that shadow standing silently behind her. Okay, so this happened a few summers back, and I still think about it every now and then. I've told friends and family about it before, but I wanted to share it because I honestly wonder if anyone else has ever seen something like this. So, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, near the end of summer, my friend Caleb and I drove way up into northern Michigan to do some night fishing on this remote little river. We were really into this kind of fly fishing at the time, where you use these big floating flies that are meant to look like mice. The idea is that big brown trout come out after dark and hit them on the surface. We had actually chosen that night on purpose because there was basically no moon, just a deep, black, quiet kind of night. Supposedly, the darker it is, the bolder the trout get. That's why we were out there after midnight, standing in the middle of nowhere, in a stretch of national forest land, slowly wading downriver. It was a place we'd fished before, but it wasn't exactly a popular spot. Smaller river, no nearby towns, no lights, no houses, nothing. Just trees, water, and that heavy nighttime silence. We were moving carefully, casting as we went, trying not to step into deep holes or trip over submerged branches. Caleb was a little ahead of me, maybe 20 or 30 feet, when he suddenly stopped and said, "Hey, what is that?" And the way he said it immediately got my attention. He didn't sound curious. He sounded startled. So I looked up. Coming over the tree line on one side of the river was this strange aircraft. At least, that's the only word I know to use for it. It moved straight across the open strip of sky above the river, passed almost directly over us, and then disappeared behind the trees on the other side. The first thing I noticed was the silence. There was no engine sound, no hum, no chopping noise, nothing. And it looked low. Not dangerously low, but much lower than any normal plane would be flying out there. The way it moved was strange too. It was almost too smooth, too straight, like it was sliding across the sky rather than flying. I spend a lot of time outdoors. I fish, hike, camp, and I've seen plenty of odd things in remote places. Bears, coyotes, weird lights in the distance, people showing up where you don't expect them. But this felt completely different. What we saw was triangular. Underneath it, there were 3 large white circular lights, one at each corner. And around the outside edge of the triangle were smaller lights. Those smaller lights seemed to be moving or rotating around the shape in this steady, circular pattern. That part really stuck with me. I couldn't think of any reason an aircraft would have lights like that, arranged that way, moving like that. It almost felt too close to what people imagine when they picture a classic UFO, which honestly made it even stranger. And just to be clear, neither of us had been drinking or anything like that. We were completely sober. We were there to fish, and until that moment, all our attention had been on the river. After it passed, we just stood there for a bit, trying to make sense of it. Then we talked about it for a while as we kept fishing, going over what we'd both seen. It was one of those moments where your brain keeps searching for a normal explanation, but nothing really fits. Eventually, life moved on, and we sort of stopped bringing it up all the time. But every so often, one of us will mention that night again. Not in a dramatic way. More like, "Remember that thing over the river?" And we both remember it exactly the same way. Silent, triangular, low over the trees, and completely out of place. We moved into this apartment a little over 2 years ago, and at first, honestly, everything felt completely normal. Comfortable even. It was just our place. Nothing strange, nothing heavy. Then one night, we started hearing this tapping. At first, I tried to brush it off. I work in construction, so I figured maybe I could find the source. Pipes, settling, loose vents, something in the walls. I checked what I could, probably more thoroughly than most people would, and I found absolutely nothing. So we called maintenance. They came out, looked around, and they didn't find anything either. They told us it was probably squirrels or rats, something like that. Then the apartment sent pest control, and the guy treated the place, but even he said he didn't see any signs of anything living in there. And for a while, the tapping stopped. Maybe a month went by. Then it came back. That was when it started feeling different. It wasn't consistent. I couldn't recreate it. I couldn't figure out what made it happen. Sometimes it sounded like little taps. Other times, I swear it sounded like someone smacking the floor with an open hand. Then one night, my wife, Lena, and I were lying in bed trying to fall asleep when we heard this loud slam from the living room. We both froze. I got up and checked, and there was a box of pens lying on the floor. The weird part was, that box wasn't supposed to be out. It was kept inside a drawer. We barely even touched it. It was just extra pens for work. So we're standing there, confused, trying to make sense of it. Lena is half convinced I left it out somehow, and I'm telling her I didn't. And right in the middle of that conversation, we heard a loud tap on our bedroom window. We rushed over. Nothing was there. After that, I started noticing a pattern. Something would happen, tapping or slamming or some little object being moved, and then everything would go quiet for 2 or 3 days. Then it would start again. For a while, it almost stopped completely. I thought maybe we were finally done with it. Then Lena left for a work trip, and I was alone in the apartment for a week. That was when things got bad. It felt like whatever this was had been waiting for me to be by myself. Doors would open and close. The tapping came back at random times. Small things started disappearing. Watches, keys, rings. The bathroom light would turn off by itself. The worst one was a ring I lost. It had been a gift from my late mother, and when that vanished, I took it personally. I know that sounds strange, but it felt targeted, like it knew exactly what would hurt. The final straw was my bedroom door. One night, I got ready for bed, closed the door, locked it, and went to sleep. When I woke up, the door was wide open. I just sat there staring at it. I felt violated. I felt crazy. I kept trying to come up with some logical explanation, but there wasn't one that made sense. I made it 3 days alone before I fully believed this apartment was haunted. That was when I started wondering if maybe it was some kind of trickster spirit. I don't really know anything about that stuff beyond what I've read online, so I'm not pretending to be an expert. But the way it messes with objects, the way it scares you and then disappears for a few days, it just feels intentional. And on top of all that, Lena and I started having weird dreams. A lot of them were about dead relatives coming back, or just straight-up nightmares that left us waking up exhausted. The whole apartment feels different now. Darker, heavier, like the air has gone stale in a way cleaning can't fix. And I've tried. I deep cleaned the place. We changed furniture around. I tried staying positive, keeping my head clear, not feeding into the fear. Nothing helped. Our lease ends soon, and we're moving when it does. But I'm scared it might be attached to me somehow, especially because of how intense everything got when Lena was gone. Our friends keep telling us to cleanse the apartment, but honestly, some of them won't even come over anymore after hearing what's been happening. Lately, we've been trying not to acknowledge it at all. If we hear tapping, we ignore it. If something disappears, we don't talk about it in the apartment. If there's a slam at night, we just stay quiet. We heard that speaking to it can make things worse. So for now, we're pretending we don't hear it. Even when we do. I've had a handful of experiences in my life that I honestly still don't know how to explain. I've seen spirits a few times, clear as day. Not just a shadow in the corner or something I could easily brush off. I mean moments where I truly felt like I was seeing something, or someone, that wasn't part of the ordinary world. And when I was a child, I had what felt like an out-of-body experience. I remember seeing my own body below me, and above me, there was this man sitting on what looked like a golden throne. He was smiling down at me, and he honestly reminded me of Jesus. I grew up religious, so of course I knew who Jesus was. I'm not religious anymore, but I still have respect for him. I've come to think of him more as someone who is deeply spiritually connected, and then different religions and spiritual traditions built their own stories and meanings around him. But at the time, I was terrified. I didn't feel peaceful or ready. I panicked and begged to be put back into my body, so I never actually went toward him or met him properly. I know some people might say it was just a dream, and honestly, sometimes I wonder that too. But it didn't feel like a dream. I remember feeling awake, alert, present. It had this sharpness to it that dreams usually don't have. Anyone who has had something similar will probably understand what I mean. From a young age, I had rare moments where I felt like I saw a loved one in spirit. So, in a way, I think I was always a little sensitive to those things. And then there's manifesting. There have been times where I thought about something I really wanted, and somehow it would start showing up in my life. Sometimes online, even if I hadn't searched for it or talked about it near my phone. Other times, it would appear in person. One of the clearest examples was a book I really wanted. I used to think about this book all the time. I would daydream about owning it, and I just had this feeling that one day I would have it. I planned to buy it eventually, but the problem was that I really couldn't afford it at the time. I was struggling financially, and I had no idea when I'd actually be able to get it. So I felt a bit disappointed, but I kept it in my mind. I thought, someday I'll have that book. Then one afternoon, I went into a charity shop. Some people call them thrift stores or antique shops, depending on where you are. I always recommend looking in those places, by the way, because you never know what you'll find. And there it was. The exact book I had been wanting. It was sitting there for something like £1.50. I just stood there staring at it for a second because it felt so strangely perfect. It was in beautiful condition too, almost shiny and new. Of course, the funny part is that I'm a huge procrastinator, so I've had it for nearly a year now and still haven't properly read much of it. But still, finding it like that felt magical. With witchcraft, I never got fully deep into it, but I have tried little spells here and there. Sometimes they really did seem to work, especially when I felt passionate about what I was doing. When I could really embody the energy of already having what I wanted, or of it coming toward me quickly. That's when things seem to shift. I question things a lot. I can't always make myself believe in everything completely, but I do believe in energy, at least most of the time. I think there's something real about the way we connect to things, call things in, and move through the world with intention. Sometimes I doubt myself, of course. I can be cynical, and I'll start questioning whether energy, chakras, or any of it is real. But overall, I do believe there could be truth in it. I'd really love to hear other people's stories. What got you into spirituality or witchcraft? What made you fully believe, or at least realize that spell work might actually work? Or even just any spiritual experience that changed the way you see things? For me, I think I naturally became spiritual in my early teens, around 14. That was when I started letting go of the religion I was raised with. I still respect it, but I wanted to form my own beliefs from my own experiences, from what I learned, and from what actually felt true to me. I want to feel magical again. That feeling is so lovely, when you remember that maybe there really is more to life than what we can see. But the world can get heavy, and sometimes I forget. Sometimes I lose belief, or hope, or that sense of wonder. I want to feel more connected again. I want to feel like I can manifest, work with energy, and trust those little signs from life. That's why I love hearing other people's experiences. Sometimes I even search things like, what made you believe in witchcraft? Just so I can read real stories from people who have felt it too. I want to tell you something that shaped the way I understood fear for most of my life. When my grandmother passed away, she told my mom something that stayed with our family like a shadow in the hallway. She said Satan had told her, "I couldn't get you, but I'm going to get your children." I was young when I heard that, and I carried it around with me. I remember being terrified that Satan was somehow waiting for me, watching for one mistake, one wrong choice, one crack in the door. So I tried to be good. I tried to do everything right. And honestly, growing up, strange things happened in our family all the time. Things we could not explain. Things that felt heavy and wrong. We had our house blessed more than once, and for a long time I thought that was normal. I thought every family had stories like that, until I married my husband Mason, and he told me he had never experienced anything even close to paranormal until he met me. We were raised in a very strict LDS home. We read scriptures every night. When I was old enough, I went to do baptisms for the dead. I believed I was doing everything I possibly could to stay protected, to keep evil away, to be the kind of person bad spirits could not touch. But then one day, my sister said something that changed the way I looked at everything. She told me that every time she read her scriptures, she would get sleep paralysis. She said she saw terrifying things, and sometimes it felt like a man was pushing down on her chest. But when she did not read her scriptures, it did not happen. I did not know what to say to her, because honestly, I understood. I would not want to read them either. When we told my mom, she said, "The closer you are to God, the harder Satan attacks you." And I know she meant it as an explanation, maybe even comfort, but to me, it was horrifying. It made me feel like doing the right thing did not make me safer. It made me feel like it made me a bigger target. There were so many experiences after that. Seeing things, hearing things, rooms being torn apart, feelings in the house that made the air seem too thick to breathe. But the most haunted experience I ever had happened at my grandparents' house. They were extremely devout, the kind of people I thought evil could never get near. I was sleeping upstairs when I woke up to the sound of someone running around my room. Not walking, running. It was the middle of the night, and it went on for what felt like forever. I lay there frozen, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. But I knew what I was hearing. When I finally got enough courage, I bolted out of the room and ran to my parents. I grabbed my mom's phone because I wanted to play hymns, anything that might make it stop. But what disturbed me most was that it happened there, in my grandparents' house. I had always believed their faith made that place untouchable. So instead of thinking maybe the belief system itself was making me afraid, I thought, it must be me. I must be the unclean thing in the house. I must have brought this with me. That thought stayed with me for years. Another time, my dad and I went to stay at my grandparents' condo. We arrived late at night, and the back door was wide open, which made no sense because nobody had been there for weeks. We checked the rooms, trying to stay calm. When we got to the bathroom, my dad and I looked into the mirror at the same time. In the reflection, half of his face looked like it had dropped. It looked melted, distorted, completely wrong. I ran to my room and locked the door. He came after me and said, "It's okay. I saw it too. We just need to bless the house." And that was our normal. Something terrifying would happen, and the answer was always a blessing, a prayer, a hymn, more righteousness, more obedience. When I married Mason in the temple, he started having experiences too. We saw the shadow of something that looked like a horned head more than once. One time he thought I was crawling around the room to scare him. He even saw what he thought was me crawling in the hallway, only to find out I was actually in the bath. Another night, we were at his parents' house and heard footsteps and jumping on the roof, clear as day. Mason and his dad went outside to check, but there was nothing there. The next day, I told my parents about it, and they said the exact same thing had happened to them that night. They had heard someone walking and jumping so clearly that they checked the attic. When I became pregnant with my first daughter, everything felt worse. I became extremely sensitive to anything scary. Even if I accidentally saw a creepy video while scrolling on my phone, I would either have a nightmare or something frightening would happen that night. One night, I had the most horrifying experience of my life. Usually, when I dream, I know I am dreaming. If something scary starts happening, I know I can go to sleep inside the dream and wake myself up. That night, I dreamed there was something terrible in my room. So I did what I always did. I tried to go to sleep in the dream. But instead of waking up in real life, I woke up in my old house, sitting beside my sister. She pointed to the end of her bed, and there was a dark figure sitting there. I panicked and tried to sleep again. Then I woke up in my grandparents' condo, with dark figures standing in the corners. Again and again, I kept waking up in different rooms I had lived in, different houses from my past, and every single one had those figures waiting for me. It felt endless. I did not know what reality I was trying to get back to. I genuinely thought I was trapped somewhere, maybe hell, maybe something worse than I had words for. When I finally woke up beside Mason, I was screaming and sobbing. I have never cried like that in my life. Afterward, I was terrified to fall asleep. I slept in my garments because I believed they were protecting me, and I was scared to ever sleep without them. Growing up LDS, I had always been taught that Satan works hardest on the people closest to God. I was taught that if you are not following the church, he leaves you alone because he already has you where he wants you. But here's the strange thing. Since Mason and I left the church completely, we have barely had any scary experiences. That is the part I still think about. I saw a comment online once that said when you do baptisms for the dead, you are doing it by proxy. And the person suggested that meant you were inviting spirits into you so they could be baptized through your body. I do not know what I believe about that, but it sent me spiraling. I started thinking about all the names I had been baptized for, people I never knew, people whose lives I knew nothing about. And my mind went to dark places. What if some of them were cruel people? What if some of them had done terrible things? What had I actually been participating in? Then I started questioning other parts of the church too. The symbols on garments, the rituals, the things I had accepted because I was taught they were holy. Now, I do not have all the answers. I really do not. But I know this. For years, I lived like my body and spirit were a battlefield. I was taught to be afraid of myself, afraid of invisible forces, afraid that every nightmare meant something was coming for me. Leaving did not answer every question, but it gave me something I had not felt in a long time. Quiet. And maybe that is what I was looking for all along. This happened a couple of years ago, back when I was staying in a girls' hostel while doing my higher secondary studies. There were a lot of strange things that happened in that hostel, not just to me, but to other girls too. Still, this is the one experience that stayed with me the most. At the time, I was in 11th grade. One evening, my friends and I were sitting inside the dormitory. Our seniors had exams, so the warden had told all of us juniors to stay there and keep quiet so we wouldn't disturb them. At first, we were just laughing, chatting, and making silly jokes, but somehow the conversation slowly turned toward ghosts, spirits, and paranormal experiences. One of my friends, Mira, really believed in those things. She had seen and experienced things before, and she started telling us about them. I was listening, but honestly, I never really believed in ghost stories that much. I even remember saying, very casually, that I wished I could experience something like that too, just once, because nothing like that had ever happened to me. Mira looked at me seriously and told me not to say things like that. She said sometimes, when you invite something, it actually comes. I laughed it off. I didn't think much about it. But that night, I had a strange dream. In the dream, I was standing on top of my school building. The sky felt heavy, and there were crows flying above me in circles. One of the crows suddenly started flying down toward me, almost like it was about to touch me. And just before it did, I woke up. I brushed it off the next morning. I told myself it was just a weird dream because of the stories we had been talking about. Then I went on with my day like usual. But later, one of my close friends got sick and had to go home. Normally, because we slept in a dormitory, she and I would push our beds together and sleep side by side. I always felt safer that way. Since she wasn't there that night, one of my seniors offered to sleep beside me. I agreed. She was a very prayerful person, and people often said she was spiritually sensitive. A priest had once even told her she had a special gift. That night, I had the same dream again. I was back on top of the school building. The crows were flying above me. But this time, my arms were stretched out toward them. Then one crow came rushing down. The moment it touched me, I felt goosebumps spread all over my body. I woke up, but I couldn't move. I was sweating. My heart was beating so hard. I looked to my side, and my senior was still asleep beside me. Then I moved my eyes and looked straight ahead. There was someone standing there. A very tall, shadow-like figure. He was almost as tall as the ceiling. I couldn't see his face at all. His whole body looked dark, almost black, and he had long nails. His head was tilted slightly to one side, and he was staring directly at me. I was terrified. I tried so hard to move. I kept struggling until finally, I jolted awake properly. When I looked around, no one was there. There wasn't a clock nearby, so I didn't know what time it was. I just prayed quietly. But the moment I lay back down, my senior suddenly jolted awake too. She looked confused and frightened. I asked her what happened. Still half asleep, she told me she had heard footsteps behind her. Our dormitory had 2 sections, separated by a short wall, and she said the footsteps were coming from that side. Then she turned to me and asked, "You had a bad dream, didn't you?" I was shocked. I nodded and said yes. After that, we prayed together and somehow managed to sleep again. For a few days, nothing happened. Then one night, my friend got sick again and went home. That meant I had to sleep alone. That night, I had another dream. In the dream, I was talking to my friend. She was brushing her hair and smiling at me. But something was wrong. She looked like my friend, but at the same time, she didn't. Her face felt unfamiliar, almost like someone was pretending to be her. I knew I was dreaming, and I told her, "You look strange." She didn't answer. She just kept smiling and brushing her hair. Then I asked her, "What happened to you?" She slowly tilted her head to the side and pointed at something. In the dream, I turned my head to look. And in real life, I turned my head too. I was sleeping on my side and I slightly opened my eyes. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I looked down. It was him again, the same dark figure. But this time, he wasn't standing. He was crouched down near my bed, with his knees pulled close to his chest. His face was extremely close to mine. I still couldn't see any features. It was just black. The moment I saw him, I jumped back and sat up, and then he was gone. I was so scared that I couldn't stay in my bed anymore. I went to another friend's bed and slept beside her for the rest of the night. The next morning, while we were getting ready for school, that same senior came to me. She told me she had a bad dream the previous night and felt like she needed to call me, but she didn't want to disturb me. I didn't tell her what had happened to me. I only told her that if she ever had nightmares again, she should come to me. That evening, after school, someone from my senior's church called her. It was one of the sisters there, and they spoke for quite a long time. Later that night, my senior came to me and told me what the sister had said. The sister had asked her if she was close to a girl from a specific tribe. I live in a tribal state in India, and in that hostel, I was the only girl from that tribe. Then the sister asked if we had ever slept in the same bed. When my senior said yes, the sister told her that the girl, meaning me, was being followed by a wandering spirit. She said it had followed me while I was traveling from far away. My hostel was about 2 hours away from my hometown. The sister also said that when my senior touched me after waking up that night, the spirit had started following her too. She told my senior to be stronger in prayer and to pray for me as well. That conversation frightened me more than anything else because nothing like that had ever happened to me before. But after that day, I never saw that shadow figure again. I eventually left the hostel in my second year, not because of this experience, but because the environment there just wasn't good for me. Even now, I still sometimes dream of crows flying above me, but they never come down anymore. I want to tell you something that still bothers me, even now. A little over a year ago, 2 of my friends and I moved into this newly built apartment complex. The place had barely opened. I mean, it was so new that half the units were still empty, and some floors looked like nobody had ever stepped foot on them. At night, the The building had this hollow feeling. Every sound traveled too far. The hallway lights would buzz and blink, and when you walked past certain doors, it felt like the whole floor was listening. One evening, my friends Caleb, Jonah, and I were standing in the lobby, just talking before heading upstairs. Then, out of nowhere, we heard a voice above us. It came from somewhere high up, maybe the 9th floor, and it called Caleb's name. Clear as day. At first, I thought Jonah had said it as a joke, but the three of us all froze and looked at each other at the same time. None of us had spoken. The worst part was that the voice sounded exactly like Jonah. We didn't know what else to do, so we got into the elevator and went up to the 9th floor. The doors opened, and the whole floor was dark, empty. No boxes, no furniture, no workers, nothing. Just cold air moving through the unfinished corridor. We walked the entire hallway, checking every corner like we were going to find someone hiding there. But there was no one. After that night, things started happening more often. Sometimes, really late, we would hear footsteps outside our apartment door, slow and steady, even though we knew nobody else had moved onto our floor yet. One night, the elevator came up by itself at 2:46 in the morning. We heard the ding, then the doors slid open. Nobody stepped out. Another time, Caleb was alone making food in the kitchen when he heard someone whisper his name right behind him. He came into the hallway furious, thinking we were trying to scare him. But Jonah and I had both been asleep. The moment I'll never forget happened a few weeks later. We were all sitting in the living room when we heard that same voice again from the stairwell. It sounded exactly like Caleb, but Caleb was sitting on the couch right beside me. None of us said anything for a while after that. Even today, I don't know who was calling from those empty floors, or what it wanted. But I still think about that first night sometimes, and I wonder what would have happened if we had followed the voice farther into the dark. You know, in Kosi Kalan, people still talk about this story softly. Not loudly, not like gossip, more like something they still haven't fully made peace with. And the strange part is, it's not only the older people who speak about it. Even educated men from the village, people who studied in cities, people who used to laugh at these kinds of stories, even they say, something happened there that we cannot explain. At the beginning, nobody believed it. Most people said it was just a family land issue. A sad matter, yes, but nothing beyond that. This was around 11 or 12 years ago. There was a young man named Rajveer. His father had some ancestral land, and his father's 3 brothers wanted control over it. For a long time, there had been tension in the family. Then one night, things became violent. By morning, Rajveer's father was gone. Everyone in the village knew what had really happened. But knowing something and saying it openly are 2 different things, especially in a small place. The police came, papers were written, statements were taken, and then, slowly, the matter became quiet. Rajveer was left alone. People remember him as a calm boy, very focused. He was preparing for government exams, and he did not mix much with others. But after his father's death, something inside him changed. He became more silent than before. When people spoke to him, he answered politely, but his eyes always looked far away, as if his mind was somewhere else. Then one day, he disappeared. For years, nobody had clear news of him. One person said he had seen him near Varanasi. Another said he was in Kolkata. Someone else claimed he had gone toward Gorakhpur, then Assam, then even Nashik. Nobody knew what was true, but people felt he was searching for something. And when he finally came back, he did not feel like the same Rajveer. He looked normal. His face was peaceful, even gentle. but his presence felt heavy. People could not explain it properly. It was not exactly fear. It was more like standing near a deep well at night. Quiet, but unsettling. Then things started happening. The first uncle became sick. At first, everyone thought it was some ordinary illness. Fever, weakness, stress, something like that. But then his condition became strange. At night, he would scream and say that someone was sitting on his chest. He kept saying there was a dark shape in the room, standing silently, watching him. Doctors came, tests were done, medicines were given, but nothing made sense. Day by day, he became weaker. He stopped eating properly. His body dried out, and within a few weeks, he died. Even then, people said, "It happens. Maybe it was illness. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was age." But when the second uncle began suffering, people grew quiet. He started saying that something small, almost like a child, was following him. He would turn around again and again, even in the daytime. After sunset, he refused to sit alone. He said his legs were burning, as if he was standing on hot ground. Neighbors tried to stay with him for a few nights, but after that, they stopped. They said the house felt wrong after dark. Then one morning, he was found outside his own home, dead. There were no marks on his body, no sign that anyone had touched him. But his face looked terrified, as if he had seen something at the very last moment. After that, even the practical people in the village started wondering. The third uncle became frightened. He tried to protect himself in every possible way. He called priests. He arranged rituals. He kept holy ash, threads, lamps, everything. For a few days, it seemed like things had settled. But then he began talking about dreams. He said the same dark figure came every night. It did not speak. It did not attack him. It only stood there and watched. And somehow, that was worse. He stopped sleeping. He said something pressed on his chest at night. He struggled to breathe. His mind began to weaken. One night, people heard him shouting and running out of the house. The next morning, he was found dead too. After the third death, people stopped calling it coincidence. They still did not say everything openly. In villages, some words are spoken only carefully. Nobody wanted to say "Masan" too loudly. But people began saying, this was not normal. This was something beyond us. Later, some villagers claimed Rajveer used to go alone to the Yamuna River at night. Not once or twice, but many times. Nobody dared follow him closely. A few people said they saw a small light from far away. Others said they heard sounds in the wind, like chanting, but very faint. Nobody knows the full truth. After all of this, Rajveer's life changed again. He became financially strong, though nobody could say exactly how. He still prepared for exams, but he also started helping people. He gave money to poor families. He helped widows. He arranged marriages for girls whose families could not afford the expenses. People respected him deeply, but they also kept a little distance. Even today, when this story comes up in Kosi Kalan, people do not argue about it the way they used to. The educated ones do not say, "impossible." The older ones do not explain too much. They just lower their voices and say that there are some things in this world that logic alone cannot hold. And there is one line people still repeat there. First, we did not believe it. Then we watched it happen. I was about 15 when this happened, and honestly, I almost never talk about it because I know how it sounds. But my cousin Marin was there with me, and she saw the same thing I did. She lived way out in rural Utah, on the edge of the Great Basin Desert, where everything was sagebrush, dirt roads, and empty land that seemed to go on forever. When I stayed with her, we sometimes heard strange things outside at night. Footsteps behind us when we were walking, voices that sounded far off in the desert, even though there shouldn't have been anyone out there. Most of the time, we just told ourselves it was animals or the wind. One night, during a sleepover, Marin and I went outside and sat in her mom's little Ford Festiva. We wanted somewhere quiet to talk where her older brother wouldn't come in and annoy us. We were sitting there, laughing about something, not scared at all, when something heavy landed on the back of the car. At first, I thought it was her brother jumping on the trunk to scare us, but then we heard it moving. Step by step, it walked across the roof. The metal above us crunched and bent under its weight, slow and deliberate, like whatever it was knew exactly where it wanted to put each foot. It crossed over the roof, came down across the windshield, and moved onto the hood. That was when we saw it. It looked like an enormous black wolf. When it jumped off the front of the car, the whole car lifted and bounced a little as the weight came off. It ran maybe 20 or 30 feet into the sagebrush, and then we realized it wasn't alone. There were more of them, around 7, maybe 8. They were all huge, dark, wolf-like animals, much larger than anything I had ever seen out there. I'd guess they were close to 3 feet at the shoulder and maybe 6 feet long, maybe more. The moon was bright that night, but it was behind them, so their eyes never flashed or reflected. They were just these black shapes moving through the brush. For a few minutes, they ran around each other, circling and chasing like they were playing. But every so often, one of them would stop and look right toward the car, almost like it was checking on us. The part I still remember most is how smoothly they moved. There was barely any bounce when they ran. They just flowed through the sagebrush. Eventually, they all disappeared deeper into the desert. Marin and I sat there, frozen, for maybe half a minute. Then I looked at her and said, "On 3, we run to the house." She nodded. We counted, threw the doors open, and sprinted the 50 feet back inside, like the dark itself had teeth. Later that night, her mom woke up to leave for work. Like usual, we walked out with her to the car, but when she backed up, we heard this awful dragging sound. The front bumper was barely attached, hanging on by one side. Marin and I looked at each other immediately, because we both knew when it must have happened. We didn't say anything. How could we? Her mom would have thought we had lost our minds. I still don't know what those animals were. I've spent most of my life around the Great Basin Desert, and I have never seen anything like them before or since. So I guess I'm asking, has anyone else out in Nevada, Utah, or anywhere in the Great Basin ever seen animals like that? Yesterday was my granddad's funeral. I've always been kind of fascinated by the thought of spirits being present at their own funerals, quietly watching everyone gather, listening to the stories, feeling all the love in the room. That wasn't really the main thing on my mind at first, but it stayed somewhere in the background. After the service, we had a repast at the house. Later that evening, I ended up sitting with my granddad's cousin, who had also been his childhood best friend. We drank whiskey together while he told me stories about my granddad, stories from when they were younger, stories I had never heard before. It felt really full circle, because whenever my granddad and his cousin got together, my granddad would always open a bottle of Johnny Walker. So there we were, doing that same thing in his house, with his chair sitting right there in the living room. And for some reason, I could not stop staring at that chair. It was his reclining chair, the one that always felt like it belonged to him more than the room itself did. His cousin was talking, telling these beautiful old stories, and I was listening, but my eyes kept drifting back to that chair. I didn't really know why. I just kept looking at it. Eventually, I went to sleep. When I woke up, I felt confused because the dream I had was so vivid that it didn't feel like a dream at all. In the dream, I was right back in the living room. Everything was exactly the same as it had been the night before. I was sitting beside his cousin, listening to him talk. I even remember wearing the same outfit I had worn that night. Nothing felt strange. Nothing felt imaginary. But then I looked at the reclining chair, and my granddad was sitting there. Not the older version of him from the end of his life, but a younger version, maybe from the mid-80s. His hair was darker, his face was fuller, and he was shirtless, which honestly made perfect sense because he loved being shirtless around the house. He had a glass of whiskey in his hand. He didn't say anything to me. He just looked at me. And that felt like him too, because he was never a man of many words. He didn't need to give me some long speech. He didn't need to explain anything. He just sat there, looking at me, while I looked back at him. We held eye contact for what felt like the whole dream. His cousin kept talking beside me, but all I could really feel was this calmness. This deep sense of ease came over me, like my heart had been holding its breath and finally let it out. When I woke up, I felt fuzzy, not in a normal waking up from a dream kind of way. It felt like I had been somewhere. It felt like I had experienced something, not imagined it. And then I thought about how, in real life, I had been so fixated on that chair for a reason I didn't understand. Now I honestly believe some part of me sensed he was there. I think I knew before I knew. Later that day, I went to see him again because he was scheduled to be cremated. At his viewing, I told him about the dream. I thanked him for finally coming to visit me, and I told him he could come back any time. It was bittersweet because before he passed, I told him that I knew he would always be with me. I told him to make himself known to me whenever he could. For context, my granddad and I had a really deep bond. I was his first granddaughter, and he was more than just my grandfather. He was a father figure to me. Losing him has left a space in my heart that I know will always be there. But at the same time, I've been trying to embrace the spiritual connection between us. That dream reminded me that love does not just disappear when someone's body is gone. Some bonds reach past the physical. I had been waiting for a visit from him since he passed. I even joked that he probably needed a little time to settle in before he started making his rounds. But to actually feel him there, to see him in that chair with his whiskey, just being himself, is something I will never forget. I love you, Granddad. Rest easy. I'm 18, and I've always thought of myself as a pretty grounded person. I study. I play sports. I have a boyfriend. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm not into drugs, and I don't have any health problems. And honestly, I don't believe in anything paranormal. I can watch spooky videos online for fun, sure, but that's about as far as it goes. But something happened to me a few days ago, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I keep telling myself there has to be a normal explanation. There probably is one. I just can't find it. I was coming home from practice on the train. It was late, around 9:50 at night, and the carriage was almost empty. Everything was quiet in that way public transport gets when there are only a few people scattered around. Nobody really looking at anyone else. At one point, between two stations, two girls who looked about 15 walked over to one of those 4-seat sections, the kind where two people can sit facing two others. Before they sat down, while they were still standing, I saw something that immediately caught my eye. On both of their left shoulders, in exactly the same place, there were red marks. Not flat marks either. They looked raised, almost like scratches or irritated scars. And they weren't just similar. They looked identical. Same shoulder, same area, same shape. It was strange enough that I looked down at my phone and messaged my boyfriend, Marcus, because we were already texting. I wrote something like, "I just saw two girls with scars in the exact same spot." They look about 15, and they both have a bunch of red marks on one shoulder. Then I sent another message. It's really weird. Right after that, I looked back up. By then, the girls had sat down facing each other. I could only see one of their left shoulders now, but she was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with loose, wide sleeves. The sleeve came down too far over her shoulder. There was no way I could have seen the marks there. And the other girl was wearing a short-sleeved shirt too, so I couldn't see her shoulder either. That's what really bothered me, because I had just seen those marks clearly. I know I did. But once they sat down, I realized their clothes made it physically impossible for me to have seen that part of their shoulders in the first place. I tried to explain it away. Maybe their sleeves had both been pushed up at the exact same time when they were standing. Maybe I caught the 1 second where the fabric shifted. Maybe there's some boring, ordinary explanation and my brain is just making it feel stranger than it was. But it didn't feel like that. So I texted my boyfriend again and said, I think I just hallucinated. They're both wearing short sleeves and I shouldn't have been able to see their shoulders at all. What the hell? I got off at the next station. The whole thing happened between 2 stops, so it's not like I looked down, someone else sat there and I mixed people up. It was the same 2 girls. I know the rational answer is probably that I imagined it, or misread what I saw, or my brain filled in details that weren't really there. My boyfriend and I talked about it afterward, and we agreed that must be it. But the truth is, deep down, I'm still completely certain about what I saw. I'm honestly not even sure where to start with this, because every time I try to explain it, it feels like I'm pulling one loose thread, and the whole thing starts unraveling. My family has this big old house back in my parents' home country. It was built sometime in the late 80s in what used to be a really quiet, half-empty town. For years, nobody lived there full-time. My grandparents, my mom, my aunts, and my uncles would mostly just go there for summers and holidays. They didn't really settle into it properly until around 2006. But for us kids, that house was everything. Me, my brothers, my cousins, all of us grew up running around there in the summer. The house has 3 floors. The ground floor belongs to my grandparents, and that's usually where my siblings and I sleep when we visit. The second floor is where 2 of my uncles and their families stay. The third floor belongs to my other uncles and their kids. So it's always been full of people. Loud dinners, cousins everywhere, adults talking over each other, kids falling asleep wherever they could. A proper family house. But even when it was packed with people, I never felt completely comfortable there. There was always this strange heaviness in the place. Not all the time, not in a dramatic way, but enough that I noticed it. The backyard felt wrong. The front yard felt wrong. Even some corners inside the house felt like they were holding their breath. When I was younger, maybe around 10 or 11, I used to sleep sometimes in my uncle's apartment upstairs. I'll call him Mark. Whenever there was a party or too many people downstairs, I'd end up sleeping at Uncle Mark's place. And every time I slept there, I would have the same dream. There was this teenage girl sitting on the kitchen counter. She would just sit there, swinging her legs slightly, singing under her breath while staring straight at me. Not smiling, not moving toward me, just singing and watching. I had that dream over and over again for a few years. It got to the point where I hated sleeping upstairs because I already knew what was coming. For a long time, though, nothing really happened while I was awake. I felt things, but I didn't see or hear anything serious. That changed in the summer of 2024. One night, around 2 a.m, I was sitting alone in the living room on the ground floor. Everyone else was asleep. The living room windows faced the backyard, and outside it was completely dark. No lights, no moonlight, nothing. Then I heard footsteps. Clear footsteps, Not an animal, not leaves, human footsteps. They were walking back and forth in the backyard, slowly, like someone was pacing. And the thing is, there is no easy way into that yard. The house is gated from the front, and the gate is so loud you can't open it without everyone hearing. The backyard faces our neighbor's house, but there's a high fence and trees between us. Nobody could just climb in quietly. I sat there frozen, listening to it. Footsteps going one way, then back again, then again. I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation, but there really wasn't one. That same summer, another strange thing happened. It was around 4 in the morning, and I was lying on the couch, still awake, reading on my phone. My grandparents suddenly came out of their bedroom looking terrified. My grandmother asked me, "Did you knock on our door?" I told her no. She asked again, and I said, "No, I've been right here the whole time." Then my grandfather said they had both heard 3 clear knocks on their bedroom door. Not a tap, not a creak. 3 knocks. Later that day, I told them about the footsteps in the backyard, and I could tell it really unsettled them. Then the summer ended, and I tried not to think about it too much. But when I came back in the summer of 2025, something felt different the moment I walked into the house. I don't know how to explain it except to say my whole body reacted before my mind did. I felt dread. Heavy, physical dread. And that scared me, because this was my childhood home. I had felt uneasy there before, but never like that. That summer, I heard the footsteps again. Same backyard, same pacing, same impossible feeling. And what made it worse was that my grandfather admitted he had started hearing them too. He told me that sometimes, late at night, he would hear someone walking outside, so he'd turn on the backyard lights and go check. Every time, there was nothing there. No person, no animal, no sign of anything, just the empty yard. What's strange is that there are usually more than 20 people in that house during the summer, and yet it only seems to happen to me and my grandparents. Nobody else hears it. Nobody else notices anything. Around that time, my grandparents also told me something small, but really weird. They had bought a jar of honey and put it in one of the kitchen cabinets on the ground floor. The next day, it was gone. Not moved. Gone. Nobody had touched it. My uncles barely come down to the ground floor kitchen, and everyone denied seeing it. It was such a simple thing, but the way it disappeared made the house feel even stranger, like things could just slip out of reality there. Then, during the last few nights before I left that summer, my cousins and I decided to have a sleepover in the guest room on the ground floor. We stayed up talking until around 3 in the morning, and eventually everyone fell asleep. I stayed awake a little longer because I couldn't find my charger. I was standing near the bed with my back to the window when I heard this sound behind me. A snarl. Low and rough. It sounded like something was outside, getting closer to the window, snarling as it moved. My whole body locked up. I turned around, expecting to see something pressed against the glass, but there was nothing. Nothing outside. Nothing moving. Nothing there at all. I turned off the lights immediately and got into bed. I didn't even want to look again. Since then, I've been calling my grandmother regularly, and she keeps telling me she hears my aunt calling her name in the house. Not once. Repeatedly. The problem is, my aunt only comes during the summer. She wasn't there. And the worst part is, I know exactly what my grandmother means, because I've heard the same thing before too. Someone calling a name in a familiar voice when that person is nowhere nearby. There's one more thing my grandparents told me, and I don't really know what to do with it. I know not everyone believes in this kind of stuff, and I'm not saying I fully understand it either. But in 2022, they found a holy book hidden under a heavy stone block near the house. When they opened it, there were blood droplets on some of the pages. They got scared and took it to a local religious man, and he destroyed it. I don't know if that has anything to do with what's been happening. I just know that this house, the house I grew up in, doesn't feel like only our family is living there anymore. Okay, so, for a little bit of context, I'm 22, and I've always been an incredibly light sleeper. I remember my dreams almost every night, but honestly, most of them are nothing special. Just random, everyday stuff. When I was younger, I used to sleepwalk here and there, but I grew out of it. These days, the most I'll usually do is mumble something ridiculous in my sleep. My boyfriend, Mason, is the complete opposite. He sleeps like a rock, and he almost never remembers his dreams. So last night, we were curled up in bed together, and I was right on the edge of falling asleep when he suddenly jerked so hard it startled me. Then he said, still sounding half asleep, "I think something just tried to take me." I thought maybe he'd had a bad dream, so I rubbed his shoulder and played with his hair a little, because that usually helps him settle back down. But instead, he started waking up more, and he explained what happened. He said, "Something asked me if I wanted $12,000 for it. I told them I wasn't interested unless they could give me the money right then. And they said, 'I don't have it right now.' So I tried to walk away, but they showed up in front of me again and asked, 'What if I give you $6,000 right now? Would you take it?' I didn't answer. I just forced myself awake. And I remember telling him that was really strange, but hopefully just a one-time nightmare. We both believe there are things out there that people don't fully understand, and we've had a few odd experiences before, but we absolutely do not mess around with anything that feels like an invitation. At the same time, dreams can just be bizarre. Not every creepy dream means something is trying to barter for your soul in the dark. But then this morning, I woke up first and started getting ready for work. A little while later, Mason woke up and said, "I kept having different versions of that dream all night. I kept waking up, but it wouldn't leave me alone." And then he told me something that genuinely scared me. He said that at one point, after waking up again, he started saying a prayer. Apparently, I had been cuddling him. Then I rolled away, which made him feel a little sad. But then, according to him, I suddenly sat straight up, grabbed him, and shook him until he was fully awake. And for several minutes, I kept asking him, "Do you want it? Do you want it?" Over and over. He said he was terrified and kept saying, "No, no, leave me alone, I don't want it." Eventually, I just lay back down and seemed to fall asleep like nothing had happened. I don't remember any of that, not a second of it. And I want to be very clear, I would never joke about something like that, ever. That is not my sense of humor. I would never pretend to be part of something that scared him like that. So now, we're both completely rattled. Part of me is trying to be rational and say, okay, maybe I was half asleep and talking nonsense. Maybe he was stuck in a nightmare loop. Maybe this is something to bring up with a doctor if it happens again. And the other part of me is wondering whether we need to talk to someone spiritual, because the whole thing felt wrong in a way I can't really explain. We haven't been under unusual stress lately. Actually, things have been going really well. There aren't any new medications involved either. He has been on SSRIs for about a year, but he's very consistent about taking them. And I know weird dreams are more common with missed doses or withdrawals. Still, I'm shaken. Before I left for work, I burned some protective incense, mostly because it made me feel like I was doing something. I just keep thinking about him saying that I sat up and kept asking, "Do you want it?" I don't know what to make of it. I'm trying not to spiral, but I'm honestly worried. I still wonder sometimes if what happened was real, or if it was just one of those strange things a child's mind can stitch together when the sun is hot and the world feels bigger than it really is. Back then, I had a best friend named Lena. We had known each other since we were very small. I don't remember every little thing from my childhood, but I remember her being there. She was part of the scenery of my life, almost like the old trees near our road, or the sound of people calling from house to house in the afternoon. But you know how childhood friendships can be. You grow older, things stretch out, and suddenly the person you once spent every day with becomes someone you only talk to once in a while. That happened to us eventually. But before all that, when we were still close, there was one afternoon I never really forgot. I think we were around 9 or 10. I'm not completely sure, but we were still young enough to spend entire days inventing games out of almost nothing. Our houses were not close to each other, so whenever I visited her, we made the most of it. We played jump rope, marbles, tag, hopscotch, pretend house, and of course, hide and seek. And honestly, after what happened, I understand why hide and seek shows up so much in scary stories. There is something about searching for someone in a quiet place that turns even small sounds into little needles under your skin. Near where Lena lived, there was an old, abandoned house. Well, abandoned might be too generous. Most of it was already falling apart. The walls were still standing, but the place felt hollow, like it had been emptied out and forgotten. It used to belong to a distant relative of ours, so we weren't exactly forbidden from going there. And because a few things had been left behind, old cups, plates, wooden chairs, bits of furniture, it became the perfect place for children to play. That day was during summer vacation. The air was warm, the kind that makes everything feel slow. Lena and I decided to play hide and seek inside the old house. I was the seeker, and she was going to hide. Where I grew up, we had a special rule for hide and seek. The person hiding could still win if they managed to sneak back to the place where the seeker counted, touch it, and shout, "Tagbo." It meant something like found or returned. So while I was looking for Lena, I also had to protect the spot where I counted. After I finished counting, I started searching through the rooms. The house was quiet, except for the sound of my own feet and the little creaks that old places make for no clear reason. Then I heard something. A soft shuffling. I stopped and listened. It sounded like it came from the back of the house, near the kitchen. So I followed it. And then I heard her. Psst. It was quiet, but clear. It sounded exactly like Lena. At first, I almost laughed because I thought she was being careless. I mean, why would you call the seeker if you were trying to hide? It felt like she wanted me to find her. So I moved quickly toward the kitchen. Just before I reached the counter, I saw someone crouch down behind it. I saw a shoulder. I saw the back of a head. I was so sure it was Lena. There was no doubt in my mind. I rounded the corner, ready to catch her. But there was no one there. The space behind the counter was empty. I remember standing there, frozen, trying to understand what I was looking at. There was nowhere for her to go. The kitchen didn't have another door. There wasn't a window big enough for her to climb through that fast. Nothing. And then, from the living room, I heard Lena shout, "Tagbo!" I ran back, and there she was, standing by the spot where I had counted, laughing like she had just pulled off the cleverest trick in the world. She told me she had been hiding behind a shelf in one of the rooms the whole time. She said it was funny that I never checked properly. She had no idea why I had gone to the kitchen. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. Even now, I don't think it was possible for Lena to have been in the kitchen and then somehow reach the living room before me. She would have had to slip past me, leave through some hidden opening, run around the house, come back through the front, and touch the counting spot before I even turned around. That just didn't make sense. After that day, I kept trying to convince her to play somewhere else whenever we met. Anywhere else. just not in that house. I don't know how far a person can go just to convince themselves they didn't see something. I mean, really see something. Something that, if you said it out loud, would make people look at you differently. Something that would make them lower their voice and say, maybe you were just tired, or maybe it was the shock. And honestly, I understand that, because I do it too. I've always tried to explain things away. I look for the reasonable answer first. A shadow, a reflection, stress, lack of sleep, trauma, anything that makes the world feel normal again. But this happened about 4 years ago, and no matter how many times I turn it over in my mind, I still don't know what to do with it. I was staying at my grandparents' house for the day because I wanted to watch TV. We didn't have one at home, so whenever I wanted to catch a show, I'd go there. Their house was squeezed right up against the neighbor's place, close enough that the walls almost felt shared. You could hear everything, whether you wanted to or not. Their neighbor, Rolly, was known in our area. He had a wife, but they'd been separated for a while. He had 3 children, and 2 of his brothers lived with him. I don't like speaking badly of the dead, but Rolly was a troubled man. He drank too much, gambled, and people whispered about other things too. He wasn't gentle with his life, and from what I saw, he wasn't gentle with his family either. He and one of his brothers fought a lot. Loud fights. The kind where everyone nearby pretends not to listen, even though the whole street can hear every word. That afternoon, they started arguing again. At first, it sounded like the usual shouting. Angry voices, chairs scraping, someone cursing. Then suddenly, there was this sharp yell. And then it stopped. The silence after it felt wrong. A few seconds later, someone outside screamed for help. It wasn't Rolly. It was another neighbor who had come to check what was happening. He kept shouting, "Call an ambulance! Somebody call an ambulance!" My grandparents and I rushed outside. A few people were already gathered by the doorway, but nobody wanted to step inside. I looked in. Rolly was on the living room floor. There was a terrible cut running from near his shoulder down across his body. There was so much blood, too much blood, spreading across the floor. I saw things I wish I had never seen, things a body is supposed to keep hidden. A few steps away from him stood his older brother, holding a bloody bolo. He was shaking, crying, shouting over and over, "You made me do this! You never listened! You never listened!" I got sick right there. Even now, saying this, I feel it in my throat again. A few days later, during the wake, I tried not to look at Raleigh in the coffin. I've never liked looking at dead people that way. It feels too final, too strange. In our village, we had the usual prayers for 9 nights, and I think it was the 4th night when it happened. I stepped outside because I wanted to go home. The air inside felt heavy, crowded with candles, murmurs, and grief. That was when I saw him. He was standing at the entrance of the narrow alley beside their house. Raleigh. Not pale, not glowing, not like in movies. Just standing there. Still. Looking straight at me. I knew it was him immediately. I had known him since I was small. He used to tease me the way older people in the village tease kids, calling out little jokes whenever I passed by. But this time, he didn't smile. He just stared. I blinked, and he was gone. After that, I started seeing him sometimes in that same alley, always standing, always watching, never speaking. For weeks, I didn't want to leave the house. I avoided my grandparents' place. I avoided that street. I told my parents, and they said it was probably the shock, maybe trauma, maybe my mind trying to process what I had seen. And I wanted that to be true. I really did. Then one afternoon, I saw him again. My grandmother was washing clothes at the communal tap. She was bent over a basin, scrubbing, completely unaware of anything behind her. And there he was, standing behind her. Raleigh was staring down at my grandmother. I froze. I couldn't even call out. Then, just like before, he disappeared. When I finally forced myself to walk over, I noticed the ground around my grandmother. There were footprints in the damp earth. Bare feet. Large ones. All around her. I asked her if anyone had come near while she was washing. She said no. Nobody had been there with her. I tried to tell myself the prints belonged to someone else. Maybe they had been there earlier. Maybe I just hadn't noticed. Then I looked at my grandmother's feet. She was a small woman, and the marks were much bigger than hers. I still keep trying to forget it. I keep trying to ignore it. I keep telling myself there has to be some ordinary explanation hiding somewhere in all of this. Because I don't want to see him again. I don't want to look down that alley and find him waiting there, quiet and familiar, staring like he still has something left to say. I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was younger, because even now, years later, I still don't really know what to make of it. There were chapters of my life when I used cannabis from time to time. I had always heard that different cultures all over the world had used it in spiritual rituals or as a way to reach some kind of awakening. I knew that in my head, but I never truly understood it. Not until one particular afternoon. I was in my early 20s then, maybe 24 or 25. I hadn't smoked in a couple of years, but for whatever reason, I decided to try it again. Nothing dramatic, nothing reckless, just a small amount. At the time, I had this little workshop behind my house. It was quiet, a bit dusty, full of old tools and things I kept meaning to fix. I went out there alone, sat down, and smoked by myself. At first, everything felt normal. Then the air started to change. It was subtle in the beginning, almost like the light had softened. Then this golden shimmer spread across everything, like the whole room had been covered in a thin layer of liquid sunlight. It looked almost unreal, but not frightening. More like the world had slipped on a secret skin. And then I started seeing memories. Not just thinking about them. Seeing them. People I had known, friends who had spent time with me in that workshop, moments I hadn't thought about in years, they began appearing around me. They were laughing, talking, moving silently, like scenes from an old home movie. One moment would dissolve, and another would take its place. Everything had that same warm, golden glow around it. I remember sitting there, watching these pieces of my life play out all around me, and for a little while I was just stunned. It felt beautiful, but it also started to become too much. So I told myself, okay, I need to go inside. I'll take a shower, calm down, and let this pass. But when I stood up, the people from those memories stood up too. That is the part that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. They didn't stay behind like images fading on a wall. They rose with me, turned with me, and followed me as I walked out of the workshop and toward the house. In that moment, they didn't feel like memories anymore. They felt present. A quiet little crowd from my own past, walking beside me. I went straight to the bathroom. I didn't want to look too closely at anything. I just wanted water, light, something ordinary. I stepped into the tub, turned on the shower, and the second the water touched my skin, the whole room vanished. There were no walls, no ceiling, no mirror, no house. Just white light. It was everywhere, bright, endless, and alive, like I had stepped into the heart of a star. I remember looking around, trying to understand where I was, and then I heard a voice. It was enormous. Not loud in the usual way, but vast. It filled everything. It didn't sound human exactly, but it didn't feel cruel either. Somehow it felt familiar, serious, ancient, and strangely comforting. And it said, "I am the rider of the white horse, and when the hour arrives, you are to be my vessel." The last word echoed, and then it was over. Just like that, I was standing in my shower again. The water was running over me. The bathroom looked completely normal. The light was ordinary. The air was still. There was no golden shimmer, no people, no white void, no voice. Everything had snapped back into place in a single breath. That might be the strangest part of all for me. If this had only been the cannabis affecting my mind, I would have expected it to come on gradually and fade gradually. But it didn't. It ended like someone had switched off a lamp. I had never hallucinated before that day, and I haven't hallucinated since. I know what some people will hear in this: the rider of the white horse, the connection to the book of Revelation. I'm aware of it, but that only makes it more confusing for me, because I have never considered myself religious. I wasn't raised to obsess over biblical prophecy, and I definitely wasn't sitting there thinking about Revelation in a backyard workshop. So I still wonder about it. Why would my mind create something so specific from a belief system I didn't really follow? Was it just a strange chemical storm in my brain? Was it some buried symbol I had absorbed without realizing it? Or was something actually there with me that day? I don't have an answer. I only know what I experienced, and whatever it was, it has never really left me. I never really believed in the paranormal. I mean, I've heard stories. I've listened to people talk about things they couldn't explain, but I always thought there had to be some normal reason behind it. A sound outside, a half-asleep mind, bad timing. But now, after what's happened twice, exactly 1 year apart, on the same date, I'm honestly starting to wonder. I moved into this little bungalow about 2 years ago. Nothing about it seemed strange at first. It was quiet, a bit tucked away. The kind of place where you notice every creak and every gust of wind because there isn't much else going on. The first time it happened was April 12th, 2025. I had fallen asleep in my room with the back door open. I know, not the smartest thing, but it was one of those mild nights, and I didn't think much of it. At some point, I suddenly woke up. Not because of a noise, at least not at first. I just woke up with this horrible, tight feeling in my chest, like my body knew something was wrong before my brain did. I sat up, trying to get my bearings. Then I heard it. A scream. Not a fox scream. Not a person messing around. This was a proper, blood-freezing scream, and it sounded close enough that every part of me went still. I grabbed something to protect myself and just sat there, listening. Then it happened again. Closer. After that, silence. I waited, barely breathing, and then I heard it a third time. This time, it sounded like it came from my garden. I jumped up, slammed the back door shut, locked it, and just stood there with my heart going mad in my chest. Then the scream came again, but farther away this time. I remember thinking, what on earth was that? And then, as if that wasn't enough, every fire alarm in the house suddenly went off at once. There was no smoke, no fire, nothing burning, nothing that could have set them off. They'd never done anything like that before, and they haven't randomly done it since, except for what happened the next year. I turned them off, checked the whole place, and found nothing. That was it for that night. And honestly, after a while, I pushed it out of my mind. Then April 12th, 2026 happened. This was very recent, and the strange part is, I had completely forgotten about the year before. until after everything happened again. That night, I was in my room, but I wasn't asleep. There had been a few burglaries nearby, so I'd been extra careful. I checked all the doors. I made sure the windows were closed. I locked everything. There was no way anyone should have been able to get inside. For a bit of context, there's a stray cat I feed. I call her Millie. She started staying in the house most nights, but I'm certain she wasn't inside at that point. I would have noticed her. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my front door open. I know what my front door sounds like. I know the lock. I know the little shift of the handle and the way it creaks. So I grabbed something again and went to check. And there, sitting in the front room, was Millie. Just sitting there. The front door was closed, and when I checked it, it was locked. I can't explain that. I know I locked it earlier. I know she wasn't in the house, but somehow she was inside. The worst part was the way she looked. She was terrified, completely frozen, staring out the window like something was standing outside. She would not look away. I tried calling her, but she just kept staring. Then the fire alarm went off again, just like the year before. No smoke, no fire, nothing. I turned it off, checked the house, checked the doors again, and everything was locked. And that was the second encounter. I don't know what to make of it. I still don't want to jump straight to ghosts or anything like that. But two strange things happening on the exact same date, 1 year apart, in the same house, with the fire alarms going off both times? That feels harder to ignore. So if anyone knows more about this kind of thing, hauntings, spirits, dates repeating, whatever it might be, I genuinely appreciate hearing your thoughts. Because right now, I'm left wondering what on earth happens here every April 12th. I was only 3 years old the first time it happened. It was a bright, moon-washed night in the middle of summer, and I remember seeing my uncle standing near the upstairs balcony, talking to me as if everything was normal. It felt real. Not dreamlike, not blurry. Real. The next morning, I told my mother about it. That was when we found out he had passed away around that same time the night before. I was too little to understand what that meant back then, but somehow, that memory stayed with me. It never faded the way childhood memories usually do. As I got older, something else started happening. I began having a very specific kind of nightmare. The strange thing is, it is not always clear or visual. Sometimes I do not see a face. Sometimes I wake up and the details disappear almost instantly. But the feeling is always there. It feels like death. Not just fear, not just sadness. It is this heavy, bitter, awful feeling, like someone close to me has died, and when I wake up, I feel completely shaken. Even when nothing happens afterward, the fear stays in my body for days, sometimes even weeks. There have been false alarms, I know that. But between the time I was about 11 and my late 20s, there were several times when I had that exact kind of dream, and then, within a few days, I heard that someone had died. When I was a teenager, I had the dream once, and the very next day one of our neighbors passed away. I tried to push it out of my mind after that. I told myself it was nothing, just a coincidence, just a bad dream. Then, when I was 16, it happened again. I had the same kind of dream, and for the next few days, I was tense and alert, waiting for bad news. But nothing happened. So I started to relax. About 2 months later, I had the dream again. I know it was the same one because I wrote it down in my diary at the time. My grandfather died within 2 days. That one broke something in me. Logically, I know I did not cause it. I know that. But emotionally, I felt responsible somehow, like I had been warned and had done nothing. I stopped eating properly. I stopped going out. I barely spoke to anyone. I was just stuck in shock. There were other incidents over the years, but later in life, something happened that disturbed me even more. I have some aunts on one side of the family whom I mostly knew when I was younger. After that, I spent a lot of time away in hostels, and we lived far from them, so contact became limited to the occasional phone call. At some point, I realized I could not even clearly remember all their faces anymore. Then one night, I had that nightmare again. This time, I clearly remembered that it involved a woman dying. I woke up in extreme distress beside my boyfriend, and he could see how shaken I was. I told him, "It feels like someone has died." He held me and tried to comfort me. He said it was probably just a nightmare. 2 days later, we got the news that one of my aunts had died. I completely fell apart. My sleep became disturbed again. My mother was crying. All the guilt came rushing back, that horrible feeling that somehow I had known before it happened. I was so upset that I could not even bring myself to call their family and offer comfort. Then, within a month, I had the same dream again. This time, I remembered the woman's face clearly. It looked exactly like the aunt who had died the month before. So I told myself it must be grief. It had to be anxiety. Maybe my mind was replaying her image because she had already passed. But then another aunt suddenly had a stroke and was hospitalized because of a brain aneurysm. She went into a coma. While I was talking to my mother and trying to comfort her, I found out something I had not fully understood before. This aunt was the twin sister of the aunt who had died the month before from cardiac arrest. That detail made everything feel unreal, like the floor had tilted beneath me. Even recently, I had another nightmare where I was in a hospital and there were too many relatives gathered there. The next morning, I woke up to the news that my boyfriend's father had suffered a heart attack. Thankfully, he is okay now, but the fear came back immediately. What makes this so hard is that I am not someone who naturally reaches for supernatural explanations. I have a science degree. I work in a scientific field. My mind always tries to find patterns, causes, explanations, something rational to hold on to. But with this, I honestly do not know what to do anymore. Sometimes I feel like I am losing my grip. I have never felt comfortable telling people about this because I know how it sounds. Some people would laugh. Some would dismiss it. Some would say I am connecting unrelated events because I am scared. And maybe I am. I really do not know. But this has happened enough times, over enough years, that it has left me deeply frightened. The worst part is, I do not want this. I do not want to know beforehand if someone is going to die. I do not want to know if something bad is coming. I do not want to wake up with that feeling in my chest. I do not want to spend days terrified every time one of these dreams happens. I just want it to stop. So I am asking honestly, has anyone else ever had dreams, visions, or a strong sense of death before finding out that someone really had died, especially more than once over many years? And if you have, how did you make sense of it? I want to tell you about something that happened when I was in college, because even now, when I think about it, I get this cold, crawling feeling. My boyfriend at the time, Carter, had a grandfather who died by suicide. Before he passed, he left a note addressed to his children. In it, he said that his wife, Carter's grandmother, was the reason he had done it. He also wrote that his kids could do whatever they wanted with the house, as long as she had nothing to do with it. He made it very clear that he did not want her living there. After that, the grandmother moved out pretty quickly, and eventually Carter's family moved into the house. Carter and I were both students then, so during summer and winter breaks, we would stay there with his parents. For a long time, nothing strange happened. The house felt normal. Heavy, maybe, because of what had happened there, but not haunted or anything like that. Then one summer, Carter's grandmother had to stay at the house for a couple of weeks. That was when everything changed. Every morning she would come downstairs exhausted and say she hadn't slept because someone had been standing in her doorway. Other nights, she said the lights kept turning on by themselves and staying on until she got up to turn them off. I'm ashamed to admit this now, but at first, I didn't really believe her. Carter and I thought maybe she was being dramatic, or maybe guilt was messing with her head. We even laughed about it a little, in that uncomfortable way people do when they don't know what else to say. And then one night, it happened to me. Carter and I were sleeping in a little guest cabin behind the house, maybe 30 feet away. It didn't have a bathroom, so if we needed to go, we had to walk back into the main house. Sometime around 1:30 in the morning, I woke up and went inside to use the bathroom. The moment I stepped in, I froze. Every light downstairs was on. Not one lamp, not a hallway light. All of them. The kitchen, the living room, the entryway, the little side room near the stairs. Everything was glowing like somebody had flipped the whole house awake. The only person sleeping downstairs was Carter's grandmother, and as far as I knew, she was asleep. I tried to tell myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe Carter had gone in earlier and left them on by accident. So while I was in the bathroom, I texted him, "Did you leave all the lights on downstairs?" Then I came out, and every single light was off. I can't properly describe what that felt like. It was as if the house had blinked. One second, it was lit from end to end, and the next, it was pitch black and waiting. I hadn't heard footsteps. I hadn't heard switches clicking. I hadn't heard a door, a floorboard, anything. And in that house, you would hear someone moving around at night. You absolutely would. I ran. I don't think I have ever moved that fast in my life. I flew out of that house and back to the cabin, shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. I asked Carter two things. First, "Did you leave all the lights on downstairs?" He said no. Then I asked, "Did you go in and turn them off?" He said no again. That was the moment my stomach just dropped. The next morning, I asked his grandmother if she had turned the lights on around 1:30. She said no. I asked if she had turned them off. Again, no. Carter's mom and stepdad said they had been asleep the entire time. After that, I couldn't laugh at the grandmother's stories anymore. While she stayed there, things kept happening, mostly at night. She said she saw a man standing in her doorway more than once. She said lights would turn on and stay on until she got out of bed to shut them off herself. And honestly, I believe her now. Carter's mom and I eventually started calling them his grandfather's little jokes, even though there was nothing funny about standing in that dark hallway after all the lights had gone out. His grandmother didn't even stay the full amount of time. She left early because she couldn't handle it anymore. I'm not saying I know for sure what happened. Part of me would still love a logical explanation, especially for how all those lights could turn on and then turn off again when they were in different rooms throughout the house. But whenever I start doubting whether anything exists after death, I think about that house. I think about Carter's grandfather. I think about those lights. And I remember exactly how it felt to run through the dark, knowing I had just walked into something I was never supposed to understand. I'm 19 now, but this happened when I was a kid, maybe around 8 or 9. Back then, I had a really short temper. I mean, I could get angry so fast, and for years I never understood why. Looking back now, part of me honestly wonders if it had something to do with the room I slept in, because after I moved out of that room, I rarely felt that kind of rage again. One day, I got into a really bad argument with my parents. I don't even remember what it was about anymore, but I remember running into my room, throwing myself onto my bed, and just sobbing. I was angry and hurt and overwhelmed, and I remember saying something like, "I wish I wasn't here right now." Then this strange thought came into my head. I don't know where it came from, but I said out loud that I'd give away part of my soul, only if I could still have control whenever I wanted it. I know that sounds ridiculous now. I was a child, and I'd already seen too much weird stuff online. But the moment I said it, everything inside me went quiet. The anger disappeared. The crying stopped. It was like someone had turned the volume down on the whole room. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling this strange, heavy calm. Then something made me look toward my closet. The door was open, and inside I saw two deep red eyes staring right at me. The second I saw them, my vision started going dark around the edges, slowly closing in from the sides. My whole body filled with this awful feeling, like dread had stepped into the room and was standing over me. My heart was pounding so loudly that I could hear it in my ears, but I couldn't move. Then, out of nowhere, this crushing tiredness hit me. I hadn't been tired before, not at all. But suddenly, it felt like my body was shutting down. I lay back, and it was like I was slipping away. I don't remember everything clearly after that, but I do remember fighting for whatever little control I still felt I had. I started saying the Our Father prayer as fast as I could. And as soon as I began reciting it, I felt something lift. Not all at once, slowly, like a weight was being pulled off my chest. So I kept saying it, over and over again, until that dark, heavy feeling faded, and I finally fell asleep. When I woke up, the room felt different. Not exactly bad, just strange, unreal. Like waking up from a long nap in the middle of the day, when the light feels wrong and everything around you seems a little disconnected. Not long after that, my older brother Mason moved out of his room, and I took it almost immediately. My old room stayed empty for a while until my grandmother moved in. As far as I know, she never experienced anything in there, but she's very religious in her own way. She keeps crosses around the room, has a picture of Jesus, and always has a Virgin Mary candle on her desk. So maybe that made a difference. I don't know. I've never experienced anything like that again, but I do still feel like I'm sensitive to certain things. And I do believe there's something in our house. It isn't like what I saw that night, though. This one is more like a shadow figure. Everyone in the house has seen it at some point, but none of us really talk about it much. Things get knocked over sometimes, or we hear little noises when nobody's there. But it doesn't bother us or the animals, so we just leave it alone. I also remember something else now. When I was younger and had friends sleep over in that room, more than one of them told me they saw something standing in the corner. At the time, I thought they were just trying to scare me, so I ignored it. But that was before the night with the red eyes. So now when I think back on it, I'm not so sure they were joking. I don't usually talk about this, honestly. I try not to go back there in my mind. I'm a little superstitious, and I do believe in spiritual things, even though I don't really go to church. But every time I tell this story, my body reacts before I can stop it. I get goosebumps. My throat tightens. My eyes start watering. Even now, just thinking about it, I feel that old fear creeping up again. This happened when I was about 10 years old. I'm 32 now, and it still stays with me. My family had just bought a new house in North Las Vegas. It was in a new neighborhood, so new that there were barely any houses around us yet. There was a gas station down the road. My school was maybe 10 minutes away, and everything else was just open desert and dirt. At first, the house looked perfect. Big, clean, bright. The kind of place where a family should feel safe. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. My parents had also just bought a brand new silver sedan from the dealership. I remember the first day we went to check the house. We walked through it, made sure everything looked fine, and when it was time to leave, the car would not start. A new car, fresh from the lot. My dad took it back to the dealership, and of course, they couldn't find anything wrong with it. At the time, nobody thought much of it. But looking back, I feel like that was the first warning. Once we moved in, things started slowly. I would feel watched. Not in the way where you think someone might be standing nearby. This was heavier than that. It felt hateful, like something was behind me, staring with anger. And I know people say ghost, but that never felt right to me. It didn't feel like a ghost. It felt darker. One day, we came home from the store and every window in the house was open. Every single one. Nothing was missing. Nothing looked broken. Just all the windows wide open, like someone had walked through and done it on purpose. My mom changed in that house too. She was always gentle and loving, but while we lived there, she became quiet and distant. She would lock herself in her bedroom for hours. She just wasn't herself. My parents worked late a lot, so sometimes I was home alone, or I would stay with a neighbor friend until they came back. One evening, I was by myself in the back living room, the one connected to the kitchen and near the backyard. I was watching TV, trying to relax. Then I heard the upstairs toilet flush. I froze. I knew nobody else was home. I grabbed a blanket and hid underneath it on the couch. Then I heard the bathroom cabinet shut. It had one of those doors that slammed loudly if you let it go, and that sound came from upstairs clear as anything. I stayed under the blanket until I guess I fell asleep. The next thing I remember is my parents waking me up. And the strange thing is, we still had happy moments there. We had pool parties. Friends came over. The neighborhood kids would play outside. From the outside, it probably looked like a wonderful childhood house. But deep down, I hated being there. The fear got worse after my grandfather passed away. After his funeral, my dad brought home the cross that had been resting on his coffin. He wanted it as a keepsake, something to remember him by. But after that, the house felt even heavier. One day, my dad tried to bless the house with holy water. We had a cat named Brandy. She was my best friend. I loved her so much. While my dad was sprinkling holy water near the front door, Brandy suddenly turned toward the wall and started hissing. There was nothing there. She just stood there, staring at the wall, hissing for minutes. I looked at my dad, and the hair on his arms was standing straight up. Mine was too. Then there was the thing I saw in the window. I was outside playing with my friends near sunset. We lived at the end of a cul-de-sac, and above the garage was my parents' bedroom. It had one window facing the street. I looked up at that window and saw a black figure standing there. It had white hair. I looked away, then looked back almost immediately, and it was gone. But the curtains were moving lightly, like a small breeze had passed through them. Nobody was supposed to be in that room. I told my grandmother about it later. She was very religious, and she told me that sometimes evil shows itself that way. I don't know what to think about that now. Sometimes I wonder if something was wrong with the land itself. Maybe something happened there before the houses were built. I don't know. The last thing I'll mention is when I got sick. I was a skinny but healthy kid, and suddenly I became extremely ill. I looked pale and weak, almost like I was wasting away. My parents took me to doctors, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. When I came home, Brandy would not leave my side. She followed me everywhere, even to the bathroom. She stayed close like she was protecting me. Eventually, I got better, but my family didn't. My parents became unhappy with each other. The house felt like it had drained all the warmth out of us. We sold it, and after that, my parents went their separate ways. Years later, I talked to my mom about it. She told me she felt the same darkness in that house. She said she would never go back either. Even after we moved, I had nightmares about being there again. I would dream I was trapped inside that house, walking through those rooms, feeling that same awful presence behind me. And even now, all these years later, when I talk about it, my eyes still water. My body still remembers. Late one night, close to midnight, my friend Micah and I were driving through this heavily wooded mountain area. We weren't going anywhere specific. We were just wandering, looking for unfamiliar back roads, the kind that feel a little hidden from the rest of the world. Eventually, we found one that looked perfect. Thick trees pressing in on both sides, no painted centerline, no houses nearby, just this narrow road climbing up into the dark. We'd been on it for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and I remember clearly that we were going uphill because Micah kept shifting gears to keep the car from struggling. Then, out of nowhere, I started to feel strange. Not scared exactly, not at first, just uneasy, like the air inside the car had changed. I told Micah, and we both laughed because it sounded ridiculous. We made some joke about the road being cursed or haunted, just trying to shake it off. Then our headlights caught a bright yellow sign. It said, 1,000 feet, road ends. That made the feeling worse. I told him, a little more seriously this time, that something didn't feel right. He admitted he felt it too, but again, we tried to joke about it. Something like, well, whatever lives at the end of the road better not charge admission. Then we passed another sign. 500 feet, road ends. By then, I wasn't laughing anymore. I told Micah, as soon as we reach the end, turn around. Immediately. And when we got there, everything in me wanted to leave. The road ended in gravel. There were wooden barriers across the end, and a sign that simply said, End of road. Beyond that were trees. Off to one side, there was this little cluster of buildings. Micah turned the car around, and because I was in the passenger seat, I ended up facing the trees while the headlights swept across them. I don't know how to explain this in a way that sounds normal, because it didn't look normal. The ground beyond the road was completely flat, not gently sloped, not bumpy, not natural mountain terrain, just flat. There was no brush, no grass, no fallen branches around the trunks. Nothing. The trees themselves were thin, pale, and all spaced apart at the exact same distance, like someone had measured them with a ruler. When the headlights moved through them, it looked wrong. That's the only word I have. Wrong. My stomach dropped. My whole body felt heavy, like my bones had filled with wet cement. I told Micah to go. I didn't care how, I just wanted out. At the same time, he had seen the buildings on the other side. Later, he told me they gave him the same sick feeling. He said they looked like they weren't supposed to be there. There was one larger, red wooden building in front and two smaller ones behind it, almost like a little compound. There were no parking signs everywhere, way more than made sense. He said when the headlights hit the buildings, they looked just as wrong as the trees did to me. He didn't need convincing. He sped up the turn, and we drove out of there fast. After a while, once we had both calmed down, we decided not to go home yet. I know that sounds foolish, but we told ourselves we'd just gotten creeped out by a weird, dead-end road in the mountains. So we went a different direction, put on music, and tried to reset the mood. Eventually, we ended up on another road neither of us recognized. This one was sloping downward. After a few minutes, that feeling came back. I told Micah, I feel like we're on that same road again." He immediately said that wasn't possible. And honestly, he had reasons. This road was going downhill, not uphill. There were warning signs for curves and a 20 miles per hour speed limit. We passed a small parking area with a blue pickup truck in it, and none of that had been on the first road. So I tried to believe him. Then we went around a bend, and the headlights hit another yellow sign. 1,000 feet road ends. We both panicked. This time, Micah didn't keep going. He turned around before we even got close to the next sign, though we could already see the 500 feet sign shining farther down the road. But as we drove back, we realized we were still going downhill. That made no sense. We had already been driving downhill before we turned around. We should have been going back up. Then we started recognizing things from the first road. A single orange streetlight. A particular house with a number Micah remembered because he'd pointed it out earlier. But the curve warning signs were gone. The blue truck was gone. The road had changed again, or we had, or something had folded over itself in a way roads are not supposed to do. We stopped talking much after that. We just drove home. Neither of us is especially superstitious. We're not the kind of people who jump to ghosts or portals or anything like that. But we both felt the same awful wrongness on that road before we'd even really discussed it. We both saw different parts of it and had the same reaction. I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe there's some ordinary explanation. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that road felt like it didn't want us there, and the second time we saw that sign, it felt like it had found us again. I grew up in a small rural town in Mexico, in a little house where it was just my mom, my older sister Mariela, our dog Osito, and me. My dad was living in the United States at the time, working as hard as he could so he could send money back home and help us get by. He missed so much while he was away, but when my sister turned 15, he made sure she had a celebration no one in our town would forget. There was music, food, a huge cake, and what felt like the whole town gathered around us. It was one of those parties where even the air feels excited. And, of course, because it was her quinceañera, my sister received her last doll. In our tradition, that doll represents a girl leaving childhood behind and stepping into womanhood. My sister was so happy when she got it. I still remember exactly what it looked like. It was porcelain, with pale blonde curls, a soft peach dress, and a little matching straw hat. It was honestly beautiful. My sister and I shared a bedroom back then, and after the party was over, she brought the doll into our room and placed it beside her like it was something precious. I wanted so badly to touch it, but she wouldn't let me. Not even once. The next morning, she made her bed the way she always did, arranging her stuffed animals and dolls carefully. Then she placed the porcelain doll right in the center, like it was the queen of the whole room. For a few weeks, nothing strange happened. Every morning, my sister followed the same little routine. She made her bed, lined up her toys, and placed the doll in the middle. I watched from a distance, still wanting to touch it. Then one day, when my sister was out of the house, I decided I was finally going to do it. I walked over to the bed and touched the doll's face. Her porcelain skin was cold and smooth. I ran my fingers through her blonde curls and even adjusted her tiny hat. And then, the room got quiet. Not normal quiet, heavy quiet. I remember staring into her eyes, and I don't really know why. There was something empty about them, something that made my stomach tighten. I suddenly felt like I had done something I wasn't supposed to do. So I put her back exactly where she had been and left the room. That night, I went to bed like always. I said goodnight to my sister, and she had already moved all her toys down beside the bed, the way she usually did. Sometime while I was sleeping, I started dreaming about the doll. In the dream, she was looking straight at me. Her eyes were hollow, not angry, not sad, just empty. And somehow that was worse. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't move. I kept trying to wake myself up, trying so hard, but I couldn't. When I finally opened my eyes, I still couldn't move. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My whole body was frozen. I could see the room around me, but I couldn't lift a finger. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like forever. Then, suddenly, I could move again. And when I did, I looked down and saw the doll on the floor. She was facing me, just sitting there, staring. I ran out of that room so fast and went straight to my mom's bed. I stayed there the rest of the night. The next morning, I was terrified to go back into our room, but I did. When I walked in, my sister was arranging her toys again. Only this time, she didn't put the doll in the center of the bed. She picked it up, turned it around, and placed it somewhere else in the room. We didn't say anything to each other, but I knew. I knew she was scared too. For months after that, I hated being alone in that bedroom. The doll would show up in different spots around the room, and my sister always thought I was the one moving it. I would cry and tell her, I only touched her that one time, but I was still the one who got blamed. Once, I was outside on the swing, and I swear I saw the doll watching me from near the house. I jumped off and ran back inside, only to find her sitting perfectly on my sister's bed. After a while, we stopped talking about it. We never told my mom. Years passed, and somehow we just learned to live with it. I refused to touch the doll again. I tried not to even look at her. Eventually, my family moved to the United States, and we left that doll behind in the old house. When my sister and I became adults, we finally talked about it. She told me she had dreamed about the doll too. She remembered the same thing I did, those empty eyes. She also admitted that the doll would end up in places where she knew she hadn't put it. At first, she really did think it was me, but now, looking back, she says she always knew something else was moving that doll. When we visit that old house now and stay in that room, we don't touch her. We turn her around and we leave her where she is, because that room feels like it belongs to her now. That is her space. I'm a grown adult now, and I still don't really know what I believe when it comes to the paranormal. I wouldn't say I'm someone who has all the answers. Honestly, I don't even know what to think about some of the things that have happened to me. But I've had more than a few strange experiences throughout my life, and this was the first one I can remember. My earliest memories start when I was about 4 years old, and I think the reason they begin there is because that was the first time I ever saw someone who had passed away. I grew up in a small rural village in Mexico. It was the kind of place where maybe a few hundred people lived, and everyone knew everyone. Most days, I played in my great-grandparents' yard because I loved being around my great-grandfather, Don Rafael. To me, he was just Grandpa Rafa. He would spread an old blanket under this big shade tree, and I would sit with him there for hours. Sometimes we talked. Sometimes he just watched me play. I remember feeling safe with him. One day, my mother took my hand and walked me to my great-grandparents' house. We went into a bedroom, and there were candles everywhere. The room was quiet, but full of people whispering and watching. My great-grandfather was lying on the bed. I sat beside him and looked at him. I remember not being scared. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand why everyone was so serious, or why they were looking at me the way they were. After that, life seemed to keep going, at least for me. I still went outside to the tree. I still talked to Grandpa Rafa there. One afternoon, I came running into the kitchen, so excited I could barely hold still. My mom was washing dishes, and I opened my hands in front of her. I told her, "Look, Grandpa gave me candy." There was candy in my palms, a lot of it. Bright little wrapped pieces, the kind children treasure like tiny jewels. My mother took one from my hand and smiled, but later she told me that smile was only for me. Inside, she felt something turn cold. The next day, I was heading outside again, and she asked me where I was going. I told her, "Grandpa is waiting for me under the tree." At first, my mother thought maybe he had come to say goodbye. She knew how close we were. She thought maybe, somehow, he was giving me comfort, or maybe I was giving him peace. But it didn't stop. For weeks, I kept going to that tree. I would lie there in the shade and talk as if someone was sitting right beside me. My mom tried to explain that he had died, but I would point and say, "No, he's there, look." That's when she started to worry. She said she began speaking out loud to him, telling him that if it was really him, he needed to move on and let me be. But nothing changed. Then she started to wonder if maybe it wasn't him at all. Eventually, she called a priest. He came to the house, blessed me, blessed the tree, and blessed the rooms. I don't know if that's what made it stop, but soon after, I stopped talking about Grandpa Rafa, and I wasn't allowed to go near that tree anymore. Years passed. When I was about 12, I went to the local market to buy sweets. As I got close, I saw an old man standing in line, leaning on a cane. He looked straight at me. I smiled at him. Then someone called my name, and I turned to see who it was. It was one of my friends. When I looked back, the old man was gone. Later that same day, I went to my great-grandmother's house, and there, in the corner, I saw the cane. The same cane. I touched it, and I just knew. I don't know how to explain that feeling, but I knew it belonged to the old man I had seen at the market. As an adult, my mother finally told me more about what happened back then. She said that when my great-grandfather was dying, he would ask for me. They would bring me to him, and I would play near his bed. She said that whenever I was there, he seemed to come back a little. Like seeing me helped him hold on. After he passed, she thought I was only grieving in my own childlike way. She thought I missed him. But then came the candy. She said there had been no candy in the house. No one had given it to me. And when I said Grandpa gave it to me, she played along because she didn't want to frighten me. But from that day on, she was afraid. She told me, "I started to feel like it wasn't your grandfather anymore. I was scared something else was using his face." Then she said something I've never forgotten. "I was worried it would take your soul." She said she tried talking to it. She tried yelling at it. She even cursed at it. But nothing changed until the priest came. So what was it? Was it really my great-grandfather, staying just long enough to say goodbye? Was it something darker, pretending to be him? Or was it simply the way a little child tried to understand death before she even knew what death meant? I don't have an answer, but every time I think about him, I remember that old man at the market, leaning on his cane, looking right at me. And I remember smiling at him, like some quiet part of me already knew who he was. I think I was about 6 when this happened, maybe a little younger, and it's one of those memories that has never really loosened its grip on me. It was at my grandparents' house. I stayed there pretty often back then, usually when my mom had to work late or leave early for something the next morning. That night started completely normal. Nothing felt strange. I went to bed, fell asleep, and that should have been the end of it. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like I needed to look out the window. My room was on the second floor, so I got up, went over, and looked outside. My grandparents lived next to an old 4-H camp, and there was a narrow lane that led up to the gate. Right there, under one of the streetlights, was a man. Or at least, I thought it was a man. He was tall and very thin, wearing an old-fashioned coat. Not exactly a trench coat, but something in that family. He also had this long, drooping stocking cap on, the kind that hangs down the back with a little ball at the end. I remember it had stripes, though I can't remember the colors anymore. He had a huge, overstuffed pack on his back, and he was doing something with his hands. I couldn't see what. It looked like he was fiddling with something invisible, or working on some tiny object I couldn't make out. And I just stood there staring. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Long enough that it felt wrong. Long enough that I knew I wasn't just glancing at someone walking by. Then he stopped moving his hands. He looked straight ahead for a second, and then he snapped his head up and looked directly at me. I still remember the feeling that went through me. It was like my whole spine turned cold and electric at the same time. I tried to keep looking, but he was staring right into my eyes. From where I was, maybe 15 or 20 feet away and 1 floor up, his face looked extremely pale, and his eyes had this dull glow to them, almost like the way a cat's eyes reflect light in the dark. I got scared and yelled, "Grandpa, help!" I only turned my head away for a couple of seconds. When I looked back, he was gone. Not walking away, not running, just gone. The lane was open and lit by streetlights. There weren't trees or bushes nearby where someone could have ducked behind. I looked everywhere, but there was nothing. My grandpa came running in, and I told him what I'd seen. He looked out the window, then went outside to check around. When he came back, he said there wasn't anyone there. Just the lane, the camp gate, and the empty night. He could tell I was still shaken, so he let me sleep in his room. He made me a little bed out of blankets on the floor beneath the skylight. I remember lying there, still wide awake, trying to calm down. Through the skylight, I could see part of the big maple tree outside. The wind was moving the branches a little. And then I saw him again. He was crouched on one of the branches, squatting there like he had always been there. I froze completely. I couldn't call out. I couldn't say, "There he is." I couldn't move. Because this was a different room, I couldn't see him as clearly this time. He looked more like a silhouette tucked into the tree. But the eyes were the same. That faint, unnatural glow. He just watched me. It felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. Eventually, somehow, I managed to close my eyes. I must have fallen asleep like that. The next morning, I told my grandparents again about the man outside my bedroom window. They said it was probably someone walking around the camp, and that I just hadn't seen where he went. That did make me feel a little less crazy, because at least I knew I hadn't dreamed the first part. But I never told them about seeing him in the tree. I don't really know why. I think I just didn't want to talk about it. Saying it out loud would have made it too real. Over the years, that memory kept coming back, especially when people talked about strange events or paranormal encounters. I've tried looking into it, but I've never found anything that really matches. It wasn't a hat man thing. There was no fedora, no brimmed hat, nothing like that. It didn't feel evil exactly, just strange. Ancient, maybe, out of place. His eyes weren't red, and I was too young to have any understanding of drugs or hallucinations or anything like that. Later, when I was around 11, I learned the camp had once been used as a prisoner of war camp for German soldiers during World War II. From what I've read, there doesn't seem to be any record of anything violent happening there. Supposedly, the men worked on farms nearby and were released after the war. So I don't know if that history has anything to do with what I saw. As an adult, I've asked my grandpa if he remembers that night. He always says yes. He remembers me being terrified. He remembers going outside to look, and he remembers not finding a single thing. So that's the story. I've never been able to explain it, and I've never met anyone who saw something quite like it. But if anyone has had a similar experience or has any idea what it might have been, I'd really like to hear about it. I went on a choir tour through Spain and southern France back in 2007. We began in Madrid and eventually made our way toward Toulouse and the Occitanie region. But the experience I still think about most happened in Lourdes, France. Even before we got there, while we were still in Spain, I kept having these strange moments of déjà vu. Not just little flickers either. They felt more like memories brushing up against me from somewhere I couldn't quite name. One of the oddest moments was at the Cathedral of Burgos. As our guide walked us through, I found myself talking with her about the church as if I already knew it. The layout, the details, the feeling of the place, it all felt strangely familiar. At the end of the tour, she looked at me and said, "You know a lot." The next day, a few people from our group who hadn't paid for the tour wanted to see it, so I took them back and basically gave them the same tour myself. I knew where to stop, what to point out, even the order she had done it in. It felt effortless, which made it even more unsettling. But the clearest paranormal experience of the trip happened later, in Lourdes. Lourdes is a small town in southwest France, best known for Saint Bernadette, a teenage shepherd girl who said she saw visions of the Virgin Mary in 1858. On our first day there, our guide mentioned that long before it became a Christian pilgrimage site, Lourdes had been a Roman outpost, and there had once been a temple connected to a water goddess. That detail stayed with me, because Lourdes is full of water imagery. Everywhere you turn, there's water. Holy water, bottles shaped like Mary, streams of pilgrims moving through the town, the baths where people go hoping for healing. It's as if the whole place is flowing. And people really do come there for healing. You see groups of sick pilgrims everywhere, many in wheelchairs, some on stretchers. The most important place is the grotto, where Bernadette had her visions, with the church built above it. I'm not Catholic, but the story of the place had drawn me in. I wanted to go down to the grotto and just feel it for myself. When I arrived, I couldn't go in right away because it was the scheduled time for people on stretchers. In front of the grotto, there was an open space, then several rows of benches, then more space behind them, all enclosed by fencing. Most of the center benches were full, so I found a place at the very back, near the fence, and sat down to wait. The moment I sat, I felt this buzzing. At first it was subtle, but then it grew stronger and stronger until it felt like it was moving through my whole body. The pressure became so intense that my head was pushed downward toward my knees. From the outside, I probably looked like I was praying or genuflecting, but I wasn't doing it on purpose. And through that vibration, I heard a voice. It said, "You will see where Bernadette first saw the lady." I didn't know what to do with that. I'm usually skeptical of things like that, even when they happen to me. So I just held the thought gently and waited. A little while later, the stretchers were moved out of the area, and people began lining up from the center benches to enter the grotto. I moved forward and sat on one of those benches, starting at the left side. As more people came in, I slid along to make room until I ended up at the far right end. Sitting there, I thought maybe I should offer some kind of prayer, or at least something respectful. Since I was on a choir tour, I began silently singing the choral Ave Maria we had been performing. And as I did, the buzzing became overwhelming. Then I started to cry. Not loudly, just silently, with tears coming and coming. The people on the bench around me seemed to understand somehow. No one spoke to me. No one touched me. They simply sat there and gave me space in this incredibly tender, wordless way. When the crying finally passed, I knew I didn't need to go into the grotto. Whatever I had come there for, I had already received it. So I reached down to pick up my backpack, and that's when I saw it. There was a bronze plaque set into the ground right beneath where I had been sitting. It said that this was the spot where Saint Bernadette first saw the Virgin Mary on February 11th, 1858. I had been sitting on that exact place the entire time. I've basically lived in the same house my whole life. My parents built it when I was little, and it's just this normal suburban house in the ACT in Australia. Nothing dramatic, nothing old and crumbling. It was built on cleared farm paddocks, so you wouldn't really expect it to have any kind of history clinging to it. But even so, over the years, strange things have come and gone there. My grandmother, Grace, was always spiritually sensitive. She had seen ghosts before, and she believed in helping them move on. My mum, Michelle, is sensitive too, but she doesn't like admitting it. She'll acknowledge just enough to say, "Yes, something is there," and then she'll shut the door on the whole idea. Me, I've never actually seen anything clearly, which is funny because there were times I wanted to, especially in places that were supposed to be haunted. But I've always been able to sense things and hear things really clearly. The worst experience happened when I was about 10. I was in my bedroom at night. My bed was pushed up against the wall on one side, and I was lying facing the wall because that was my rule. I didn't want to roll over and see something standing there if something happened to be there. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't even close to drifting off. Then suddenly, I felt this huge dark presence behind me. It wasn't like getting chills. It wasn't that prickly feeling people talk about. It was heavier than that. It felt physical, almost warm in this smoky, suffocating way, and the whole room seemed to go silent around it. Like all the ordinary nighttime sounds had been swallowed. I knew, instantly, that whatever it was bad. I didn't feel it staring at me exactly, but I knew it was focused on me, and I knew it hated me. Not in a vague way, it felt personal. After a few seconds, I managed to call out for my mom. It came out weak because I was terrified, but I yelled as loudly as I could. The second I did, the force of it faded a little. Not gone, just less intense. It was like the main weight of it pulled back, but this thick residue stayed in the air around my voice and around my bed. I could still feel it there, and I had this awful awareness that it knew I knew it was there. My mom didn't get up right away. She was a couple of rooms away, and I could hear her calling back to me, not really understanding how scared I was. And somehow, that thing seemed almost amused. It didn't move at first. It just stayed there while I kept calling for her, refusing to turn around, refusing to look. Then slowly, it began to drift away. Not walk, not vanish. It sort of slid out of the room, like smoke pulling itself through a crack. By the time my mom actually got to me, it was gone. There was nothing left for anyone else to sense. No chill, no weird atmosphere. Just me, absolutely shaken. That was the scariest thing that ever happened to me in that house. But it wasn't the only thing. There were others I used to call the roommates. Growing up, I always had the sense that there were maybe 3 or 4 different presences around the house. One of them hated me being in the lounge room at night. That room always felt wrong after dark. Once, when I was about 11, I had a friend sleep over. He was lying on the couch bed in the lounge room, watching TV, and he saw a hand reflected in the screen. It looked like it was reaching over the back of the couch. Nobody else was in the room with him. Then there were 2 others that felt more spread out through the house. They weren't as aggressive. They were just there. I'd hear footsteps at night, heavy enough to make the carpet shift and crinkle. I'd get that feeling of something moving around outside my bedroom door. It made me avoid leaving my room at night, and when I did have to go out, I'd rush. My mom always brushed it off. But later, after my parents moved out and I started renting the house from them, the roommates became more noticeable. They'd bang on walls, or they'd send out these strange little pulses in the atmosphere, just enough to grab my attention. And weirdly, it was usually helpful. Like if I'd left a stove knob turned on, I'd hear a sudden knock from a part of the house that never made noise. If I had a window open and was about to leave, something would pull my attention toward it. It was never in places with wiring or pipes or anything that could easily explain it. Eventually, I started joking out loud that their rent was keeping me from burning the house down or getting kicked out. I'd tell them, "You know, if I lose this place, you're homeless too." I never felt like they were good, exactly, but they didn't feel evil either. Then, at one point, the energy in the house started changing. There were more negative things around, things that made me feel afraid before I even opened a door. I'd stand in the hallway and just know something was on the other side. Certain rooms felt like something was waiting in them, not just present, but hunting. That was different. When I told my mom, she said I should sage the house. So I did. I went through the whole place and saged every room. And after that, the roommates were gone. All of them. Even the nasty one in the lounge room. I spent a lot of my 20s being the person people called when they thought something in their house needed to be cleared out. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. I've always had one foot planted pretty firmly in skepticism. Most of the time, a haunted house is just an old house with bad pipes, loose floorboards, and a draft that knows how to make an entrance. But I'd been involved with occult work and folk magic for most of my life, and word had gotten around that I didn't scare easily. Also, I didn't charge anyone, so I got invited into a lot of places where people were frightened, and I did my best to help. Most of it was ordinary. Some of it, though, some of it wasn't. I do believe there are things just outside the edge of what we can see. I don't think we catch glimpses of them often, but I think it happens. There was this spiritualist camp a few hours from where I lived, and I used to go there when I needed a little break from regular life. It had an old hotel that was advertised very cheerfully as haunted. But honestly, it never felt frightening to me. It felt small and warm and strange in a charming way, with this huge wraparound porch where you could sit with a book and hear every creak of the building breathing around you. The whole camp was tiny. The hotel, a few little shops, some cottages, and not much else. If you wanted food after a certain hour, your best bet was a vending machine with a heroic amount of dust on it. I'd gone enough times that I knew people there. That particular weekend, I was staying at the hotel with my mom. The building was old enough that the rooms were a little uneven. Same price for all of them, but every other room had a larger bathroom. The smaller bathrooms were so small you practically had to negotiate with the sink to turn around. So my mom and I booked 2 of the larger rooms. I think they were even numbered, with one room between us. When we arrived, I noticed my room looked emptier than usual. The hotel seemed to be changing furniture or doing some kind of slow-motion remodeling. There was a bed, a little table, maybe a chair, but not much else. At the time, I didn't think much of it. That first day was exactly what you'd expect from a weekend at a spiritualist camp. I caught up with friends, bought a little bag of crystals I absolutely did not need, wandered through the shops, and read on the porch until the light went soft. That night, my friend Mara came by my room. The rooms had 2 doors, one that opened into the hotel hallway and one that opened out onto the porch. She knocked on the porch door, and somehow we ended up upstairs in an area where there weren't any guest rooms. I was wearing this long white nightgown, and the hotel had all this antique, slightly eerie decor, so Mara wanted to take some pictures. Nothing serious, just dramatic little ghost girl photos for fun. There was an old fainting couch up there, so I lay down on it while she took a few pictures. Then we laughed about it, went back downstairs, and each went off to bed. The next morning, I woke up and started getting ready. While I was brushing my hair, I noticed the upper left side of my head was sore. Really sore. Tender in that deep, bruised way, like I'd been knocked there. But I hadn't hit my head. There wasn't a headboard. There wasn't anything above me or beside me that made sense. I hadn't fallen. I hadn't woken up in pain during the night. I was confused, but it didn't seem serious, so I let it go. The second day was more of the same. I tried to get lunch at the little hotel restaurant, but it was closed. I bought a singing bowl from one of the shops. I visited another friend. I spent more time on the porch. That night, I went to bed without modeling dramatically on any antique furniture. Then the next morning, I woke up with a red, swollen welt on the left side of my forehead, right at the hairline. Same side. It was tender to touch, and later it bruised. That's when I stopped being casual about it. I spent hours in that room trying to figure out how I could have done it to myself. I looked at the furniture. There wasn't much of it. I considered sleepwalking, even though I've never done that in my life. But even if I had, what would I have walked into? The doors were locked. Nothing in the room was high enough or positioned in a way that made sense. I sleep on my right side too, so the left side of my forehead, the side that had been hit twice, would have been exposed while I was asleep. I must have looked absolutely ridiculous. This woman in her 20s pacing around an almost empty hotel room, trying to reenact a head injury with no weapon, no furniture, and no suspect except the air itself. I came up with nothing. Before we checked out, I told the woman at the front desk what had happened. The front desk was inside the gift shop, surrounded by crystals, tarot decks, fairy statues, incense, and all the usual beautiful little witchy clutter. She just looked at me and said, "The hotel isn't haunted." And honestly, I still don't know whether that was the official answer she was supposed to give, or if she genuinely believed it, or if she'd said it 1,000 times and wanted no part of whatever I was describing. It was one of the strangest exchanges I've ever had. My mom and I were only booked for the weekend, so we checked out that morning. I stayed at that hotel again after that visit, and it never happened again. No bruises, no sore spots, nothing. Just those 2 mornings. I even mentioned it to my therapist later, expecting her to be the reasonable voice in the room. She listened quietly and then said, "Do you think it followed you home?" Which was not, I will tell you, the comforting clinical response I had been hoping for. I think the reason that weekend has stayed with me so strongly is because, in all the strange situations I've been in, I had never been physically touched in a way that left a mark. I'd heard things. I'd felt things. I'd seen things out of the corner of my eye that made the room feel suddenly too small. But this was different. This was contact. And I don't know what caused it. I still don't. But it changed the way I think about the unseen. Seeing something move in the dark is frightening, yes. Hearing footsteps when no one is there is frightening. But being asleep, completely vulnerable, and waking up marked by something you can't explain? That message landed very clearly. Whatever it was, it wanted me to know it could reach me. I'm 28 now, and I was born in Italy. My family was pretty ordinary on the surface. I had one sister, Elena, who was a few years older than me, and for the most part, life looked normal from the outside. But inside the house, it wasn't always peaceful. My parents argued a lot. It never became physical, thankfully, but there was plenty of shouting, insults, and tension hanging in the air. So my sister and I both learned early on that being outside was easier than being home. That's important. because it explains why I spent so much time at my cousin's place when I was younger. And it's also worth saying that my sister and I were completely different when it came to anything paranormal. She loved that stuff. She wanted something strange to happen to her. She wanted a story. Me? Absolutely not. Give me true crime, serial killers, dangerous people, whatever. I can handle that. But ghosts, spirits, things you can't explain? No, thank you. Which is funny because for some reason, those things kept happening to me, never to her. The first place where it really started was my cousin Marco's house. I spent a lot of time there from around 12 or 13 until I was about 18. Sometimes I stayed for days, sometimes weeks. Anything to avoid being home during the worst of the arguments. His house wasn't really just a house. It was more like a villa. There was a huge lake in the middle of the property, with land all around it. If you walked slowly around the lake without exploring, just following the path, it could take about an hour. The place was old, too. Historically, it had once been near an ancient Roman port before the landscape changed. The sea wasn't far away at all. The house itself had 2 floors, and when we were younger, my cousins and I always slept in the same room. It didn't matter if we had to bring in extra beds or squeeze together. The house was big, isolated, and surrounded by darkness at night. None of us wanted to sleep alone. At first, nothing happened. Then, when I was 13, I had my first experience. That night, there were 4 of us sleeping in the room. Me, my younger cousin Luca, my older cousin Marco, and my aunt. It was a completely normal night. Nothing strange before bed. No weird feelings. No bad atmosphere. We just went to sleep. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up. No sound, no reason. I just opened my eyes and sat up. And in front of me, there was something. I call it something because I still don't really know how to describe it. It didn't have a clear face or a solid shape. The closest I can get is this. Imagine someone standing there with a white sheet or blanket draped over them, so you can only see the outline underneath. And somehow, I knew it was female. I couldn't see a face, I couldn't see details, but the shape felt feminine, and I just knew. The strange part is that I didn't panic. Normally, I'm a very rational person, maybe too rational. So instead of screaming or waking everyone up, I just sat there and tried to explain it away. My first thought was, maybe it's just a blanket on the chair. But then I looked down and realized my blanket was on me. It was winter. I was using it. Then I thought, maybe it's the dog. They had a few dogs, and one of them was a French bulldog with a white patch on its back. Maybe he was curled up on the chair, and my tired brain was turning him into something else. So I looked around. The dog was asleep on the bed beside me, stretched across my cousin's legs. I looked back. The thing was still there. It hadn't moved at all. I stared at it. It stared back, or at least it felt that way. And then, because apparently my teenage brain had no survival instinct, I just shrugged, lay back down, and went to sleep. The next morning, when I fully realized what had happened, I almost freaked out. I kept asking myself why I reacted like that. Why didn't I wake anyone? Why didn't I leave the room? But in that exact moment, I hadn't felt threatened. I hadn't felt fear. It felt peaceful, almost unimportant. And that might be the strangest part of all. I know what time it was, too. There was a TV in front of the bed with a small decoder underneath it that always showed the time. It was 3 a.m. The second experience happened about a year later when I was 14. Again, it was at my cousin's villa. This time, it was late afternoon in winter, around the end of January. I was with Marco, my aunt, and my uncle, and we were walking around the lake. It was about 5 p.m., so there was still light outside. Everything felt normal. My cousin and I were walking a little ahead of the adults, just a few meters, close enough that all four of us could still talk without raising our voices. Eventually, we reached an old stone bridge. You had to cross it to continue around the lake because water passed underneath it. We started walking across, slowly, casually. Then Marco and I heard a voice. A woman's voice. It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was soft, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. But it kept repeating, and it was calling our names. Both of our names. The sound seemed to move from left to right in front of us, like someone was walking away while whispering, and the voice was getting farther and farther away. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Of course, the first thing we did was look back at the adults. We thought they were messing with us. But while we could still hear the voice, they were behind us having their own conversation, completely normal. So Marco and I turned back around, moved closer together, and kept walking. Neither of us said anything. What could we say? By the time we reached the end of the bridge, the voice had faded. Maybe 5 seconds later, my aunt called out from behind us. She asked why we hadn't stopped the old man in front of us. But there had been no old man. She said an elderly man had walked right in front of us, crossing from left to right. She described him as wearing strange clothes, old-fashioned, like from another time. The moment she said that, Marco and I ran off the bridge to see if we could find him. There was nobody. No footsteps. No movement. Nothing. And that area made it almost impossible for someone to disappear normally. At the end of the bridge, there was grass and the path continuing forward. On the right side, you drop straight toward the lake. On the left, there was a little land, but then a stone wall surrounded the property. It was about 8 or 9 meters tall, covered in bushes and branches. Anyone trying to climb or push through it would have made a lot of noise. We told the adults about the woman's voice. They hadn't heard it. They told us about the old man. We hadn't seen him. And after that, we just finished the walk and never really talked about it again. The third experience was absolutely our fault because we were teenagers, and teenagers are experts at opening doors they shouldn't even knock on. It was Halloween night. I was 16. Same property, same cousin, same general area. At the time, we had gotten really into Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role-playing games. So, naturally, we decided Halloween would be the perfect night to do something scary. There was an old Merle building on the property that we called the Towers. In medieval times, it had apparently been a small structure with 2 towers, one on each side. By then, it was being renovated. Since it was inside my cousin's property, we figured it was fine to go in, as long as we didn't break anything. We brought a Vampire the Masquerade book, some candles and flashlights, and a few things to set the mood. The plan was to play inside the old building. There were 4 of us, me, Marco, Luca, and a friend of ours named Davide. We left around 9 p.m. By the time we reached the building on foot, it was close to 11. The ground floor was unfinished. Concrete, dust, gravel everywhere. No doors or windows yet, just openings covered by those green construction nets workers use to block the view. Below the ground floor, there was a basement, about the same size as the main level. We didn't go down there. It was pitch black, flooded up to the ankles, and looked awful. We knew it was just where workers had been handling the old foundations, but still, no thank you. One tower was still standing on the right side. The left one had already been demolished. At some point, we split up. Marco and Luca went up the tower stairs. Davide and I stayed on the ground floor waiting for them. That's when things started going wrong. First, we heard something fall from the tower above. We assumed it was my cousins trying to scare us, so we laughed it off. We expected that. Then we saw something outside the building. A dark figure ran past one of the openings. The green nets were torn in places, and our flashlights were pointed in that direction, so we could see enough of the outside. It wasn't detailed. It had no face, no clear shape, just a short, human-like shadow moving fast across the opening. Davide and I got nervous, but we still tried to act brave. Then something else fell from the tower. We shouted up at my cousins to stop, telling them it wasn't funny anymore. And right after that, the most impossible thing happened. Dust started lifting from the ground around us. Then footprints began appearing in the dust. Not old footprints, new ones. Right in front of us. They moved in a circle around where we were standing, like someone invisible was running around us. But there was nobody there. Nobody. We could see the footprints forming one after another. We could see the dust moving. That was enough. Davide and I ran out of the building, terrified, and waited outside for my cousins. They came down a few minutes later, laughing. We swore at them and told them we knew they had been throwing things down from the tower. They admitted they had thrown a brick. But when we mentioned the second thing falling, and the shadow, and the footprints, they looked genuinely confused. They kept saying they hadn't thrown anything else. They hadn't seen anything. And when they came back down, nothing was different except for the brick they had dropped. After that, we left immediately and decided watching a movie at home was a much better Halloween plan. The rest of the night was quiet. There were other smaller things over the years, too. Not full stories exactly, but strange moments. I had dreams that later came true. Once, I dreamed about my aunt having a baby almost a year before it happened. I knew the baby's name, the sex, and even the day the child would be born. I was right. Another time, the same thing happened with another aunt, more than a year in advance. Again, I dreamed the name, the sex, and the birth date. I was right that time too. Then there was one night at my parents' house when I suddenly woke up at 3 a.m. with this horrible feeling in my chest. My first thought was, I need to call my cousins. There was no reason for it, no dream I remembered, no message. Just that awful feeling and the sudden need to call them. But I talked myself out of it. Because who calls people at 3 in the morning because of a gut feeling? The next morning, my mother rushed into my room and told me something had happened. Lightning had struck my cousin's kitchen, started a fire, and almost hit the gas canister. It happened around 3:30 a.m. Thankfully, Luca had woken up to go to the bathroom, saw the fire, and woke everyone before it became worse. Nothing terrible happened, but I still think about it. And I've promised myself that if I ever get a feeling like that again, I'm calling. For a while, I used to meditate and do certain spiritual practices. I don't know if that had anything to do with the dreams or the experiences, but after I stopped, everything became much quieter. Maybe it's connected. Maybe it isn't. But honestly, I'm not in a hurry to find out.